In a world torn by darkness, a fragile connection between two unlikely souls might be the only thing that saves them. Welcome to a Dramion story that redefines survival, trust, and love. Welcome to Grimoire Audiobooks, where unforgettable stories come to life. Today, we're diving into Little Bird by Marissa Lynn, an emotionally gripping Dramion fanfiction that will capture your heart with its raw intensity and tender moments. Disclaimer: this audiobook is based on a fan-created story and is not part of the official Harry Potter canon. All rights to the original series belong to J.K. Rowling. This adaptation is purely for entertainment and to celebrate the creativity of the fanfiction community. Little Bird is a Dramion fanfiction that tells the powerful story of Hermione Granger and Draco Malfoy as their lives intertwine in unexpected ways during the darkest days of the Wizarding War. With a perfect blend of heartbreak, resilience, and forbidden romance, Marissa Lynn's writing has left a lasting impression on the fandom. Part 1 covers chapters 1 through 35 of this captivating 62-chapter tale. If you love immersive, character-driven stories like this one, consider supporting the channel by becoming a member. Members receive exclusive perks like early access to uploads and exclusive content. Your support helps us continue bringing magical fanfiction stories to life. Without further ado, let's begin part 1 of Little Bird, where survival meets sacrifice and a forbidden connection takes flight. Prologue. Not all good people are innocent. B. Damani. Eve. The first time I met the notorious Draco Malfoy, he made me cry. I waited until he was long gone, of course, but I did cry. It was the summer before my 5th year of school, and I was in Diagon Alley 2 days before the first day, getting all the supplies I would need. This would be my first year going to Hogwarts. I had attended Beauxbatons all my life, but now that you-know-who had returned, my aunt decided I would blend in better at a different school. I tried to tell her no, tried to convince her to let me stay at Beauxbatons, but she wasn't having it, and as much as I hated to admit it, she was right. Hogwarts was my best shot at staying hidden from you-know-who. Looking back, I see how naive I was. Everything was going fine. My aunt had just left me at Tomes and Scrolls to get my books, and she had gone off to find me to right-size Cauldron at Portage's Cauldron shop. The bookstore was crowded with students, all trying to get their supplies at the last minute. I held the list tightly in my hand, determined not to let it go, forcing my way to the back. I started the lengthy search for the first book on the list of required items. It took me a full half-hour to do it, but eventually I was pretty sure I had everything I needed. I was waiting in line, my arms full of thick hardcovers, when it happened. Someone knocked into me from behind, hard. The books tumbled from my arms to the floor, landing awkwardly in a pile with some opened, their pages crumpling against each other. My temper getting the better of me, I forgot the books and turned angrily to see who it was. And there he was, waiting in line behind me, Draco Malfoy. I recognized him from the papers, remembering all the articles I'd read about his family being unreasonably rich and unconditionally devoted to you-know-who. And here he was with his bleach blonde hair, dark suit, impossibly pale skin, and cold blue eyes, glaring down at me with an annoying smirk. "What the hell are you looking at?" he said, a hard edge to his voice that honestly sent shivers down my spine. He had 2 friends behind him, even bigger than he was, but I didn't recognize them. Normally, if something like this happened, I would keep my head down, pick up the books, and keep my mouth shut. But it had been a long day. I was tired of looking for the supplies, and I was incredibly nervous about the 1st of September. So instead of keeping quiet, I snapped. "Watch where you're going." "Excuse me?" He had taken a step forward, and I was doing everything I could not to back away. His friends behind him were laughing at me. Draco smirked down at me and asked, "Who the hell are you?" I'm Eve Hawkins," I replied, my voice getting smaller and shakier by the second. Inside, I was cursing myself for not turning around when I had the chance. "Who? I think you know who I am," he interrupted coolly, and I could feel my cheeks burning as the two guys laughed harder. "Turn around, pick up your damn books, and mind your own business." I felt the familiar prick of tears at the backs of my eyes, but I refused to let them fall. Burning with embarrassment and absolutely hating myself, I turned around without another word and reached down for the books. When I bent over in front of them, I could hear the three of them laughing and making retching noises. Straightening up as fast as I could, I tried to ignore them. I told myself over and over to just block it out and not get angry, but most importantly, not cry in front of them. The line moved at an impossible slow pace, and the entire time I could still hear Malfoy and his friends talking. By the time I paid for the stupid books and headed for the door, my eyes were starting to water. I didn't know if the three of them looked at me again as I rushed past them, but it didn't seem to matter. I burst out of the crowded bookshop and into the cool evening air, breathing heavily, and the tears just starting to spill over. I stumbled into the nearest alleyway with blurry vision, needing to be out of sight before I could actually let myself cry. It was dark in the alley, and the tears slipped down my face as I slid down the brick wall, sitting with my back against it and the books beside me. I buried my face in my arms and cried as quietly as I could. Everyone involved with who was bad news. Even my dead parents. That was why my aunt was trying so hard to keep me hidden from the Death Eaters, so I would never have to become one of them. I told myself to just forget about the stupid blonde boy who made me drop the books. I was never going to see him or his friends ever again, so I knew what happened just then didn't matter. I would go to Hogwarts in 2 days, and by then I would have forgotten all about Draco Malfoy. Like I said before, I was naive. Chapter 1. Do you have everything you need, honey? We've got to get going. The train leaves soon. Yeah, I'm coming. I huffed, stumbling down the stairs and dragging my trunk behind me. My aunt was waiting at the bottom, holding onto her muggle car keys and looking up at me anxiously. When I finally reached the bottom, my aunt grabbed the trunk from me and started to drag it towards the door, saying frantically over her shoulder, "Hurry, we can't be late. It's your first day and everything." Oh God, what if we miss the train? "Relax," I interrupted calmly, rolling my eyes and trying not to let my frustration show. My aunt was like this every year, but she was extra nervous because of the new school and everything. Honestly, if anyone should be freaking out, it was me. We made it to the car, and it took the both of us to shove my trunk into the back. I climbed into the passenger seat, and my aunt pulled out of the driveway, rambling the whole time about things I would need to know about Hogwarts. I sighed quietly as she went off on a rant about the classes I would be taking as a 5th year. I knew this already. She'd explained it to me multiple times over the summer. Unfortunately, and remember, Evelyn, you'll have to be sorted into a house because it's your first year at Hogwarts, my aunt told me, repeating the same words she'd said last week. You'll probably be the only one to get sorted that isn't a first year, just so you know. You'll be in Gryffindor, of course. So, you don't know that, I said quietly, and this finally made my aunt break off and glance over at me. I kept my gaze focused out the window, so I couldn't see her expression as she said slowly, "Honey, I know you're worried about being put into Slytherin, but it isn't going to happen. Your uncle and I were both in Gryffindor, and your parents didn't even go to Hogwarts when they were younger. There's no way you're going to get placed in Slytherin." What I wanted to say was, "But how can you be so sure? Both of my parents were Death Eaters. Of course I'll be in Slytherin. I've got bad blood." Instead, all I said was, "Yeah, I guess you're right." The rest of the car ride to King's Cross was spent in silence. I was grateful. Really, my aunt could be overwhelming at times. She was great and everything, and we got along really well in our tiny flat in London, but she could definitely be a bit much sometimes. When we finally made our way to the space between platforms 9 and 10, I was starting to get seriously nervous. Who was I going to sit with on the train? I didn't know anyone here, and I'd left all my friends back at Beauxbatons. What if everyone hated me? As we lugged my trunk to the brick wall that led to platform 9 3/4, I told myself to stop being so paranoid. I'd made friends at Beauxbatons when I first started there, hadn't I? And besides, no one knew who I really was. No one knew that my parents were Death Eaters when they were alive, so I was completely normal to them. I repeated that to myself as my aunt, and I rushed through the brick wall and onto the platform, telling myself over and over that I was normal. "You're normal, Eve. You are. All right, I think we're supposed to load your trunk over there." My aunt pointed, and the two of us carefully pushed our way through the crowds of parents and students to get to it. We loaded my trunk onto the train pretty easily, and when we were finished, my aunt glanced at her watch. "It leaves in 10 minutes, she said with a small smile, obviously feeling guilty for rushing out of the house when we really had extra time. "I'd love to see you off, but I've got to get to work." "Don't worry about it." I smiled warmly, knowing my aunt's work was important to her. "I'll just go find a seat." My aunt pulled me into a bone-crushing hug then, holding on to me tightly. I knew she was getting emotional, but I was just hoping she wouldn't cause a scene and embarrass me in front of all these people I didn't know. "Bye, Eve," she whispered in my ear. She kept her voice down as she added, "Stay safe, honey. Keep out of trouble. Don't draw too much attention to yourself, okay?" "Okay," I said, knowing exactly what she meant. "Keep my head down. Don't get noticed by you-know-who. Easy." As she pulled away, wiping discreetly under her eyes, my aunt smiled down at me with both hands on my shoulders. "Have a good year, Evelyn. Everything's going to be okay. You'll see. I love you." "Love you too," I said, and accepted one last hug from her before she had to turn away. As she disappeared into the crowd, I hoped she wouldn't be too lonely while I was gone. My uncle had walked out on us at the end of my 4th year, so this would be the first year. She would be alone at the flat while I was at school. I shook my head and tried not to think about it. I had other things to worry about right now, like finding a seat on the train. Feeling the nerves return to my stomach, I turned towards the Hogwarts Express and took a deep breath. I could do this. I was just about to board the train when, out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone struggling to load their trunk, automatically starting towards them. I asked uncertainly, "Hey, do you want some help?" The girl had long, fiery red hair that almost hurt my eyes to look at. She glanced up at the sound of my voice and grinned over at me as she replied, "That'd be great. Thanks." The two of us shoved her trunk onto the train, and when we were finished, the girl turned to me with a grateful smile. "Thanks for that. My brothers totally abandoned me." "Don't worry about it," I laughed tucking a blonde strand of hair behind one ear. "Hey, I don't think I've seen you before," the girl said, looking at me curiously. "What's your name?" "Eve Hawkins," I told her. "I'm Ginny Weasley." She grinned and stuck out her hand with a small laugh. "How come I've never seen you around?" I shyly shook her hand and said with a smile, "This is my first year at Hogwarts. I've been to Bobaxton's all my life." "Oh, cool," Ginny said, but was interrupted by the train whistling. We looked up at the clock to see that it left in 5 minutes, so Ginny smiled broadly at me and said, "Come on, let's go find a seat." The relief nearly turned my knees to water. As I followed her onto the train, I almost couldn't believe my luck. I had been expecting to spend the trip to Hogwarts in a compartment by myself, but here I was following a girl named Ginny Weasley onto the train. "I think my friends are already in a compartment," Ginny said over her shoulder, pushing her way past a group of second years milling around in the passageway. "Is that all right with you?" "Yeah, of course," I told her quickly. "I'm just glad to have people to sit with." "Don't worry, we're nice enough to be around." Ginny laughed, and I couldn't help but join her. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all. Ginny stopped at a compartment and slid open the door to reveal 2 others seated inside, a boy with dark brown hair and a blonde girl with clear blue eyes. I followed Ginny inside a bit nervously, hoping the other 2 wouldn't be annoyed with an extra person in their compartment. "This is Eve Hawkins," Ginny announced, shutting the door behind us and sitting across from the boy and girl. She patted the seat beside her, and I sat down gratefully. "That's Neville. And over there's Luna." Luna smiled at me over a copy of the Quibbler, which I noticed was upside down. I returned her smile a bit shyly and turned my head to Neville when he said kindly, "Nice to meet you. Is this your first year at Hogwarts?" "Yeah," I replied. "I transferred here from Bobaxton's." The train gave a loud whistle from outside the compartment window, and it slowly lurched into motion, pulling out of platform 9 3/4. "Please tell me you're a 4th year," Ginny said, putting her heels on the edge of our seat and slouching a bit as we took off for Hogwarts. "Maybe we'll be in the same dorm together." "Sorry, I'm a 5th year." I smiled. "Ooh, that means you'll have to be sorted tonight, right?" Luna spoke up for the first time, blinking over at me. "What house do you think you'll be put in?" "I'm hoping for Gryffindor, but I dunno." Ginny grinned over at me and said excitedly, "Yeah, I hope so too. Neville and I are in Gryffindor as well. Or maybe you'll be a Ravenclaw. That's Luna's house. Or you could be in Hufflepuff." Neville smiled with a raised eyebrow. "Shut up, Neville," Ginny snorted. "She's too cool to be a Hufflepuff." "Hey, you never know. Some really cool people are in Hufflepuff. Let's be realistic here." "Neville," Ginny retorted, and launched into a massive debate over the different types of people in each house. I couldn't stop smiling as I listened to the 2 of them bicker back and forth, joining in with them whenever there was laughter. For the first time all day, I was able to relax because I finally felt safe. I wasn't spending the trip to Hogwarts being alone and nervous. I was talking and laughing with a group of people around the same age as me. As the train continued its way to Hogwarts, I found myself forgetting all about the upcoming sorting, because in that tiny compartment, I realized I finally felt happy again. The nerves returned when we arrived at Hogwarts, and I had to part with Ginny, Neville, and Luna, now standing in a group full of nervous first years. I found myself feeling extremely anxious. We were waiting in front of the huge doors that led into what I assumed was the Great Hall, and a professor with graying hair had just told me I would be the first one to be sorted because I was the oldest. I picked at my nails and prayed I wouldn't be placed into Slytherin. Please, please put me in Gryffindor. It's where I belong, I swear. The professor, who I now remembered as Professor McGonagall, was back all too soon. As she opened the great hall doors and led the way inside, I tried not to pass out. I could feel everyone's eyes on me as I followed the professor down the lengthy row in between all the giant tables, the first years trailing behind me. The size of the hall was making my head spin. Just how many people went to this school? I tried to keep my gaze focused ahead, looking at the stool with what I figured was the sorting hat. As we came to a stop at the front of the great hall, I clenched my hands together and tried to get them to stop shaking. The headmaster stood from his place at the professor's table, but I was barely listening as he introduced himself to us. I picked up on my name as he explained why I was being sorted when I was a fifth year, but I couldn't be sure what he said about me. When Professor McGonagall beckoned me over to the stool, I forced my legs into motion and stiffly walked over to sit down in front of the entire school. I looked down at all the students, feeling my stomach lurk a bit as I saw they were all staring at me. As McGonagall slowly placed the sorting hat on my head, I found myself searching the crowd desperately for Ginny Weasley, needing to see a familiar face. But my gaze focused in on someone all too familiar, someone I told myself I would never see again. Oh shit, is that Draco Malfoy? Slytherin. It took a moment for the sorting hat's words to register. I tore my gaze away from the cruel boy with bleach blonde hair to see McGonagall's face as she gently removed the hat from my head. Her right eyebrow was raised slightly, but I barely heard her as she told me to go sit down at my house's table. I slid off the stool in a daze, hearing the roars and claps from one table only, the Slytherin table. No, this can't be happening. I can't be in Slytherin. It took all my concentration not to slip down the steps on my way down, my head spinning as I slowly made my way to the Slytherin table. I shakily sat down next to a girl my age with deep brown hair, and she grinned over at me with a raised eyebrow. As the sorting resumed behind me, I glanced up to see Draco Malfoy smirking over at me, his cold eyes glinting from across the table. The pit in my stomach grew as it hit me, hard. I was placed in Slytherin, the bad house, the house where everyone ended up following you-know-who one way or the other. I felt sick as I looked down the length of the table, seeing all the cold expressions and sick grins. I didn't belong here, I didn't. But then again, maybe I did. Chapter 2. I kept my head down for the rest of the sorting. Even though I knew everyone had probably already forgotten I'd been placed in Slytherin, I still felt like everyone's eyes were on me. My head was spinning while the first years were sorted into their houses, wondering over what I had done to get me put in the Slytherin house. Sure, my parents had been loyal Death Eaters, but they died when I was 2. My aunt and uncle were Gryffindors, and they basically raised me all my life. So why the hell had the sorting hat placed me in Slytherin? Something must have been wrong. Maybe I could talk to McGonagall after and ask if I could try again. The whirlwind of thoughts was interrupted as the feast suddenly appeared before us, and for a moment I forgot all about being in Slytherin. Great piles of food had emerged from the tables, and I looked around in awe to see that the 4 oak tables were now completely covered with platters of food. I realized the Slytherins around me weren't fazed by the appearance of the feast, so I tried to wipe the expression off my face quickly. "Are you going to eat?" I looked to my right and saw that the brown-haired girl beside me was staring at me with a bitter smirk. "Well, are you?" she said, picking at her own salad. "Oh, God, don't tell me you're one of those anorexic girls. I actually don't think I'll be able to put up with. I'm not anorexic, I interrupted quickly, my voice coming out much smaller than I'd intended. Ignoring the laugh she shared with the boy sitting across from us, I reached over and spooned some soup into a bowl. Not that I would be able to eat it, with the way I was feeling right now. So, what's your name? Anyway, the girl asked, clearly just bored, and looking for something to talk about. I wasn't paying attention. I tried to hold my head high and make my voice sound casual as I replied, Eve Hawkins. Who are you? Pansy Parkinson, she said loftily, poking her fork at the salad in front of her. She looked me up and down then, seeming to take in my appearance for the first time all night. Pansy's left eyebrow rose as she looked at me, saying critically, You don't look like a Slytherin. I don't feel like one either. You're right, she really doesn't, the boy sitting across from Pansy said. His pale eyes raked me over, his dark skin making the pigment of his irises glow eerily. Why the hell did you have to get sorted if you're a fifth year? I opened my mouth to reply, but the cruel blonde boy sitting next to him cut me off. Shut up, Blaze. No one cares where she came from. Fighting the heat that was rising to my cheeks, I put my spoon down harder than necessary. None of the Slytherins noticed my growing anger, and I glared heatedly at Draco Malfoy across the table. He wasn't even going to glance my way. Christ, I was just asking. Blaze rolled his eyes, cutting into his steak. I don't give a shit, but I was just asking. Pansy rested both elbows on the table, clearly done with her salad, which she barely even touched. She turned to me and demanded nastily, Well, tell us. I'm bored, but what else is there to talk about? Maybe you should try not talking, I snapped without thinking, the anger flaring up hot. As Pansy's jaw dropped, there was a chorus of laughter and ooze from the fifth-year boys, most of who I didn't even know. Blaze actually clapped, saying over the noise of the great hall, Yeah, she's a Slytherin. The short burst of anger was over almost as quickly as it had come. I realized that if Pansy retaliated, I would automatically back down. But all she did was give me the fiercest glare before shifting her weight around, deliberately facing away from me. I breathed a quiet sigh of relief, just grateful that I would be left alone now. I didn't want to speak with these people if all they were going to do was talk down to me and act like I wasn't sitting right next to them. But I pushed my bowl of soup away from myself and looked up to see Blaze still watching me out of the corner of his eye. I pretended not to notice the way he was looking at me with a raised eyebrow and an intense stare. Instead, I looked past the people seated at the Slytherin table to see the other house's tables. I saw all the other students talking and laughing with one another and felt a terrible ache in my chest. Why did the hat have to place me in Slytherin? I would have been happy in any other house. I realized Ginny Weasley was watching me carefully from across the Great Hall, and I just stopped myself from waving to her. She was regarding me almost suspiciously, whispering to the brown-haired boy beside her. My heart sank when I saw her expression, but it sunk even lower when I realized the boy was Harry Potter. Great. Now the boy who lived thinks I'm evil. I started to get really sad then, and not just because Harry was watching me carefully from across the room. I thought I'd actually managed to make a friend on the first day, but now it looked like Ginny, and I couldn't be friends, because there was no way she was going to want to talk to me when I was in her rival house. My aunt had told me enough to know that Gryffindors and Slytherins never got along. But why should they? Everyone knew that Gryffindors were good and Slytherins were bad. And just like my parents, I was on the bad side. Chapter 3. I discovered that Pansy Parkinson wouldn't be my only roommate. There was another girl named Millicent Bulstrode, who was just as terrible as Pansy, if not worse. What made it so awful was the fact that Millicent and Pansy were friends. So when the feast ended, and we went down to our dormitories, the two of them immediately went to their side of the room and whispered together for hours. T took everything I had not to owl my aunt and begged to be sent home. I had been nervous about making friends here even before arriving, but this was worse, so much worse. How was I supposed to make friends if the only girls in my house and year absolutely hated me? And it looked like being friends with anyone outside of Slytherin wasn't an option. I'd seen the way Ginny and Harry had looked at me from across the Great Hall. It was clear the other three houses didn't want much to do with my house, and it seemed as though the other Slytherins were perfectly okay with that. I went to bed praying that tomorrow would be better. At breakfast the next morning, Professor McGonagall handed out everyone's schedules before classes started. I found that I had potions first, and my stomach lurked a bit. It wasn't because I was bad at potions. I was worried about where I was going to sit. The bell rang all too soon, and I reluctantly got up from the Slytherin table and made my way out of the Great Hall along with everyone else. I searched the crowds of students for Ginny Weasley, but I couldn't spot her anywhere. Trying to decide whether or not this was a good thing, I clutched my schedule and concentrated my gaze on Pansy's back. As much as I already disliked her, there was no way I could find the potions classroom without deliberately following her. I discovered that the potions classroom was in the dungeons, pretty close to the Slytherin common room. Taking a deep breath and pulling up the strap on my bag, I hurried inside the classroom. My heart sank almost as soon as I stepped inside. The class was full of Slytherins, and as I looked over the tables, I realized there was not a single student who wasn't a Slytherin. I nearly turned around and walked back out when I saw that none of the tables were empty. "Hey, Hawkins, sit over here." I turned my head as someone called my name, and I saw, to my surprise, Blaise Sabini beckoning me over to his table. Uncertainly starting forward, I couldn't tell if he was joking or not. He laughed at my unsure expression and told me to just sit down. I hesitated, noticing for the first time who else was sitting at his table. Draco Malfoy and another Slytherin boy from last night were seated around the table, and I felt the sudden urge to back away very quickly. "Relax, you can sit here," Blaise said, and I finally gave in. Where else was I going to go? As I gave him a small smile and took a seat next to him, I heard Malfoy mutter under his breath, "Does she have to?" I felt my cheeks flush, no matter how hard I tried to ignore him. The intense anger that had helped me snap at Pansy last night was gone now, and I knew I was back to the way I always was. Quiet and not standing up to anyone. Blaise rolled his eyes at Malfoy, and he was about to say something to me when the potions professor cleared his throat at the front of the room. Everyone instantly quieted down, and I looked up to see a tall man standing before all the tables, dressed head to toe in black with greasy hair. I felt uneasy just looking at him. "Welcome," the man said, his voice unnaturally smooth, "to fifth-year potions. I am Professor Snape, but everyone here should know that. I expected him to call me out on being new here, but he didn't, and I let out an inaudible sigh of relief. Since you are all in Slytherin, I expect you all to excel in this class," Snape continued, his dark gaze sweeping over the tables. He then went on to explain what we would be learning this year, but I stopped listening. Malfoy had begun to whisper quietly with a larger boy sitting next to him, whose name I still didn't know, and the two of them kept glancing my way with smirks on their faces. Malfoy must have said something extremely funny because the boy next to him snorted loudly and tried to disguise it with a cough. Biting my lip, I looked over and hoped Snape would call them out for talking while he was, but he didn't even glance at our table. I tried instead to focus on what the professor was saying, but I couldn't help but try to listen in on Malfoy's conversation. What was he saying about me that was so damn funny? We'll be studying that a great deal, but we will focus on Versatarum. Although we won't be able to brew it legally, I shut out the professor's droning voice completely, even leaning slightly closer to the table to try and hear what Malfoy was whispering without making it obvious. I strained to hear anything, and I definitely picked up on. Obviously she's, why the hell, fucking obnoxious. I wasn't angry this time. I was just sad. Why did Malfoy and the rest of the Slytherins hate me so much? It wasn't like I'd ever done anything to them. Sure, I didn't look like I belonged in Slytherin, but that wasn't a crime, was it? I had no idea why Malfoy had some sort of reason to be cruel to me. He'd been the one who bumped into me at Diagon Alley after all. I'd never bothered any of them. It was only the first day of class, for Christ's sake. The hell are you looking at? Are you going to get your book out, or what? My head snapped to the right, and realized, of course, Draco Malfoy was smirking over at me, and trying not to laugh, seeing that everyone was getting their books out, and that Snape was clearly finished with his boring speech. I glared heatedly at Malfoy, and reached inside my bag angrily. I knew I wouldn't be able to say anything against him, so I didn't even bother. Why did I always have to zone out like that? Ignore Draco, Blaise told me, flipping through his own book and smirking over at Malfoy. He's had something up his ass for as long as I can remember. You're a dick, Malfoy snapped, which made me think the two of them weren't friends after all. But Blaise laughed, and Malfoy rolled his eyes with exaggerated annoyance. And I figured they both must just naturally be mean to everyone. It certainly seemed that way. I flipped to the right page, seeing that we had to read the beginning of the chapter until class was over. Blaise leaned forward in his seat, resting his elbows on the pages of his open book and clearly having no intentions of actually doing the reading. So, you never said why you had to get sorted last night. Checking to make sure Snape was on the other side of the room, I replied, I had to transfer here from Bo Baxton's. Why? Blaise asked nosily, and I was opening my mouth to make up some sort of an excuse when Malfoy cut me off. She flunked out. Obviously, Malfoy drawled, leaning back in his chair, and not even bothering to turn to the right page in his book. She doesn't seem very bright, does she? The large boy next to him laughed loudly, and I pressed my mouth into a thin line. It was bothering me more and more, the fact that Malfoy kept talking about me like I wasn't even there. Blaise rolled his eyes and snapped, Stop being an ass, Draco. I'm trying to talk to her. Goyle thought it was funny. Malfoy smirked, and the boy next to him laughed again. Snape passed close by our table then, and I held my breath, waiting for him to call Malfoy out on talking instead of reading. But all the professor did was glance at him and continue walking around the room while Malfoy leaned over and said something to Goyle in a low voice. What the hell? It was like Snape didn't even care that Malfoy was talking the entire class. Was Malfoy really on the professor's good side, so much that he could do whatever he wanted? It seemed to be that way, and to be honest, that made me loathe him even more. I defiantly turned towards Blaise and said evenly, I just moved over the summer, and Hogwarts was closer. I didn't flunk out, in case you were wondering. I didn't think you did, Blaze told me, raising one eyebrow. You look smart to me. I flushed under his intense gaze, starting to feel seriously uncomfortable. I was saved from having to think of a response to that by the bell ringing loudly, and I automatically shut my book and shoved it into my bag. Standing quickly, I realized that the other 3 Slytherins were moving much slower, lazily closing their books and taking their time. They probably didn't care about being late to their next class. As I turned for the door, I could practically feel Blaze's eyes on my back. Why was he always staring at me? And it was weird to think this, but why was he being so nice to me? Swallowed hard and started off for charms, desperately hoping that my next class would be better than the last. Chapter 4. Of course, I got lost on my way to charms. Why did this castle have to be so damn huge? By the time I finally wandered into the right classroom, most of the students were already there. I felt my heart sink as I looked around the room. Great, here we go again. And Blaze wasn't even here to offer me a seat. But then I spotted Ginny, Weasley sitting alone towards the back, and I automatically started forward. She'd been so nice to me on the train. Surely my being a Slytherin wasn't that big of a deal to her? When I came to stop by the table, she looked up and almost seemed surprised to see me. I clutched the strap of my bag and said much too quickly, "Can I sit with you?" She said uncertainly, watching me carefully. "I guess so." I awkwardly set my bag down and pulled out the chair next to hers, somewhat shocked she had actually said yes. After I had sat down, there was an empty span of uncomfortable silence between us as we waited for the professor to arrive. This is my chance, I thought, knowing I had to talk to her. She'd let me sit next to her. Hadn't she? I had to at least explain myself. "Look," I said, "I didn't know why I was put in Slytherin. I really don't." Ginny still wasn't saying anything, but she looked over at me, so I knew she was at least listening. "I honestly wish I was a Gryffindor, but there's nothing I can do." I was rambling now, desperate to make her understand. I wasn't a Slytherin at heart. Both my aunt and uncle were in Gryffindor, so it doesn't even make sense. It's not like I'm a mean person. I'm really not. Some of the people in Slytherin are just plain awful. Pansy Parkinson actually makes me sick to my stomach. I just don't understand. I broke off then because Ginny was giggling uncontrollably. When I turned to look at her, she laughed. "Relax, you don't have to explain yourself. It isn't a big deal, really, it isn't. We just thought you weren't who you said you were." I felt the familiar tug of guilt at my stomach, but I pushed it away. Smiling uncertainly at Ginny, I still felt unsure if she was kidding or not. "No worries, Eve. Slytherins can be friends with other houses," Ginny said brightly, leaning back in her chair. Her grin was huge as she added, "Plus, you hate Pansy almost as much as I do. I'll have to tell Neville and Harry that you're actually sane." This made me laugh out loud. I don't know what it is about her. She's just so terrible. "She really is," Ginny agreed, rolling her eyes. She leaned closer with a smirk on her face and asked, "So, tell me how it is with the Slytherins. Are they really just as mean to each other as they are to everyone else?" So I explained how Blaze and Malfoy snapped at each other all the time, and even dared to relive the events of the feast last night. You said that to her? That's priceless. I'm so proud of you. By the time the charms professor finally entered the classroom, the hard knot in my chest had almost completely disappeared. I suddenly felt okay again, like I wasn't going to be a complete loner at this school. If Ginny got along with me, maybe the rest of her friends would too. For the first time since being sorted, I had a real smile on my face. Maybe this year won't be so bad after all. Long after classes had ended, I headed up to the Ollery to receive the letter my aunt had promised she would send. I was feeling a lot better than I had the previous night. The rest of my classes had gone okay, and Neville had even sat with me during Transfiguration. The only other class I had with Blaze and his friends was Care of Magical Creatures, and they hadn't bothered me much, although Blaze kept smiling at me from across the room. Either way, I was starting to actually look forward to the next day of classes. It was dark in the Ollery, since it was now pretty late in the evening. I located my aunt's owl near the back and graciously accepted the scroll from her scaled leg. Wanting to waste as much time as possible before going back to the Slytherin common room, I stood next to the bright flame of a torch and opened the letter. It was the usual letter I received from her after my first day of classes. Short but full of questions about how everything was going. It was just the same as the ones I used to get back at Bo Baxton's. Except this time she'd asked me which house I had gotten into. My heart sank. My aunt was going to be so disappointed when she found out. Sighing heavily, I decided I wasn't going to respond right away. I folded the parchment and shoved it into my robes before heading out of the Ollery, reluctantly returning downstairs to the dungeons. The castle was dead silent, and I couldn't really hear anyone else walking around. I didn't even think about it, assuming people were mostly inside their common rooms now because it was getting so late. At least there were torches every so often along the stone walls. This place would be seriously creepy if it was any darker. I was nearly to the staircase that led to the dungeons when a voice called out from behind, asking sharply, "Just what are you doing out so late?" Turning, I felt my stomach turn over as I saw McGonagall striding towards me. For a second, I was seriously confused. "I'm just coming back from the Ollery. That's all. I wasn't doing anything bad, I swear." "It's 3 hours past curfew," she said crisply, and my eyes widened. "There's a curfew?" The professor looked at me as though I had two heads, and she was opening her mouth again to probably yell at me when a look of recognition suddenly crossed her face. "Wait, you're Evelyn Hawkins? You just transferred here, correct?" "Yeah," I said quickly. "I didn't know there was a curfew. I'm so sorry." Her annoyed face relaxed a little, and she told me much more kindly, "Yes, no students are allowed out after 8 o'clock in the evenings. I'll let you off this time, but if it happens again, you'll be receiving a detention." I thanked her repeatedly, finally allowing myself to breathe again. Why was I always messing up? It was only the first day. As McGonagall nodded and began to turn away, I realized she looked down at the Slytherin crest on my robes before heading back down the hallway. I frowned, knowing she probably thought I was taking advantage of being new here and doing whatever I wanted. The thought made me oddly sad because that wasn't what was happening at all. For the 100th time, I was filled with the desire to be in any house other than Slytherin. It was definitely giving me a reputation I didn't deserve. I shook my head and continued down to the dungeons, cursing myself for not realizing there was a curfew. When I reached the Slytherin common room, it only took me a minute to remember the password before I was able to crawl inside. As the portrait shut behind me, I looked up to see that the entire common room was empty, except, of course, for Draco Malfoy. He looked up from his seat before the glowing green fireplace, leaning his head over the edge of the couch and watching me as I stepped inside. His face split into a smirk as he said in a voice mimicking Blaze's tone, Hey, Hawkins, I rolled my eyes and automatically started for the entrance to the girls' dormitories. I had wanted to sit in front of the fire and do homework for a while, but that wasn't going to happen if Malfoy was in the room. Wait, where are you going? Don't you want to sit with me? His smug tone suggested that he really did think I was desperate enough to want to sit with him, even after the way he always acted towards me. I looked over my shoulder and glared heatedly at him, absolutely hating the way he was grinning at me. No, I don't. Actually, of course you don't, Malfoy said sarcastically, still giving me that infuriating smirk. He had both arms splayed across the back of the couch, his feet lazily propped up against the black coffee table. I didn't know why I wasn't just turning away from him and leaving, because really I didn't have to stand here and listen to him. What were you doing out so late? It's your first day and you're already sleeping around? That's pretty low, even for someone like you. I felt hot tears pricking at the backs of my eyes, but crying in front of Draco Malfoy was the last thing I wanted to do. It had been one of the longest days of my life, and being around Malfoy was just too much right now. I turned away and started for the stairs, snapping over my shoulder. Leave me alone. I'm going to bed. Oh, have you got another guy up there? No, wait. I bet you're going to get it on with Pansy. I always knew she... Shut up, I interrupted fiercely, whipping around to face him. There was nothing I could do about the tears now, but I was so angry and frustrated that I barely felt the drops sliding down my cheeks. Stop being such an asshole to me. I've never done anything to you. Just leave me the fuck alone. As my voice started to choke, Malfoy started to stand from his place on the couch. When he spoke, the lofty and provoking tone was gone, and his voice sounded almost confused as he asked blankly, Are you crying? But I barely even heard him. I choked out, Fuck you, Malfoy, before turning and stumbling up to the girls' dormitories. He might have yelled another insult at my back, but I couldn't hear anything. I did my best to be quiet when I entered my dorm, and I don't think I woke up Pansy or Millicent. I threw myself onto the bed and ripped the curtains closed around the bedposts, shutting out the rest of the world. As I laid down and quietly cried myself to sleep, I told myself over and over again that nothing Malfoy had said meant anything to me. And it didn't. Nothing he says from now on will ever mean anything to me. And at the time, I had honestly believed that. Chapter 5. Malfoy left me alone for approximately 1 day, which, to be honest, was longer than I had been expecting. I had thought he would go right back to being just as nasty as he always was even after I yelled at him, but he didn't. Malfoy completely ignored me during potions the next day, and he did the same throughout care of magical creatures. He even went so far as to avoid me in the Slytherin common room later that night. So, needless to say, my second day at Hogwarts was about 100 times better than the first. Ginny and I had worked together during charms, and after classes, I went outside with the rest of her friends to sit down by the lake. I felt a little awkward around all those people I didn't know, but they definitely seemed to like me. I went to bed that night feeling pretty happy, which was a huge difference from the way I had felt the night before. Of course, I knew it wouldn't last. Malfoy went straight back to his usual attitude on the third day of classes, but by that point, I was feeling okay enough that I didn't even feel the need to flip out on him again. Besides, I'd promised myself that I wouldn't listen to him anymore, or let him affect me at all. And so far, it was working. Now, it was the fourth day of classes, and we were making our first potion of the year. Snape dryly told us that we would need to work in partners. So Blaze automatically looked over at me and winked. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't keep the redness from rising to my cheeks. All right, you mash up the beetles and I'll sort through the dried pepper? Blaze smiled at me over the cauldron, the two of us sitting much closer now that we were working together. Across the table, Malfoy was paired up with Goyle, although I could see that Goyle was going to be doing most of the work. Okay, I replied, giving a small smile in return. I was mashing up the beetle legs with the handle of my knife while Blaze went to work with the pepper, and I glanced over our cauldron to see that Malfoy was leaning back in his seat while Goyle worked with the ingredients. He was just lazily looking around the classroom while his partner did all the work. I rolled my eyes at this, keeping my head down and my mouth shut. Did you hear we're working with fire crabs later? Blaze asked, looking over at me as he dumped the dried pepper into the boiling water. One corner of his mouth was turned up as he explained. Marcus told me that's what we're going to be doing in care of magical creatures later. Doesn't that suck? Hagrid does it on purpose because he hates Slytherin. I swear. He seemed okay to me. I shrugged, wiping the handle of my knife with a cloth. Besides, aren't the Gryffindors working with them too? Of course not, Malfoy scoffed, butting into our conversation before Blaze could even open his mouth to respond. I tried not to sigh loudly as he leaned forward in his chair, sneering across the table at me. They're working with flobberworms. Did you honestly think he wouldn't favor the Gryffindors over us? He always does this shit. It's the same every year. You wouldn't know. You're right. I wouldn't know, I replied evenly, not looking up at Malfoy. Blaze snorted beside me, and I saw him grinning at me out of the corner of my eye. Anyway, Malfoy said, as though I hadn't spoken, leaning back in his chair. I'm skipping. That class is a waste of my fucking time. Yeah, I'm surprised you haven't skipped already, Blaze said, chopping up some lemongrass. You barely even showed up at all last year. Malfoy laughed then, his arms crossed in front of him. Yeah, that's right. It's pointless. Every year it is. My father can't get them to let me drop it. I was stirring our potion now, barely even listening to Malfoy's conversation anymore. He was practically talking to himself now anyway, boasting loudly about something his father had done. I was trying not to let it get to me, the fact that he at least had a father. You look like you know what you're doing. Blaze smiled, leaning on both elbows against the table as he watched me. Across from us, Malfoy was snapping at Goyle for putting in the wrong ingredient. So we were finally left in peace for a few moments. I blushed under his intense gaze and charming expression, hoping he wouldn't notice the redness creep onto my cheeks. Yeah, right. Is it supposed to be this color? No, Malfoy said nastily from across the table, interrupting Blaze, and I for the second time that class. Yes, that's what it should look like. Blaze flipped through his potions textbook and said, You're such a dick. Malfoy. Shut up, Zabini. Malfoy snapped as Goyle dumped their lemongrass in. You're an idiot. At least I'm working. So what? I'm observing, Malfoy said, leaning back in his chair again. He lifted his chin to the two of us and added, Besides, you're making her do all the work for you. I looked up from the cauldron, finally catching up with their rapid conversation. Blaze was rolling his eyes, and Malfoy was sneering over at us from across the table. Malfoy added, You've always sucked at potions, Zabini. You might as well call it quits. And why are you being such an asshole? I interrupted angrily, my grip tightening on the ladle as Malfoy insulted Blaze. Why was he being so mean to the one person in Slytherin who was actually being decent to me? You're the one who hasn't done a single thing all class. Malfoy's expression turned into a nasty smirk as he looked at me, and his eyes looked a bit darker when he snapped. Want to say that again? Hawkins? His dark change in mood seriously scared me, so I didn't even remember what else I had wanted to say to him. All I could get out was a tiny sorry, but it could barely be heard over Blaise as he said angrily, "Hey, leave her alone." Malfoy. I was too busy staring at Blaise with wide eyes, shocked he had defended me against one of his best friends, to realize Malfoy was looking at me with an almost disappointed expression. The tension at our little table was almost getting to be stifling when Snape announced that he would be going around to inspect each of our potions. I breathed a tiny sigh of relief as Malfoy turned to ask Goyle if the potion was done, and Blaise turned to me with a grin. "Don't worry," he said in a quiet voice, leaning close to me. "We do this shit all the time. Next period we'll be back to insulting each other like normal." This made me laugh, no matter how hard I tried to stifle it. I was distracted as Snape got closer to our table, and I looked worriedly down at the cauldron, praying I had done the stirring correctly. "It looks great, Eve." Blaise smiled at me. He reached over and touched my arm, making me exhale in a tiny gasp. When I looked up, his pale eyes were staring straight into mine. One of his eyebrows was raised, and he was still grinning as he added, "You're pretty good at potions, by the way. Maybe I should just let you do all the work. That wouldn't end well," I replied shakily, unable to stop myself from smiling nervously back at him. Snape reached our table, and Blaise pulled his hand away from my arm. My heart was racing, not knowing what to think as Snape bent over our cauldron. So much had happened in one class, and my head was spinning so badly that I felt dizzy. The bell rang as Snape was finishing up with Malfoy and Goyle's cauldron, and as we packed up he reminded us that the essay was due next class. I hurriedly put my things away, wanting to get to Charms quickly, so I could talk to Ginny before class. As I stood up from my chair, Blaise grinned up at me and said, "See you around, Eve." I was too busy blushing and trying to turn away quickly that I completely missed the look Malfoy gave me. I don't know what I would have done if I had seen it, because it was almost like he was sad, and that wouldn't have made any sense, because the Draco Malfoy I knew would never send me a look that wasn't full of loathing. Chapter 6. I don't think we're doing this right. Neville and I looked down at the candlestick that was supposed to be shifting into a quill, but was instead just turning a pale pink. I shook my head and agreed. "Yeah, we're definitely doing this wrong." "You said it right, didn't you?" "I thought I did," Neville said uncertainly, looking around at the other tables to see what was happening to their candles. The rest of our Transfiguration class seemed to only be getting wax that was molded into the shape of a feather, but that was still 10 times better than what was happening to ours. McGonagall was going around the room to see how everyone was doing, so I quickly refocused my attention on our candle, which was now slowly starting to melt. "Gross," I said, wrinkling my nose as the sickly colored wax bubbled over onto the table. "Maybe if we, how do you even fix this?" "No idea," Neville shrugged, starting to panic now that McGonagall was getting closer. "Here, maybe we can start over." He muttered some kind of spell that I didn't catch, and the wax slowly began to harden and conform back into a red candle. Once the candlestick looked normal again, he nudged my shoulder and kept a lookout for McGonagall. "Okay, you try it. Quick. She's coming." So I tried, shakily repeating the spell, and awkwardly doing the correct movements the professor had taught us yesterday. The candle wax melted for the second time, slowly molding into the shape of a long feather. It wasn't a real quill, but at least it was no worse than what everyone else in the class had done. Neville clapped me on the back, grinning and saying, "That was brilliant. We should have just had you do it the first time." McGonagall passed by us then, observing the waxy feather with a raised eyebrow before continuing to the next table. As she walked away, I poked the wax with my wand and said, "Too bad it couldn't be a real quill. Transfiguration was never this hard at Beauxbatons." "That's McGonagall for you," Neville said, rolling his eyes slightly. "At least you saved us. You have no idea how terrible I always do in this class." "Well, you're lucky I'm here," I teased. McGonagall returned to the front of the classroom and expressed her firm disappointment at the fact that none of us had been able to produce a real quill, telling us we would need to try again. She demonstrated the spell for the second time, performing it easily and transforming the candlestick into a perfect quill. How could she always make it look so easy? As she set us off to try again, Neville changed our waxy feather back to a normal candle. I positioned it in front of us and said to him, "Okay, you go for it. Second time's a charm, right?" Neville laughed at this, saying, "It's usually the third time, but hopefully it won't come to that." As Neville tried the spell again, I glanced around the room to see how everyone else was doing. They seemed to be getting the same results as last time, but I saw that a few had managed to actually produce a quill. I didn't really know anyone else in the class, but when a Hufflepuff turned in his seat and proudly held up his quill to show me, I smiled and raised my eyebrows, impressed. He gave me a wide grin and turned back around, leaving me with a small smile still on my face. Everyone else was so nice to me. Why did Slytherin have to be so cold to everyone, even the people in their own house? "Hey, I think I did it," Neville exclaimed, almost sounding like he didn't even believe it himself. I turned to him and saw the transfigured quill lying on the desk in front of us. Grinning widely, I clapped him on the back and said, "See, I knew it would work the second time around. Well done, Neville." He flushed and mumbled something about it being no big deal. McGonagall made her way around the room for the second time, but she only gave our quill a small nod before moving on. Neville told me this was pretty much the best acknowledgement he'd ever gotten from her. Since the period was almost over, Professor McGonagall returned to the front of the room and announced that we all needed to continue practicing the spell for homework. When the bell finally rang and everyone was packing up their things, McGonagall turned to me and said kindly, "Evelyn, do you mind staying to help me clean up a bit? It won't take long." "Okay," I said a bit uncertainly. Neville gathered his books up and smiled at me, saying, "I'll see you later. Yeah, maybe you can help me write that potions essay." "No problem," I laughed. "See you." Once everyone had left, I turned and began to help McGonagall turn the mostly transfigured quills back into candlesticks. As we went around the room, the professor smiled over at me and said, "I went to school with your aunt and uncle, you know." "Really?" I said, starting to feel a bit awkward. What if she knew who my parents were? "Yes," McGonagall replied, scooping up the next few candlesticks and placing them back in the bag. "I shared a dormitory with your aunt. In fact, we were both in Gryffindor." "Oh," I said lamely as moved to the next table. "She didn't mention it. It was a long time ago," she admitted, waving her wand crisply at the waxy feather on the table before us. "Did your parents go to Hogwarts as well?" I bit my lip, knowing this was going to happen. I placed the next candle in the bag, making my voice sound even as I replied, "No, my mother went to Bo Baxton's, and my dad went to Durmstrang." Of course, McGonagall nodded. We were now at the last table, and I hurriedly transformed the feather in front of me back to candlestick. I wanted to get out of here as quickly as possible before she asked me a question I wouldn't be able to answer honestly. As she placed the last few candles into the bag, the professor looked at me and said kindly, "I understand your aunt and uncle have raised you all your life. It is interesting that you weren't placed in Gryffindor as well, don't you think?" "I guess," I shrugged, trying to keep my voice from wavering. Now all the candles were put away, and I pulled the strap up on my bag. I just needed to get out of here. McGonagall was looking at me carefully, clearly thinking. "Well," she said to me, giving a small smile. "Thank you for your help, Miss Hawkins. Tell your defense against the dark arts teacher. You were just helping me." "Okay," I said, forcing a smile as I started for the door. "I'll tell her." "Enjoy the rest of the day," McGonagall said as I turned away hastily. I could feel her eyes on me the whole way to the door. As soon as the door was shut behind me, I let out the huge breath I'd been holding. I shakily started away from the Transfiguration classroom, my mind reeling. Did she know who my parents were? Maybe my aunt had told her back when they were in school. Oh God, what took you so long? I jumped at the voice behind me, spinning around to see Draco Malfoy leaning against the wall beside the door to McGonagall's classroom. As I glared at him suspiciously, he raised one eyebrow at me with his head tilted casually back against the stone wall behind him. He looked down at me, his hands deep in his pockets. "I've been waiting out here for ages." "What for?" I snapped, knowing he would never actually wait around to talk to me. Malfoy opened his mouth, slightly like he was about to say something, then closed it quickly. Finally he said coolly, "No reason." I stared at him for half a moment before rolling my eyes and starting to turn away. "Whatever. I've got to get to class, if you don't mind." I only got a few steps before his voice stopped me again. "Stay away from Zabini, all right?" I turned, my eyebrows coming together in confusion. When I faced him, he was looking away down the hallway to the right. I shook my head and asked exasperatedly, "What do you mean?" He didn't say anything and still refused to look at me, so I gave a frustrated sigh and turned away, continuing off down the hallway. If he was going to be a dick to me, the least he could do was not try to sabotage the one good relationship I had with someone in Slytherin. Chapter 7. By the time I finally made it to Defense Against the Dark Arts, I was about 10 minutes late. I walked in hurriedly, looking up to see Professor Umbridge staring at me from her place at the front of the classroom. My heart sank as I realized she'd stopped mid-sentence, and now half the class was twisting in their seats to look at me. "Why, Miss Hawkins," Professor Umbridge said, her unusually sweet voice making me even more uneasy. "Would you care to tell us why you're so late to class?" I repeated, all these eyes on me making me forget what I should say. I had to help Professor McGonagall clean up. She told me to tell you. My cheeks burning, I mumbled a hasty apology. I went to sit down at my regular seat alone in the back, but I almost stopped when I realized someone was seated beside my chair. Blaise looked over his shoulder and gave me a warm grin, waving me over. "Well," the professor said crisply, "next time, tell Professor McGonagall I need to hear that from her in person. Take a seat, if you would. Stay away from Zabini." I pushed Malfoy's voice away and quickly sat down beside Blaze, setting my bag down next to the table. As Umbridge continued her boring lesson, I whispered to Blaze, "Why are you here? I thought you had divination this period." "Nice to see you too," Blaze said cheekily, rolling his eyes in fake annoyance. "My schedule got switched around. Guess you're stuck with me." My smile widened, and I knew I was blushing. Thank God, I thought, looking back up at the front of the room. Thank God he's in this class now. I wouldn't have to sit at the back all by myself anymore, surrounded by Ravenclaws, none of which had any interest in speaking with me. A Slytherin. As Umbridge set us off to do the problems on page 24 of the textbook, Blaze looked around the classroom and said, "Man, this class is shit. Not a single Slytherin. Or Gryffindor," I thought, but decided not to say it. "Tell me about it," I said instead, flipping through my book to the right page. "And Umbridge is awful, so that just makes it worse." Blaze snorted loudly, glancing up at the front of the room to see if the professor had heard. The rest of the class was talking, and my voice was always so quiet that my comment didn't carry far. He finally flipped to the right page and said, "She really is terrible. Isn't she? Makes me sick, if I'm being honest. There's just so much pink," I said, peering over my open textbook to look at Umbridge. She was sitting at the front of the room, slowly grading some papers while we did our work. Blaze was watching her as well now, the two of us critically looking her over from our place at the back of the room and trying not to laugh. "She reminds me of a toad. Do you see that?" "Yeah," I giggled quietly, trying to cover my mouth with one hand. "It's the eyes, I reckon. Definitely the eyes. And what's up with her hair?" Umbridge glanced up then, so I quickly ducked my head and prayed she hadn't heard. Blaze, however, didn't even move. He just sat there casually, probably not even caring if the professor had heard or not. When I finally looked up again, Umbridge was back to grading her papers, and Blaze was doing his best not to laugh at me. "You worry too much," he said, drumming his fingers against his open textbook. "I do not," I retorted, even though I knew he was right. I pulled my book closer to me and said, "We've got to do these problems. We haven't even started." "What? No way. There's only 5 minutes left. I'm not starting that now," Blaze said, leaning back in his chair and smirking at me lazily. "Let's just talk some more." "Yeah?" We were having such a great conversation. "Not really," I teased, trying to read the question for the first problem, but not finding it in me to focus enough. "You were just distracting me." "You like it," Blaze said arrogantly. He leaned closer suddenly, a small smile on his face. "Hey, want to help me with the potions essay later?" "Oh," I said somewhat awkwardly, looking over at him. "I told Neville I'd help him after classes." "You're helping Longbottom?" Blaze exclaimed, earning a glare from Umbridge. I opened my mouth to weakly defend Neville, but Blaze shook his head and continued. "Anyway, I meant like tonight. In the common room." "Oh," I repeated. Was that all I could say today? "Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I don't know how much help I'll be, though. I'll take what I can get." Blaze winked. "It's a plan, then. It might be a little late. I've got Quidditch today." "I don't mind," I said quickly. "It's no big deal." "Great." Blaze grinned as the bell rang. I packed up my things pretty quickly, and Blaze, as usual, took much longer. My next class was herbology, so I knew I had to leave now. Pulling up the strap on my bag, I waved shyly to Blaze and told him, "See you tonight, then." "Definitely. See you, Eve." I left the classroom with a wide smile that I couldn't seem to get rid of. "Draco." All I'm saying is that if you're less than 4 feet tall, you shouldn't be teaching. You're an idiot, Draco. It's called being a dwarf. You've heard of them, haven't you? Shut up, Flint. I snapped as we all headed down to the locker rooms before Quidditch practice. Of course I know what a fucking dwarf is. I'm saying they shouldn't be teaching. Flint was rolling his eyes, and I knew Zabini was probably doing the same behind me, but at the moment I didn't care. Flitwick took 30 points from Slytherin just because I didn't do the stupid homework. Since when was that a crime? And I don't even give a shit about house points anymore. I continued as we neared the locker room door, not having anything better to talk about. It's the fact that a 3-foot-tall man took them away. It's messed up. Maybe you should have actually done the work, Zabini said dryly, pulling open the locker room door and walking inside. I felt my usual distaste for Zabini rise up again. Since when do you care so much about the work, Zabini? Since this year. Quit being an ass, Draco. He seemed to be saying that a lot to me lately. Rolling my eyes and shaking my head, I yanked open my locker and stuffed my bag inside. I knew exactly why he was pretending to care about school this year. I should have skipped practice today, Flynn complained, pulling his shirt over his head. I've got a shit ton of work to do. Me too, Zabini agreed. There's no way I'm doing divination, but I gotta do Transfiguration at least. I tugged my shirt over my head and tossed it into my locker, saying, not to mention that potions essay. Snape's insane. Zabini was smirking now as he tied his laces. Eve's gonna help me with it tonight. I fumbled with my sneaker and almost dropped it. Flint looked over at Zabini and grinned. Tonight? It'll be pretty late if it's after practice. You two are doing it in the common room. Yeah, Zabini said, one eyebrow raised. It'll be pretty late. My blood was boiling now, and I couldn't help but glare heatedly at Zabini from across the bench. I knew exactly what he was doing. Flint, however, grinned hugely and clapped Zabini on the back. Nice one, mate. She's hot. Zabini laughed and slung his bag over his shoulder, shutting his locker. Eyes snapped. So you're playing that card, are you? Damn right I am. He smirked, looking over his shoulder at me. What? Got a problem. I was fuming, but all I could do was bite back. No. Zabini shook his head and laughed again before starting out of the locker room, Flint close behind him. The rest of the team was leaving now, too. Practice started soon. I slammed my locker shut so hard that the entire cage rattled and followed them out. Chapter 8. Neville, Ginny, and I sat under a large oak tree after classes were over and tried to help each other plan out the potions essay that was due the next day. There's no way I'm going to finish this in time, Neville moaned, sifting through the papers in his notebook. Does Snape actually think that writing a 5-page paper in 2 days is physically possible? Apparently, Ginny replied dryly, flattening out her piece of parchment in front of her. She was lying on her stomach in front of us, while Neville and I sat against the tree trunk beside each other. To be fair, we probably could have started it yesterday. Neville dipped his quill into his ink pot and rolled his eyes. I was busy. Anyway, tell me what you're putting in the introduction. Should I start talking about the history? I wouldn't, I suggested kindly, leaning over to see what Neville had already written. I'm putting the history in the next paragraph, so it can take up more space. Make sure you write really big, Ginny added helpfully. I'm nearly to 2 pages, and I haven't even started my second paragraph. The sun glinted off of the lake in front of us, momentarily blinding me. As I shaded my eyes from the brightness, I squinted down at my parchment and glanced over what I already had written down. The three of us had started working on the papers nearly an hour ago, but it had taken way too much time just getting started. This essay was probably going to take me all night to finish. My stomach twisted with nerves as I remembered Blaze was going to be working on it with me later. I shook my head and started scribbling down the next sentence, knowing I needed to distract myself from thinking about that before the nervous excitement completely took over. As I loaded my quill with ink again, I smiled over at Ginny and asked, "How come Harry's not here?" "I thought you wanted him to help you." She blushed furiously, and I held back my smirk. I knew how much she liked him, but she still refused to admit it to anyone. Ginny kept her gaze fixed on her parchment as she replied evenly, "He told me he couldn't make it. He got a detention. Can you believe it?" "No way," Neville exclaimed, finally glancing up from his paper. "From who?" "Umbridge," Ginny said, wrinkling her nose. "He mouthed off in class. Apparently, she's awful." I shook my head. "Did he say what she was going to make him do?" Ginny twirled her quill between her fingers as she tried to remember. Finally she said, "No, but it probably won't be too bad. Lines probably. He said he'd tell me when he gets back." He tried to pretend that she hadn't seen the smile I sent her. The three of us worked on the papers until the sun went down, and we were forced to pack up our things. We headed back inside and decided to go to dinner, as it was getting pretty late and curfew was soon. I parted with Neville and Ginny when we reached the Great Hall, wishing them good luck with the rest of the paper. After dinner, I walked down to the Slytherin common room alone and mentally prepared myself for writing the rest of this paper. Blaze had said he would be pretty late because of Quidditch practice, so I knew I at least had a couple hours to get rid of the nerves. I needed to relax. After all, I was only helping him write the potions essay. I had to keep reminding myself that as I entered the common and sat down beside the fire, only a few Slytherins were still out, and just a few of them eyed me carefully from other parts of the room, doing my best to ignore them. I pulled out the essay and went back to work. Eventually the common room completely emptied out, and I was the only one left downstairs. I was just finishing my 4th page when the portrait door opened, and I looked over my shoulder to see Blaze crawling through. My face broke out into a smile at the huge grin he gave me as he walked over to the couch. "Hey," he said as he sat down beside me, placing his bag at his feet. "Sorry, I'm so late. Practice ran over." "It's no big deal," I assured him, honestly not annoyed at all. I always go to bed really late anyway. Besides, this essay has been taking me forever. "How much have you gotten done?" Blaze asked, pulling out the parchment from his bag. "For pages," I said, rolling my eyes. "Snape's insane." Blaze laughed at this. "Everyone's been saying that lately." "That's pretty good. I'm only on the 3rd page." I tucked my legs under me, placing my paper on my lap and brushing the stray hairs away from my face. I waited for Blaze to get out his quill, but he didn't. So, Blaze grinned. "How was your afternoon?" I raised one eyebrow at his cheeky expression, not being able to keep myself from smiling back. "It was all right. I worked with Neville and Ginny on the essay. I still can't get over that." Blaze laughed. "How can you stand to hang out with Neville?" "Neville's all right." I weakly defended him, but I wasn't brave enough to completely stand up for him. It was sad, but I was honestly surprised I wasn't straight up agreeing with Blaze. Wanting to change the subject, I quickly asked, "Do you have a quill?" "I'll get it out in a minute." I rolled my eyes playfully at him, deciding that it wasn't that important. We started working right away. How was practice? Good, Blaise replied, leaning back against the couch and stretching his arms out along either side of him. We're definitely gonna beat Ravenclaw this Saturday. You're going, right? I dunno, I said uncertainly. Who was I going to sit with? Like hell, Pansy was going to let me sit beside her. I'll think about it. Blaise smirked and leaned forward, placing his left hand on my knee. Come on, Eve. You gotta go. You'll get to see me play Quidditch. I'm so good. His smug tone and touch against my bare skin caught me off guard. So for half a moment, I didn't even know what to say. I could feel myself blushing even in this darkness, and I found myself praying Blaise couldn't see it. I guess I could go. His hand was still on my knee, and I couldn't ignore the fact that only a few inches of the couch separated us. Blaise grinned hugely at my answer and said cockily, "See? I knew you would go. I'm going to score so many goals. Just wait and see." The portrait door slammed open behind us, and even as we both twisted around to see who it was, Blaise didn't move his hand. I glanced over the back of the couch to see Draco Malfoy shutting the portrait loudly behind him. "What the fuck?" Blaise snapped. "Malfoy. How'd you get back here so fast?" Malfoy interrupted, crossing the room with an arrogant stride and coming around the side of the couch we were sitting on. Only when he rounded the corner did Blaise finally remove his hand from my knee. Practice only just ended. I don't take 20 minutes to get changed, unlike you, Blaise said angrily as Malfoy collapsed into the armchair directly next to us. Don't you want to go upstairs? And, leave? Is that the potions essay? Great. I need you two to help me, Malfoy said, completely ignoring Blaise. I missed the murderous glare Blaise gave him as Malfoy began to pull out his own essay from his bag. Blaise let out an exasperated sigh and shifted away from me slightly on the couch, and I nervously readjusted myself on the cushions. As Malfoy rummaged through his bag, he said, "I barely have anything done. This idiot third year was supposed to write it for me, but he backed out at the last second. What an ass, right?" "Listen, Malfoy," Blaise began, but Malfoy went right on talking as though he hadn't heard anything. "So I wanted to beat him up, of course, but McGonagall kept hanging around. And I don't want another detention. I have enough shit to do without having to waste my time writing lines. Anyway, I need your help with this fucking essay. What did you put after the ingredients?" I could practically feel the growing tension in the room, and I felt the familiar hate for Draco Malfoy rise up inside my chest. Why did he even want to work on this essay with me and Blaise when I knew he disliked me even more than I did? "I dunno," Blaise said through gritted teeth, shooting Malfoy a glare. "Look, just go upstairs. Eve and I are working. Leave us alone." "It didn't look like you were working," Malfoy retorted, and I looked down to see that his hand was clenched into a fist at his side. "You know what?" I said hastily. "I think I'll just go to bed." "No, stay here," Blaise said quickly, not even turning around to look at me. "Malfoy, fucking go upstairs." "Why should I?" Malfoy said. "This is my common room. Zabini, it's not your common room. Asshole. Do you have a problem with me being down here? You're welcome to go upstairs." "Fuck, Malfoy." I stood up quickly once I saw that Blaise was seconds away from jumping on top of Malfoy and strangling him, shoving my essay into my bag. "I'm just gonna finish this in my dorm." This finally made Blaise turn around, and he hastily said, "Wait, don't go. Malfoy, go upstairs before I kick your ass." "Can't," Malfoy smirked. I have to finish this. If she wants to go upstairs, let her. I don't care. It's okay, I said in a quiet voice. I quickly tucked my bag under my arm and stepped around the coffee table, not wanting to walk in between the two of them. I'm almost done with it anyway. Blaze was opening his mouth to say something more, but I cut him off by repeating, "It's okay." And then I smiled at him and added, "Thanks for the help, Blaze," even though we had literally done no work. The two of them were sitting in a stingy silence, glaring at each other. As I made my way out of the common room, my head was spinning so badly that I felt dizzy. I didn't glance down when I passed Malfoy, but if I had, I would have seen that his essay was already completely finished. Chapter 9. Draco. As soon as Eve disappeared up the stairs to the girls' dormitory, Sabini was up off the couch and glaring down at me heatedly. Through gritted teeth, he asked, "What the fuck are you on about, Malfoy?" "I dunno what you mean," I said coolly, folding up my parchment and sticking it back in my bag. I was just glad no one had noticed that I actually finished the essay hours ago. All I wanted was help with the stupid essay. What's wrong with that? "No, that's not all you wanted," Sabini snapped. He was giving me a smoldering look now, both his fists clenched at either side of him. "You knew I wanted to be alone with her." "Actually, I didn't," I retorted, standing up from the armchair and starting for the dormitory stairs. Sabini stalked after me, following close behind as I took my time with the stairs. "You did. Don't play dumb with me. Did you not hear me in the locker room?" "Believe me, everyone heard you in the locker room. Then why the fuck were you hanging around? Damn it, look at me when I'm talking to you." "Don't," I began dangerously as I entered the dorm. "Talk to me like that." Sabini rolled his eyes, but was finally quiet for half a second as I walked over and threw my bag onto my bed. Goyle was leaning against his headboard. Transfiguration notes sprawled over the bedspread, while Crabbe snored in the corner. "Listen, Malfoy," Sabini said angrily as I began to loosen my tie. "Tell me why you were being a complete cockblock back there, and I'll consider not strangling you." I laughed out loud then, looking over at Sabini to see if he was actually being serious. When I saw his expression, I shook my head and laughed. "Good one, Sabini. I don't see what the big deal is. The three of us could have bloody well worked on the essay together. You were the one whining about it. I think you and I both know I didn't want to work on the essay," Sabini snapped. "I don't get it, Malfoy. I really don't. I thought you hated the Hawkins girl." I busied myself with the buttons on my dress shirt as I responded evenly, "I do. But this isn't about the girl, you idiot. I just wanted to work on the essay. Give it a rest, would you?" Goyle leaned forward from his place on his bed, finally asking Sabini with a smirk, "Wait, so did you do it?" "No, I didn't do it," Sabini seethed, jabbing a finger at me. "Nothing happened because of this fucking idiot. We were alone for 5 minutes before he walked in and ruined everything." "You're being a bit dramatic, don't you think?" I said dryly, pulling a t-shirt over my head and bending down to remove my shoes. "It's my common room too. Don't act like it belongs to you. It doesn't." "Fuck, Malfoy, the point is..." "Look, Sabini," I interrupted sharply, finally turning my head to look at him. "You need to calm the fuck down. All I did was enter my own common room and ask for help on the essay. That's it." "But you knew what I was trying to do," Sabini snapped, his entire face screwed up with anger. "You knew exactly why I wanted to be alone with her, but you came in all fucking oblivious." I tossed my bag onto the floor and whipped back my sheets, shaking my head. and trying not to laugh in his face again. "You're being an ass, Sabini. I told you. I was just working on the essay. Now get the hell off my back." "Yeah." As I laid back against my pillow, Sabini looked seconds away from opening his mouth to cuss me out some more. Instead, he just spit furiously. "Fuck you, Malfoy." I blinked, someone else's voice echoing those same words inside my head. I quickly shook my head to clear it, but Sabini was too angry to notice. He started to turn away from me, still fuming. And before disappearing into the showers, he added, "If this happens again, I'll beat the shit out of you." "Good luck with that," I said, but he didn't hear me. "Eve, the Quidditch match was 3 days after what happened in the common room with Blaise and Malfoy. On the 2 days before that Saturday, potions wasn't as awkward as I thought it was going to be. Even with Blaise completely ignoring Malfoy, neither of them brought up the essay again. And I was pretty grateful for that. What happened on Wednesday was still confusing to me, and I still had no idea why Malfoy had wanted to work on the essay too badly with us. But now I was just trying to forget about it because I had promised Blaise I would go to the Quidditch match on Saturday, and I still wasn't sure who I was going to sit with. I really didn't want to go alone, but there was really no one in my house who I could go with. I explained this to Ginny as we sat in the library together Saturday morning, studying for the charms exam that would be on Monday. We were slouched in our chairs at one of the tables, our books pushed to the side, and not really being looked at anymore. "And the match is in 2 hours, I moaned. "I don't think I can go. Just go by yourself. Who cares?" Ginny said, spinning her quill against the surface of the table. "I don't blame you for not wanting to go with anyone in your house." "Yeah, I mean, I'd go with Blaise if he wasn't playing," I told her. "And Pansy's out. Maybe I can pretend I went, but really just stay in my dorm the whole time." Ginny laughed loudly, but quickly smothered it, so the librarian wouldn't come over to us. "I would go with you, but it would be pretty awkward, since it's not against Gryffindor." "Ooh, wait, it's against Ravenclaw, isn't it?" "Go with Luna. Does she usually go to the matches?" I asked, raising my eyebrows. I hadn't even thought Luna would want to go. "Sometimes," Ginny shrugged. "You can ask her at lunch. That's right before the game. She'll probably want to go if you do." I nodded and said, "All right. Is Harry going to help you study for charms?" Ginny grinned, and I couldn't help but smile back. "Yeah, I think so." "Ah," I teased as Ginny blushed pink. She rolled her eyes and pretended I hadn't said anything. We studied but mostly talked for a little while longer before Ginny had to go meet Harry in the common room. I decided to go to the Great Hall and try to find Luna, as the match started soon, and I was worried I wouldn't be able to find her in time. She was eating beside Cho Chang, who I didn't know very well, but Luna still automatically agreed to sit with me at the match. "Are you sure?" I asked worriedly as Luna began to stand up, saying goodbye to Cho. "I don't mean to." "No, it's all right," Luna said easily, giving me a nice smile that helped me relax. "I wanted to go anyway. Let's go, shall we? It must start soon." So the two of us headed down to the stadium, and we managed to get seats together just before it started. As the Ravenclaw players streamed out onto the field below, Luna told me about how Cho couldn't play today because of a hurt shoulder. It was nice because neither of us seemed to find it strange that we were sitting together as friends who rooted for different teams. When the Slytherin team got onto the field, I leaned forward to try and spot Blaise. I finally saw him walking behind Malfoy with a sleek broomstick in his right hand. He was searching the stands casually, and he grinned widely when he saw me sitting beside Luna. As I waved to him, I found myself smiling without realizing it, something I seemed to be doing often whenever I was around him. Madam Hooch eventually started the match and the players kicked off, and as I watched, I found myself getting more and more into it. I hadn't played Quidditch in over a year, so I felt myself watching every move that the players made carefully, seeing how they played. I didn't allow myself to show it, but I got pretty excited whenever Slytherin scored, and my eyes kept drifting back to find Blaise, no matter how much I tried to watch everyone. The match didn't get too crazy, and no one got hurt or knocked off their broom. Luna told me that this was something that happened often here. When the Slytherin Seeker finally caught the snitch, it felt like the match had only just started. I cheered politely with everyone else as the players landed back on the field, and all the Slytherin students began to get out of their seats to go down and meet them. Luna smiled hugely and nudged me, saying over all the noise, "Go down and see them. I know you want to." I kept myself from telling her that I actually didn't want to because I knew that deep down I wanted to see Blaise. Standing, I gave her shoulder a squeeze and said, "Thanks for sitting with me, Luna. See you at dinner." She nodded with a smile, so I turned and headed down the stadium stairs along with the rest of the Slytherins. When I got to the field, everything felt crowded, and I was worried I wouldn't be able to find Blaise among all these people. But then he was suddenly beside me, sweaty and smirking down at me with bright eyes. "Told you we would win," he said to me arrogantly. "It's a good thing you came." "I promised I would," I laughed, shoving his shoulder. "You guys were really good. I'm impressed. Did you see how many points I scored?" Blaise smirked, shifting his weight to lean on his broom. I raised one eyebrow and teased, "I must have missed it. I saw that Flint scored a lot." Blaise scowled, hiding his smile. "I think we both know that I'm a better player than Flint. Are you?" I asked. "I didn't know about that. But you can't be better than me, that's for sure. You should see me play." "No way," he exclaimed, looking me over and shaking his head with a laugh. "You play Quidditch? I can't even picture you on a broomstick." "It's true," I told him indignantly, grinning up at him. "I swear." Blaise was still laughing when I suddenly felt a prickle against the back of my neck, and I glanced behind me to see if someone was looking at me. I only scanned the crowds of people for a few seconds before I saw Malfoy staring at me a short distance away. I frowned at him, my dislike for him burning in my stomach, but he just shook his head, almost like he was disappointed. And then I lost him in the crowd, and Blaise was distracting my attention back to him. "Anyway," he said, still grinning, "I should go change. See you tomorrow." "Yeah," I smiled warmly as he slowly started to turn away. "See you, Blaise." By the time I made it back up to the castle, I had forgotten all about Malfoy. Chapter 10. Eve. If you would all listen for 2 seconds, I'll tell you to get paired up with another student at your table. Now, Mr. Finnegan, unless you wanted detention, as Snape moved to the other side of the room in order to snap at Seamus, I turned back around to face my table. Already sliding his chair closer to mine, Blaise smirked. "What do you say we work together?" "Yeah." "Okay," I said shyly, even though we both knew I wouldn't be able to work with anyone else at our table. I leaned under the table to get the cauldron out while Blaise went to get the ingredients. When I finally emerged and placed it on the wooden tabletop, I realized Goyle had also gone to get ingredients, which meant that Malfoy and I were alone at the table. 7, there was an awkward, uncomfortable silence as we both busied ourselves with our own cauldrons, refusing to look up at each other. I pressed my lips into a thin line while I used my wand to light a small flame underneath the belly of my cauldron, telling myself repeatedly to just pretend Malfoy wasn't even there. I glanced over my shoulder as the fire finally caught, seeing that Blaise was still over by the counter. As I was wishing he would just hurry up, I suddenly felt Malfoy watching me. Annoyed, I turned back around to glare at him. As soon as I caught him staring, Malfoy quickly glanced away and pretended to be extremely busy with his cauldron, his cool expression returning to his face. I shook my head, turning my cauldron closer to the flame. If I was braver, I would tell Malfoy off for being so weird. Before the silence could get any more awkward, Blaise finally returned to the table and sat down beside me. As he dumped all the ingredients in front of us, I tried not to blush when his fingers brushed against mine. "All right," he said, pulling out his potions textbook as Goyle made his way back to our table. "What goes in first?" "The spider legs, I think," I told him, leaning over to point to the list in his book. "Did you get the yellow ones?" "Yeah, they're totally weird though." Blaise grinned, showing me the packet. I took the packet from him to inspect the spider legs, giggling at the electric yellow coloring. "Where do they even find stuff like this?" "I'll crush these. You want to start on the lily pads." Blaise agreed, so I reached for the knife while he started on the lilies. Across from us, Goyle was sifting through their small pile of ingredients to try and find their lily pads. I glanced over at them, expecting to see Malfoy doing absolutely nothing, just like always. But instead, I saw that he was actually helping out this time, using the handle of his knife to crush their spider legs. Blaise must have noticed too, because he grinned across the table and joked, "You're actually doing something this class, Malfoy?" I never thought I'd see the day. Malfoy smirked as he dumped in the yellowed powder, replying, "Shut up, Blaise. Snape told me my grade's going to drop if I don't help out, and it's already a shitty one, so I can't afford to fail." "No wonder," Blaise said. "You always skip. Snape doesn't usually care though. It's bullshit if you ask me." I scraped the spider legs into our cauldron and reached for my textbook to see what the next ingredient was. The other three Slytherins still talking together. It had been a week since the Quidditch match against Ravenclaw, so Blaise and Malfoy were finally on speaking terms again. I barely said 2 words to Malfoy since what happened in the common room nearly 2 weeks ago, only because I was doing everything I could to just ignore him. So far, it was working. Maybe I could actually make it through this year, as long as I kept this up. As I stirred the potion counterclockwise to keep it from boiling over, Blaise started to peel some sort of pale brown root beside me. Across the table, Malfoy laughed suddenly and said, "Did you hear about what happened to Potter? He mouthed off in Umbridge's class or some shit and got a detention. I saw his hand yesterday. It's got all these scars on it. Can you believe it? Who would have thought Umbridge actually has her shit together?" "No way," Blaise exclaimed as Goyle laughed. "Dumbledore allows that kind of thing now." "Dunno. But who cares?" Malfoy grinned. "I think it's brilliant." I rolled my eyes angrily, telling myself for the second time today to just ignore them. Despite myself, I was upset that Blaise was going along with it, even though I knew he had no reason to be on Harry's side. Ginny had told me days ago about what happened, and she'd been furious about it. I'd been upset about it too. What kind of professor did physical punishments nowadays? Snape walked by then, leaning over to glance down at each of our cauldrons. He said nothing and moved on, which I had now figured out to mean that we were actually doing it right. I started to mash the roots Blaze had peeled, doing my best to shut out the other Slytherin's conversation. I still can't get over that, Blaze said, shaking his head as he stirred our potion. I thought she was just a total bitch. I never thought she would do something like that, but it's Potter. So who cares? Exactly, Malfoy said. Anyway, you're going to practice tonight, right? You can't skip out again. Flint will lose his shit. Yeah, I'm going. Blaze rolled his eyes, glaring at the smirk Malfoy was giving him. I don't get why we've got to have so many practices. We don't play Gryffindor for another 2 weeks. As he stirred his potion lazily, Malfoy said, That's what I told him. And we're going to win anyway. So what's the big deal? We always do. I wanted to say that we didn't always win. Ginny had told me how many times they'd lost to Gryffindor over the years. But I figured it would be best to stay quiet, considering I was a Slytherin. Besides, none of them were speaking to me anyway. I'm going to knock Potter off his broom this time, Malfoy added, leaning back in his chair now that their potion was finally finished. Blaze added the last few ingredients to ours as he said, You say that before every match. Malfoy. Yeah, but this time I mean it. My stomach burned with my usual anger at Malfoy, and as I removed the flame from under our cauldron, I tried to calm myself down. You never tried to knock someone off their broom during a match, unless they were trying to knock you off yours. And from what I'd seen during the match against Ravenclaw, Malfoy hadn't even been that good. The bell rang as we finished storing our potions away, and Snape called over all the packing up for us to save the potions until next class. I shoved my textbook into my bag with a bit more force than what was necessary and stood from my chair, just wanting to get out of here before I said something to Malfoy that wouldn't result in anything good. The rest of the Slytherins were, as usual, taking their time packing up. As I pushed my chair in, Blaze leaned forward and began, Hey, Eve. But I didn't even hear him. Malfoy started to say something very loudly to Blaze, and I was already halfway to the door before I could realize he'd been talking to me. Still angry, I pulled the strap of my bag higher up on my shoulder and left the room quickly, wanting nothing more than to be away from Malfoy. That afternoon, I headed up to the Ollery to receive the letter my aunt had finally sent. It had been almost 2 weeks since I sent a reply to her questions about which house I'd gotten into, so she'd certainly taken her time in getting back to me. I nervously took the envelope from her owl, hoping her reaction to the news hadn't been that bad. I opened the letter right there, only because I didn't want to have to read it while Pansy and Millicent were just a few feet away back at the dormitory. I scanned over my aunt's words quickly, my heart beating quickly against my chest. I relaxed slightly as I came to the end of the letter, realizing my aunt wasn't too upset. Sure, she was disappointed that I was a Slytherin and not a Gryffindor, but she wrote that it wasn't the house that mattered. Who I was, that was what mattered. The corner of my mouth lifted up slightly as I tucked the letter away. At least my aunt wasn't taking the news too badly. But then again, it had taken her 2 weeks to get back to me. I was just glad I didn't have to be there when she found out I was placed in a Slytherin, that I headed back down from the Ollery, wanting to get back to the common room, so I could finish all the divination homework that Trelawney had given us for tomorrow. I sighed as I turned left into the next hallway, hoping that it wouldn't take me all night to finish. I was just about to turn the corner into the entrance hall when I heard someone call out from behind me, Wait, Eve. Hang on. Turning, I saw Blaze running slightly to catch up with me, and I grinned at him as he came up to me. He was breathless as he asked, Hey, are you okay? You walked out on me after potions. Did I asked blankly. I laughed a little as I told him, "Sorry, I just wanted to get away from Malfoy. He was being more awful than usual. What else is new?" Blaise grinned, and I suddenly realized how close he was standing to me. "Anyway, I wanted to ask you something. I've got to run to practice, but will you meet me later tonight in the common room? I have to talk to you." I could feel my cheeks warming as I said, "Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Great." He smiled, one eyebrow raised. He started to turn, saying over his shoulder, "Gotta go. I'll see you tonight." "Okay," I repeated as he took off back the way he had come, that I pulled my books to my chest with a stupid smile on my face, turning to make my way down to the Slytherin common room. Chapter 11. Eve. After classes that same day, I went down to the lake to sit with Neville, Luna, and Ginny. I was already feeling nervous about meeting Blaise later tonight, so I needed to be distracted before I could back out of it. Meeting with them helped me stop worrying so much about what Blaise wanted to talk about. To be honest, I still had no idea what it could be. The four of us laid around by the lake and watched the sunset before heading back inside to eat dinner, and I separated with them to eat at the Slytherin table in the Great Hall. Not many people were seated around because of the Quidditch practice, so I got to eat in peace for the first time in a while. By the time I made it back to the common room, it was still pretty early in the evening, so I knew the practice wouldn't be over for a couple more hours. To keep myself busy, I headed up to the girls' dormitory to work on the divination homework Trelawney had given us for tomorrow. Unfortunately, Pansy was already working in our dormitory. She was sprawled out across her bed, lying on her stomach as she looked over her notes with an extremely bored expression. I entered the common room a bit uneasily, hoping she wouldn't even look up at me. But Pansy did glance up when I dropped my bag onto my bed, and I could feel her watching me from across the small room. I pretended not to notice, getting out my divination textbook and pulling out a piece of parchment. I was just sitting down when Pansy finally decided to ask, nosily, "Where have you been all afternoon?" "Down by the lake," I replied, leaning back against the headboard with the notes on my lap. I flipped through the textbook slowly, asking a bit suspiciously, "Why?" "Just wondering," Pansy said coolly, her quill between her teeth as she watched me carefully. An awkward silence ensued, while I desperately tried to pretend that Pansy wasn't full out staring at me. After a minute of this, I finally slapped my book down and snapped, "What?" Pansy raised an eyebrow, then asked bluntly, "What's up with you and Zabini?" I felt my mouth open and close for a moment before I could finally think of a response. "What do you mean?" I stammered. "Nothing. Nothing's up." I couldn't control the blush that rose to my cheeks, and I knew Pansy had noticed by the look she gave me. She finally looked away, not bothering to hide her smirk, letting out an annoyed sigh. I propped my book up against my knees and just tried to pretend Pansy wasn't even there anymore. I dipped my quill into the ink pot to start on the first question, not wanting to know what Pansy had been grinning about. For the next 2 hours, Pansy didn't look up at me again and was gracious enough not to ask me any more annoying questions. By the time I finished the divination homework, it was close to 11, and both Millicent and Pansy were asleep. As quietly as I could, I packed up my work and shoved my bag back under my bed, wanting to get downstairs to see if Blaise was back yet. My stomach felt twisted with nerves as I descended the stairs down to the common room, yawning only a little bit. I always had trouble sleeping and usually stayed up late, but I hadn't been able to sleep much at all last night. But by the time I turned the corner into the common room, I forgot all about being tired. Blaze was seated in front of the stone fireplace, and he looked over the back of the couch and gave me a grin. "Hey, I was starting to think you bailed." "No way," I told him, coming around the side of the couch and seating myself beside him. "I would have come down sooner if I knew you were back already." "No big deal," Blaze said, spreading his arms wide across the back of the couch. "Practice ended early anyway. Were you sleeping?" I shook my head, hoping my eyes didn't betray how tired I was. "I was doing work. Did you get that load of divination homework?" Blaze shrugged and gave an arrogant smile. "Yeah, but I'm not doing it. Divination is barely even a class, so who cares?" I laughed at that, and then there was a long moment where I watched the green flames and felt Blaze's eyes on me. I finally turned to look at him and smiled. "What did you want to talk about?" He shrugged and told me, "I dunno." It was only then that I looked down and realized he was suddenly just a couple inches from me. I could feel my cheeks growing hot for the second time this evening, wishing I was better at disguising it. "But I've been wanting to say," Blaze said with a small smirk, "I'm really glad you're in Slytherin." "Eve." "Oh," I said, giving him a small smile in return. I didn't want to say anything else, because I still wasn't sure if I would ever be glad to be in Slytherin. The green fire was casting dark shadows on Blaze's face, making his pale eyes stand out even in the darkness of the common room. The only sound in the room was our breathing, and I realized Blaze was looking down at my lips, and then I realized his hand was on my thigh. I was leaning away slightly before I even knew it, and Blaze was telling me, "It's okay," but I suddenly wasn't sure if any of this was okay anymore. "Draco." I was changing in the locker room right after practice ended when I realized I hadn't seen Zabini in a while. As I tossed my muddy shirt into the locker and tugged out my jacket, I leaned back and called to Flint, "Hey, where's Zabini?" "Did he skip out again?" I told him not to. "No, he left early," Flint said, pulled his shirt over his head. I shrugged my jacket on and paused, asking carefully, "Why?" "I would have left early too if I knew you'd let me." "Nice," Flint said dryly as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. "I let him off this one time. Said he had to talk to someone." Despite myself, I tensed up and hesitated in pulling my bag out of the gym locker. "What the hell? Did he say who?" "Dunno. Some girl," Flint replied, not even bothering to look at me. He smirked then, adding cheekily, "I think we both know what he's up to. Better take our time getting back to the common room." "Are you kidding?" I asked darkly, my bag completely forgotten halfway out of the locker. Flint glanced up at the tone of my voice, looking across the bench at me. "What's the big deal? You've been acting pretty weird lately, Malfoy. Is it the Hawkins girl?" I snapped, cutting him off. "Is it?" Flint glanced away, completely avoiding my hard gaze. Finally, he said carefully, "He told me not to say anything." But I didn't get to hear the rest of his sentence. I slammed my locker shut and stormed out of the room without pausing to think. I practically sprinted back up to the castle, stalking through the entrance hall and taking the stairs down to the dungeon 2 at a time. All I could think about was what Zabini was doing right now, knowing what he was doing with Eve, because this had happened too many times for me to think he was doing anything else. When I finally reached the Slytherin common room, I spat the password and impatiently waited for the portrait to open. I stumbled through and slammed open the door on the other side, looking up and praying I was wrong. I wasn't. Zabini was starting to lean over Eve on the couch, one hand on her shoulder and the other on her thigh. He was telling her it's okay, but she was trying to lean away, and her eyes were glistening under the light from the fire. Even from where I was standing, I could hear her say in a small voice, "Wait." And then my vision was dark, and I was starting across the room, saying angrily, "Get the fuck off her, Zabini." He leaned away immediately, and the two of them looked over at me, and I watched as Zabini's face twisted into anger at the sight of me. As I rounded the corner of the couch, he snapped, "What the actual fuck?" My hand was grabbing his shirt collar before I could stop myself, and then I was pulling him off of Eve and doing everything I could not to punch him. I forced out through gritted teeth, "What the hell are you playing at?" Did you not hear her say to wait? I could hear Eve starting to cry as Zabini reached up and tried to push me off of him, and I heard her choke out, "Malfoy, will you fucking let go of me? I wasn't doing shit." "Malfoy." Zabini spat, completely ignoring Eve, as she cried and shakily stood up from the couch. "Jesus Christ, calm down. We were fine. She was okay with." And then my elbow was back, and my right hand was tightened into a fist, seconds away from punching him. Zabini flinched, and Eve cried out, "Wait, don't." She was not okay with it. I roared, completely forgetting that the entire Slytherin house was just upstairs sleeping. "Are you fucking blind, Zabini?" She said, "Wait, for fuck's sake." "Malfoy, get the hell off of me." Eve was really crying then, and I finally looked over at her to see that she had her arms wrapped around herself as she cried. I tried not to yell as I told her, "Go upstairs. Now." When she didn't move, I snapped, "Now." And then she finally turned away, stumbling for the stairs and holding her stomach like she was about to be sick. As soon as she disappeared, Zabini was tearing my hands away from his collar and hissing, "What the fuck is your problem, Malfoy?" I backed away from him, breathing heavily, and felt my vision slowly beginning to clear now that Eve was out of the room. As Zabini stood up, I said darkly, "You know what, Zabini? I know what you were doing, and you're lucky I got here before." "What do you mean, I'm lucky?" Blaze cut me off hotly, looking at me like I'd gone mad. She was fine. "I don't get it. It's not like this is the first time you've known about." "She told you to wait." I snapped, clenching both fists at my sides and desperately trying to control myself. "You heard her." "Actually, I didn't," he said, but I knew he was lying. And then he was turning away and stalking towards the boys' dormitories, saying angrily over his shoulder, "You know what? I'm gonna go upstairs and try to forgive you for this. And then I'm gonna wait until I get another chance to be alone with her. And I'm going to..." I vaulted over the coffee table before he could finish speaking, pulling back my arm for the second time, and finally releasing it to let my fist crack across his jaw. Chapter 12. Draco. Eve wasn't in potions the next day. I thought that this would have made it slightly less awkward, but there was still an uncomfortable silence at our table. I sat across from Zabini, glancing at his bruised face and thinking I had gotten off better with just a split lip. Goyle was sitting awkwardly in between us, trying to pay attention to what Snape was saying at the front of the room. I leaned forward on my elbows, looking at Eve's empty seat and wondering where she was. She hadn't been in the common room when I forced myself out of bed 10 minutes late, and she hadn't been at breakfast either. I put the end of my quill between my teeth and wondered if she was still in her dormitory. I shook myself slightly when I realized what I was thinking about, reminding myself that it honestly didn't matter to me. And it didn't. The potions class dragged on more slowly than it usually did. the entire room actually silent for once now that no one at our table was talking. Zabini and I still hadn't said anything to each other after I punched the shit out of him. And it was going to stay that way for a while longer, so long as I had anything to say about it. Even sitting here at the table while Snape drawled through the notes at the front of the classroom, I still felt a burn in my stomach when I thought about what Zabini had almost done last night. Finally the bell rang, and I was able to stand up from my chair, having been unable to sit still for most of the class. I lazily packed up my things, only glancing up slightly when Zabini left the room alone. Tucking my books under one arm, I nodded to Goyle and headed off to Transfiguration. I spent the rest of the day went pretty much the same way, going through it sluggishly and without paying much attention to any of the lessons. And I was so tired that I ended up skipping my last 2 classes. I headed back down to the common room, tiredly after a pointless hour of divination, wanting to just go back to bed. I hadn't gotten much sleep after what happened with Zabini, so all I wanted to do was crash and sleep off the massive headache I had. It came as a huge relief that the dormitory was empty when I got upstairs. I dumped my books by the nightstand gratefully and unbuttoned my shirt, messily pulling it off my shoulders and letting it fall to the ground. I kicked off my shoes and lazily pulled back my sheets, finally sliding into bed and letting out a tired sigh. It only took me a few seconds to fall asleep, and I was too tired to be annoyed with myself for my last thought being about why Eve hadn't been to any of her classes all day. I woke up around 3 a.m. in a cold sweat, completely wide awake with the sheets twisted around me. I lay there in the darkness for a long moment, breathing heavily and blinking away the water in my eyes. I couldn't remember the dream I'd been having, but my hands were shaking terribly, so I knew it must have been pretty bad. After a long minute, my heart rate finally slowed back down to normal, and I was able to sit up in bed. Crabbe, Goyle, and Zabini were all sleeping heavily, so I exhaled quietly and rubbed my eyes hard. There was no way I would be able to go back to sleep now. Quietly, I threw the sheets off my legs and rolled out of bed, reaching around in the darkness for a shirt. I tugged it over my head and stuffed my shoes back on, finding my way out of the dorm slowly so I wouldn't trip over anything. I descended the steps down to the common room, running one hand through my hair messily and blinking to adjust my eyesight to the growing light. When I turned the corner into the common room, I began to make my way sleepily over to the couch by the fireplace. I jumped when there was movement to my right, and I looked over to see Eve sitting up from her place on the black armchair. I turned to her, taking in her appearance and not missing her puffy eyes that seemed glossed over. She was looking over at me, clearly surprised, and then she said quietly in a strained voice, hey. I shook my head, trying not to scoff at her, as I collapsed onto the couch across from her. The two of us seated by the fireplace. Why are you up this early? She didn't say anything for a moment, but I refused to look over at her. Eventually she said awkwardly, I can't sleep. Didn't you sleep all day? You skipped all your classes after all. Are you just going to ignore what happened last night? She snapped suddenly as I stared into the fireplace. Obviously, I couldn't sleep all day. I still didn't say anything, and I heard her sigh angrily as she said, Look, I don't know. I want to know why. Hey, would you at least look at me? I rolled my eyes and finally turned my head to look at her, and then the firelight caught my split lip and her eyes widened. Eve pointed to my face and asked in a small voice, Is that? Yeah, I answered flatly. Don't worry, he got off worse. She shook her head, one hand over her mouth and her eyes starting to water. I hoped she wasn't going to cry again because I wouldn't know what to do. Eve swallowed hard and said, I don't understand why. Why what? I interrupted, looking over at her. Why did Sabini want to get in your pants? Why do you think? He's an ass, Hawkins. Everyone knows that. Eve was biting her lip and staring at the floor with a confused expression. I don't understand. He was the only one who was actually good me. I told you to stay away from him. I snapped, leaning back against the couch and spreading my arms out along either side of me. And I was supposed to listen to you? Eve said hotly, raising her voice slightly for the first time. Look, I'm the one who pulled him off of you, I said harshly, already throwing it back in her face. She flinched slightly as though I'd hit her, but I ignored it. Eve had her eyes fixed on the floor, her hands twisted together in her lap as she said in an almost silent voice, Thank you for stopping him for a moment. Half of me wanted to get up off the couch and pull her into a hug that anyone could tell she needed. There was another moment of silence, and then the other half of me took over, as usual, and I laughed loudly. Eve looked up at me as I laughed at her, her sad expression twisting into one of disbelief. I forced out through the laughter. I didn't do it for you. I just stopped him because I'm tired of him getting everything he wants. He always picks up every girl he lays eyes on, and I'm sick of it. What? Did you honestly think I did that for you? There were tear tracks running down her face now, but she held herself upright and didn't break down again like she had last night. Eve gave me the saddest look that almost wiped the smirk off of my face. Oh, she said. And then she got up off the armchair, folding her sweater around herself and wiping furiously under her eyes. She turned for the stairs and whispered something that I almost didn't hear. I should have known. And then she disappeared up the stairs, leaving me to pretend, as though it hadn't affected me even after she was long gone. Chapter 13. Eve. I'd like to say that I slept fine after what Malfoy had said to me, but the truth was, I didn't sleep any better than I had the night before. Just when I had been starting to think that he might have a good side, he turned right around and reminded me exactly why he wasn't a good person. I thought he'd stopped Blaise because he cared about me at least a little bit, but in reality he just wanted to stop Blaise from getting what he wanted. I'd been silly to think Draco Malfoy was good. Around 2 a.m., I sat on my bed and wrote a letter to my aunt asking for her to send me back home. I had it completely written out, not mentioning anything about what had happened with Blaise or even Malfoy, but just enough to let her know I needed to be taken out of Hogwarts. I scanned it back over by the light of the small candle by my bed, shaking my head slightly at some of the parts that sounded as though I was desperately begging her, although I guess I was. Sorry to owl you so late. Something's come up. I need to get out of here. Please, Annie, I can't stay here anymore. I had the envelope in my hand, the letter folded up neatly in the other. I paused, staring down at the piece of parchment and wondering if I was doing the right thing. It almost hurt to think about it, but now that I was looking back on it, nothing had actually happened with Blaise last night. I wasn't a complete idiot. I knew what had almost happened, but it hadn't come to that. I wiped under my eyes and wondered what I was really running from. And then next thing I knew, I was tearing the letter in half and tossing it in the bin. Before I could regret it, I softly blew out the candle and lay back in my bed, tugging the covers up over my head. Under the darkness and warmth of my blanket, I allowed myself to cry quietly. Tomorrow I'd pull it together. Tomorrow I'd be able to show them both that I was okay. With any luck, Maybe I'd even be able to fool myself. When I walked into the potions classroom the next morning and saw that Blaise and Malfoy were already seated at the table, my legs suddenly turned to lead. But I forced myself to keep walking, putting my shoulders back and holding my head high. I had skipped breakfast completely, but there was no way I was going to miss another day of classes. I rounded the corner of the table and grabbed the edge of my usual seat, dragging it to the right slightly before finally sitting down. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Blaise looking at me as though he was surprised to see me, but I didn't give him the satisfaction of glancing his way. Without a word, I sifted through my bag and started to pull out the potions textbook. Our table was dead silent, and even Malfoy wasn't saying anything to Goyle on his left. I refused to look up and across the table because making eye contact with Malfoy was the last thing I wanted to do. Snape entered the room only a few moments after I had sat down, so it couldn't get too awkward at our table. As he stood at the front of the room and began the lesson, I forced myself to pay attention. I could practically feel Blaise beside me, and inside, I was filled with an icy coldness. I wasn't going to cry in front of him. There was no way I could let that happen. I was turned towards the board, but I could hear Blaise shift his weight uncomfortably before leaning closer to me. It took all my self-control not to instinctively back away from him. "Eve," he whispered as quietly as he could. When I didn't even turn my head, he repeated only a bit louder, "Eve." I still didn't move, and this caused Goyle to snort and shake his head at Blaise. He laughed quietly. "Nice try, mate." I wondered if he knew. Blaise exhaled angrily and finally leaned back away from me, and I was able to let out the breath I'd been holding. I felt lightheaded and sick to my stomach, but I was going to make it through this class, no matter what it took. Because if I left early, they would all know how I was really feeling inside. The period dragged on, Snape's drawling tone droning on, and making me want to close my eyes. Only 3 hours of sleep in the past 2 days wasn't helping. But finally the bell rang, and Blaise still hadn't tried to talk to me for a second time. I packed up my things quickly, but not too quickly, wanting to show that I wasn't anxious to leave, but really just wanting to get the hell out of there. The rest of the Slytherins always took their time in packing up, so I knew I'd be able to leave before any of them even stood up from their chairs. I had thrown my bag over my shoulder and was turning away from the table when Blaise suddenly stood and said loudly, "Wait." "Eve," I finally allowed myself to turn and look him dead in the eye, pausing for just a moment. And then I gave him the coldest look I've ever given anyone, and I watched as he visibly shrunk away from me. Without a word, I turned and left the classroom with my head high. My knees were incredibly shaky as I made my way over to Charms. I wanted to stop for a moment to finally slouch back down and curl into myself, but for once I wasn't going to allow myself to do that. I was going to make it through the rest of this day, no matter how awful it was, or how much I wanted to run back to my dorm and cry. I couldn't let all these people think I was weak. I made it to Charms on time, and I looked to see that Ginny was already seated at our usual table near the back. Feeling my stomach churn with nerves, I forced myself to put on a small smile and made my way over to my seat. When I placed my bag beside the table, Ginny looked over and grinned up at me. As I sat down, she asked, "Where were you yesterday?" It was terrible. I had to work with Seamus. I busied myself with my Charms textbook, so I wouldn't have to look her in the eye as I answered carefully. I didn't feel well. No. You feel okay now, though, right? Ginny asked, looking me over. The Quidditch match is next week. You have to go. Of course, you'll be rooting against me because you're in a rival house, but whatever. Oh, yeah, I said weakly. I'd completely forgotten about the upcoming Quidditch match. Ginny finally paused to really take a good look at me, even putting her hand on my arm. Are you sure you're okay? You look a bit sick. I hesitated then, because I honestly wanted to tell her the truth. I needed to talk about this with someone, and who else was I going to go to? Pansy? But instead of spilling everything, I forced a smile and patted her arm. Then I lied, telling her easily, "No worries. I'm just tired." "Me too. All this homework has been killing me," Ginny moaned, leaning back in her chair. "I know exactly how you feel." I nodded and smiled, thinking all the while that no, she would never have any idea how I really felt. And no one ever would, because, like always, I was too scared to let anyone in. Chapter 14. Eve. The next week was the longest of my life. I moved from class to class numbly, going through the classwork slowly, and often having to start over from making a mistake. On the bright side, I had plenty of time to do my homework and make up the work I'd missed because I still wasn't sleeping well. I was managing to keep it together in front of everyone. Even the times when I wanted to be alone in the dormitory, but Pansy and Millicent refused to leave. Being in potions, however, was especially difficult. Malfoy and Blaise were back on speaking terms, and it was getting harder and harder to ignore Blaise whenever he looked at me from across the table. I was just grateful he hadn't tried talking to me again since the day I returned to classes. I even managed to keep Ginny from getting worried about me over the course of the week, acting like nothing was wrong, and making sure to not zone out whenever she was talking with me. Most of the time, I was able to distract myself long enough to not even think about what had happened the week before. And for the most part, it was working. I was slowly starting to feel okay again. I was in the library studying alone when the strangest thing possible could have happened. Malfoy burst in and rounded the corner around the nearest bookshelf, causing me to jump and look up at him. He was absolutely breathless as he stopped by my table and said between gasps for air, "There. You are. I've been looking everywhere for you." Why?" I asked suspiciously, carefully sitting up. I badly wanted to back away from him, because this was the closest he'd ever gotten to me since I last spoke with him a week ago in the common room. And I promised myself that was the last time I'd ever talked to Malfoy. "Hang on," Malfoy gasped, collapsing into the chair across from me and holding his chest. I just sprinted all the way from the locker room. I rolled my eyes as he took a full minute to catch his breath. My fingernails were dug deep into both of my arms under the table. Fighting every urge, I had to get up and leave. I didn't want to be near him. I didn't want to even be in the same room as him. "All right," Malfoy said finally. He leaned back in his chair and said as casually as possible, "Something's come up and I need a favor from you." For half a second, all I did was stare at him. Since when did the great Draco Malfoy want anything to do with me? Almost in shock, I said slowly, "Sorry." "What?" This time it was Malfoy's turn to roll his eyes. But he still refused to meet my gaze as he asked with annoyance, "You know the Quidditch match against Gryffindor is this Saturday, right? You must know that." "I do," I said coldly, keeping my arms crossed in front of me. Why wouldn't he look at me? If anyone should be avoiding eye contact, it was me. We were practicing today, and Flint got knocked off his broom. Malfoy told me, his eyes fixed on the window beside us. "He's in the hospital wing with a concussion. Pomfrey says he's done with playing until next week." "Okay," I said, looking at him across the table, and waiting for him to finally make eye contact with me. What does this have to do with me? The match is in 2 days. We need another chaser, or we'll be disqualified. Get to the point. I snapped, praying he wasn't going to ask what I thought he was. Christ, Hawkins, are you stupid? Malfoy spat. We need you to play for us this Saturday. I finally allowed myself to lean away from him, glaring across the table. Are you mad? Absolutely not. What makes you think? I heard you talking to Zabini after our last match. Malfoy interrupted, not seeming to notice the way I visibly flinched at his words. I know you used to play. Come on, Hawkins. There's no one else in Slytherin who plays Quidditch. Malfoy, I snapped, but he was still avoiding my gaze. Would you at least look at me? Finally, his eyes flicked up to meet mine, and I almost lost my composure when I remembered the things he said to me the last time we spoke. I didn't do it for you. Zabini always picks up every girl he sees, and I'm sick of it. I shook myself and said flatly, there's no way I'm playing. You'll have to find someone else. My notes were in my arms, and I was out of my chair, turning for the door, when Malfoy said from behind me, Don't you think you owe me? I turned back around so quickly that I almost dropped my books. The anger rose up hot as I said harshly, Are you going to keep throwing that back in my face every chance you get? You already said you didn't do it for me. Don't think I haven't forgotten. Do you honestly think that I'm going to do whatever you ask me because you think I'm grateful you? Damn it, Hawkins, calm down, would you? Malfoy cut me off, standing up from the table quickly and moving closer to me. I automatically took a step back, feeling hot, angry tears pricking at the backs of my eyes. I wasn't going to cry here, not in front of him for the second time. Just listen to me. We just need you to play for us this Saturday, or else we'll be disqualified, and Gryffindor will win. I heard you say you were a great player. I was being stupid. I snapped. Can't you find someone else to do it? Asked Pansy. Malfoy actually laughed at this, shaking his head and saying, Good one. And after that, I suppose I could ask Millicent? Come on, Eve. I know you want to. I don't actually, I said. Maybe if Blaze wasn't on the team, I would do it. But there was no way I was going to play Quidditch with him after what happened last week. Is this because of Zabini? Malfoy asked exasperatedly, and for a moment I genuinely thought he'd read my mind. Look, he isn't going to try and talk to you anymore, okay? He's over it. That's nice, I said in the coldest tone I've ever used. I'm not playing Quidditch. Please get out of my way. But Malfoy didn't move out of the way. Instead, he took a step closer. My mouth was opening to tell him to back off, but he interrupted me, saying quietly, I really think you should do it. It'll show him that you're tougher than you look, you know. I blinked, wanting to take a step away from him, but suddenly finding that my feet were frozen to the floor. Malfoy was looking down at me intensely, and for the first time, he was speaking to me in a voice that wasn't commanding or insulting. My mouth opened and closed uselessly, suddenly at a loss for words. The more and more I thought about it, I realized Malfoy actually might be making some sort of sense. If I did play Quidditch this Saturday, Blaze would think I was completely fine. Because who in their right mind would play Quidditch on the same team as him after what happened? You'll do it, right? Malfoy asked arrogantly, finally leaning away from me. Come on. We've still got today and tomorrow to practice before it. You'd be fine. I trailed off, biting my lip. I haven't got a broom. We have extras, don't be stupid. Malfoy said, looking at me carefully. So you'll do it? It's only one match. No big deal. Only one match, I thought, knowing it was much, much more than that to me. Fine, I said quietly. I'll do it. I just hoped I wouldn't regret it. Good, Malfoy nodded, as though he'd been expecting me to agree all along. And then he said what I knew he would, adding, We're even now. You're an ass, I snapped, to which Malfoy gave me an annoying smirk. Let's go. We're practicing until dark, he said, turning for the doors without waiting for me. You'll have to find clothes somewhere. I don't think any girls have played for Slytherin in ages. I rolled my eyes and followed Malfoy out, wondering what the hell I was getting myself into. Why would I agree to something like this? As I danded the steps after Malfoy, I realized I never acted this coldly around anyone else. I never snapped at anyone, and I'd certainly never called someone an ass before. Something about him just made me act differently, made me angry and impulsive. Malfoy brought out the worst in me, that was for sure. Chapter 15. Draco. All right, there's the girls' locker room, I told Eve, pointing to the closed door. Change as quick as you can and get back out here. I'll go get you a broom. Fine, Eve said stingily, glaring at me as she reached for the door handle. You could be a bit nicer to me, you know. I don't have to be doing this. I decided not to remind her for the third time that she was repaying me for what happened over a week ago. Instead, I smirked and said, You already agreed. Hurry up and meet us at the Quidditch pitch when you're done. Got it? She rolled her eyes for a response and disappeared inside the girls' locker room. I turned away and crossed the short distance to the boys' locker room, knowing there were spare brooms inside. I found the smallest broom we had and carried it with me back down to the Quidditch pitch, tucking it under my arm and hurrying across the grass. Since Flint was the captain, and he was currently in the hospital wing, he told me to take over for him. I told everyone to keep practicing while I found someone who could fill in as chaser, but the likelihood that they actually were doing what I said was slim. When I finally reached the field, half the team was standing around talking, and the other half was fooling around, tossing the quaffle back and forth. I made my way over to them, and when I got closer, Zabini looked up and called, What took you so long? Nice to see you practiced while I was gone, I replied sarcastically, finally coming to a stop next to them and leaning my elbow against the broom I'd gotten for Eve. Did you all just stand around here while I was gone? You do realize the match is in 2 days. Yeah. Ben Parkinson, Pansy's younger brother, rolled his eyes and asked, You found someone, right? You must have. You were gone for an hour. Watch it, I snapped, and he shrunk away from me. Yeah, I found someone. The only Slytherin left who plays Quidditch. Well, tell us, Zabini said, looking at me carefully. Who is it? Don't tell me you convinced Goyle to do it. I don't think there's a broom out there that can hold his weight, as a few guys snickered at this. I shook my head and said calmly, I got the Hawkins girl to do it. After half a second of silence, most of the team burst out into laughter, a few of them even shaking their heads as though they didn't believe me. Ben looked at me and laughed. Wait, you're serious? She doesn't even play. She does, I said smoothly, turning my cold gaze to Zabini, who was starting to look extremely uncomfortable. She told Zabini she used to play, didn't she? Zabini stammered. Yeah, but I figured she was lying. You don't actually believe her, do you? She's the last person I'd think would want to play Quidditch. Yeah. Of all people you asked her? Christian Hunter asked in disbelief, looking at me as though I'd grown 2 heads. I would have gone to Goyle before I ever asked a girl to play for us. Would you rather we be disqualified? I snapped. She's the only other Slytherin who's played Quidditch before, and she actually agreed. If you would all think about it for 2 seconds, you'd see that she's our only option. Believe me, I'd rather play 1 down than have her take Flint's place, but we don't have a choice. I'll just tell her to stay out of our way. So, what's the difference? Christian was rolling his eyes, and Ben was clearly trying to think of another excuse. I looked around the small circle of players, waiting for another person to challenge me or laugh about the decision. I didn't like it any more than they did, but what choice did we have? Well, Christian said finally, looking around at the rest of the guys with one eyebrow raised. Maybe this won't be so bad. She's pretty hot. About half the team laughed and nodded in agreement. And Zabini started to join them, but glanced at me awkwardly instead. I shook my head and snapped in a tight voice, "Are you shitting me? She's not even hot. Anyway, just ignore her when she gets here. I'm going to tell her to stay out of the way, all right? Now get up there and start while I wait for her to get down here." The rest of the guys shook their heads, laughing and pushing each other's shoulders, but they still mounted their brooms and kicked off. Zabini turned to me instead and asked quietly, "Couldn't you have gotten someone else? The last thing she'll want is to be around me." I watched the players above me instead of giving him a glance, replying coldly to the air, "It sounds like you're the one who's scared to be around her." Zabini, I couldn't see his expression as he laughed, but I knew that if I turned to face him, I'd end up with my fingers around his neck. "Yeah, right," Zabini laughed. He swung one leg over his broom and kicked off, saying over his shoulder, "I don't give a shit. I just didn't want her to cry again." "That's nice of you," I said coolly, but my knuckles were white around the broom I was holding. I could care less if he heard me, but as Zabini took off I snapped, "Asshole." Eve came down to the pitch nearly 10 minutes later, coming over to me and trying desperately to disguise how nervous she was. I handed her the broom and asked with annoyance, "What took you so long?" "Never mind, I don't care. We've only got about 2 hours until dark, so we're going to get in as much as we can." "When was the last time you played?" "Last spring," Eve said quietly, looking up at the players instead of at me. "I played at Bobaxton's. They have a team." I laughed, trying but failing to picture all those girls playing Quidditch. "They do, actually," Eve answered coldly, glancing over at me like she knew what I was thinking, as though she needed to defend herself. She snapped, "I was captain, if you must know." You were?" I asked. Then I shook myself, figuring that didn't mean much because all the girls at Bobaxton's probably couldn't play Quidditch anyway. "Whatever. We just need you to be a chaser because Flint's out. I'm not going to sit here and explain all the rules, but it's probably best if you just try to stay out of the way, right?" Eve said sarcastically, looking at me like I'd gone mad. Like that's possible in Quidditch. Despite myself, I couldn't help but agree with her. Trying to hang in the background at a Quidditch match was nearly impossible. I shook my head and told her, "Look, just get up there. We've got to get going." "Fine," she snapped, mounting the black broom I'd given her. She rolled her eyes slightly as she added, "I'll try not to step on any toes, don't worry." I exhaled in annoyance and kicked off after her, pulling myself up into the air. I raised my arm to Christian, and he tossed me the quaffle. "All right," I yelled over Ben's bickering with one of the beaters. "Shut up, Ben. We're going to scrimmage until dark. Got it?" Split up like usual. Hawkins, you're on my team. Stop complaining. Hunter, I can hear you. Let's go. I tossed the quaffle into the air and automatically backed away to let the chasers at it. It was too close to dusk to let the snitch out now, so I planned on just sitting around the edges and watching the guys to make sure they weren't making any stupid mistakes, and to see how Eve was going to do for the first time. Zabini caught the quaffle first and sped around a beater to make his way down to the goalposts, and I watched carefully as Christian blocked his shot. It was about 2 minutes into the scrimmage when Eve decided to stop hanging back and jump into the match. Ben whipped the quaffle to the other chaser, but before he could catch it, Eve shot in and grabbed it midway, rolling in a blur out of the way. I expected her to crash into someone at the speed she was going, but Eve ducked in between the opposing players with the quaffle tucked under her arm, her small size making her seem like a bird darting past everyone else. Even Ben stopped for a moment, pointing at her and laughing in shock. Eve shot the quaffle for the middle goalpost, but Christian just barely blocked it. She scarcely looked fazed as she sped to the center of the field when the quaffle was tossed back, ducking beneath any of the guys that got in her way. I watched from my place by the goalposts, almost in shock, as Eve caught it from the beater on her team and sped back for the hoops. This time, Christian couldn't block it. Damn. I thought as she whipped it across to the same beater, the quaffle narrowly missing Zabini's shoulder. I hadn't been expecting her to be that good. It was clear that none of us had expected Hawkins to be even halfway decent at Quidditch. I would never admit it, but as the scrimmage wore on, there was no denying that Eve was just as good as the rest of us. Watching her play almost made me dizzy. It didn't seem possible for someone to fly that quickly in such narrow spaces. When the sun went down and it got too dark to keep playing, I called it quits and we all touched back down on the field below. Eve's team had won, and I'd even seen her steal a couple of passes from Zabini, and his expression was still full of confusion as we dismounted our brooms. "All right, same time tomorrow," I said, tucking my broom under my arm and looking around at them. I didn't let my gaze linger any longer on Eve, and I tried to ignore the fact that she was barely even out of breath. "I think we're going to kick ass on Saturday." "Hell yeah, we are," Christian smirked, and the rest of the guys slapped each other on the backs in agreement. I found myself glaring at him heatedly when I realized he was practically staring at Eve. As the rest of the players started to head back up to the locker room, I found my bag near the stadium and began to pack up. I heard someone behind me, so I turned to see Eve standing awkwardly with the borrowed broom in her hands. She said uncertainly, looking at the ground. "Do you still want me to come back tomorrow?" "Yeah, of course," I said, standing up and throwing the bag over my shoulder. I didn't want to let on to how much she had impressed me, so I added smoothly, "I mean, it's not like there's anyone else who can fill in for Flint. Just come back tomorrow so you can get ready for Saturday's match. And then that'll be it." "Okay," she nodded. For half a moment, it looked like she wanted to say something else, but then she turned quickly and started back up for the locker room. Now that I was alone, I finally allowed myself to watch her as she walked up the hill, the dusk lighting making her shape seem blurry the farther she got away from me. I shook my head, tucking my broom under my arm and breathing a quiet, "Well, shit." I headed back up alone in the growing darkness after the rest of the team, smirking to myself and trying to ignore the fact that I was impressed she had shown them all that there was more to her than she let on. For some reason, I couldn't stop picturing her as she ducked and rolled past them in the air as though she weighed nothing. "Nicely done, Eve Hawkins. Nicely done." Chapter 16. Eve. Friday's practice went nearly the same as Thursday's, except this time Malfoy got us to work on our passing and shooting instead of just scrimmaging the whole time. I worked just as hard as I had the last time, needing to show the other Slytherins that I wasn't just some quiet girl that got put into the wrong house. After the rest of the team had left the field late Friday night, Malfoy came over to me and asked me if I was going to be okay tomorrow. "Yeah," I said, meaning to keep my voice steady but not being able to hide the nervousness. "I'll be fine." "Why?" "I don't know," Malfoy replied, his voice turning defensive. "You've probably never played in front of that big of a crowd before. You look like someone who gets freaked out easily." "Thanks," I said dryly, even though it was true. "I think I'll be okay." The sun disappeared behind the stadium then, drowning us in milky gray twilight. I glared at him through the dusky lighting, annoyed that he was looking at me as though he was unsure I was going to be able to keep it together tomorrow. Did he really think I was that much of a baby? Ignoring the tiny voice in the back of my mind that whispered, "Maybe you are," I tucked the borrowed broom under my arm as Malfoy said, "Well, just make sure you get changed before lunch. Meet us at the pitch when you're done." "Okay," I replied, tugging at the end of my braid, nervously as I tried to think of what to say. There was an awkward moment of silence where I considered thanking him for asking me to play, but then I remembered what happened the last time I had thanked him and decided against it. He would just say something to make me regret it. "Well," Malfoy said uncomfortably, "see you tomorrow, I guess." "Yeah," I said, equally as awkward. "Bye." And then I turned away from him to head back up to the girls' locker room, wishing I had the guts to ask him why he had gone to me of all people when he could have easily asked Crabbe, or even Goyle. It wasn't exactly a secret that he hated me, and I couldn't deny that I felt the same way towards him. "You were his only option," I reminded myself as I entered the empty locker room, tossing my bag onto the nearest bench. And I only agreed so I could prove to Blaise that I'm okay. I just hoped I wouldn't regret all this after the match tomorrow. About an hour before the match began, my nerves got the best of me, and I vomited in the dormitory bathroom. Wiping my mouth with the back of my hand and flushing the toilet, I stood shakily and stumbled to the sink so I could brush my teeth. I spat into the porcelain bowl and cupped one hand under the running tap water, bending forward to rinse the acidic taste from my mouth. I'd never been this nervous over a Quidditch match before. What if I was so shaky and freaked out that I played terribly? What if I made a stupid mistake and fell off my broom in front of all those people? What if Slytherin lost and everyone blamed me? I rubbed the heels of my palms against my eyes, hissing under my breath, "Get it together." And then I put my hands on the counter and looked at myself in the mirror, seeing my pale skin, my glossy eyes, my swollen lips. I stared at my reflected image and told myself it was just another match. I finally managed to get myself out of the bathroom, and I headed down to the locker room before I could convince myself to just hide in the dormitory until it was over. I changed into the uniform Malfoy had found me as quickly as I could, knowing that the rest of the team was probably already down at the stadium. My fingers were shaking so badly that it took several tries before I could finally button up the front. The broom felt slippery when I picked it up, my sweaty palms making it difficult to get a hold on the sleek wood. I took a deep breath and tightened my grip on the broom so much that my knuckles turned white. I could do this. I exited the locker room and headed down to the Quidditch pitch alone, the borrowed broom tucked under my arm securely so I wouldn't drop it with my shaky hands. When I got closer, I could see that the rest of the Slytherin team was standing just outside the stadium, a small mass of green and black robes. Malfoy was talking when I finally reached them, so none of them acknowledged my arrival with anything more than a lengthy glance. I stood a bit behind Christian Hunter, leaning to the left, a little so. I could see around his bulky shoulders. Malfoy had one elbow resting on the tip of his broomstick, leaning on it as he explained the same tactic he'd gone over yesterday. I was too nervous to pay attention. I didn't know how much time had passed, but people eventually began to come down from the castle to get seats before the match started. Malfoy had us go under the stands because the match was about to begin, and we would have to go out on the field soon. "All right," Malfoy said once we were all standing before the doors that led out onto the field. He looked completely relaxed, totally at ease as he lazily held his broom under one arm. "Just remember that this is Gryffindor we're playing, so we've got to do whatever it takes to win. I don't think it'll be too hard." "That's right," Ben Parkinson said cockily, his arms crossed in front of him. "Let's hope you're actually able to knock Potter off his broom this time. Malfoy, make sure you get that snitch before he does." As the other Slytherins laughed, I rolled my eyes and hoped he wasn't serious about knocking Potter off his broom. Malfoy smirked and said, "Of course I will. And Flint told me to make sure there's no half-ass playing, but I told him not to worry. We're gonna kick their asses either way, right?" "Damn right we are," Blaze grinned, clapping Ben on the back. "Let's go." I felt my stomach drop to my feet as Malfoy threw open the doors and the Slytherin team began to stream out onto the field, having no choice but to follow them. The bright lights were blinding me, and the stands were even fuller than they had been at the last match I'd gone to. I clutched at my broomstick as though it was the only thing that could keep me from passing out. We stopped in front of the Gryffindor team and mounted our brooms. As Madam Hooch began talking about playing fairly, I glanced across and saw Ginny giving me a grin. I told her during Friday's Charms class that I would actually be playing in the match instead of just going to it, and to my surprise, she'd been incredibly pleased. I returned her smile weakly, blinking away the black dots that were spotting around the edges of my vision. Then we were kicking off of the ground, slowly rising up until we were about 20 feet off of the ground. My heart was pounding as Hooch bent forward to undo the clasps of the chest on the ground below, knowing that the quaffle would be tossed up in a few seconds, and the match would begin, my stomach in knots, and I glanced to my left and saw Malfoy just a few players down from me. He looked over at me and, making sure no one was looking, gave me a small nod. Below us, Hooch lifted up the quaffle and put the whistle between her teeth. I tightened my grip on the broomstick and leaned forward, exhaling quietly. I kept my eyes fixed on the quaffle as she raised it high, telling myself silently, "Focus." And then the whistle went off, and the quaffle was in the air. The air exploded with flying colors of green and red as the match began, and I shot forward to reach for the quaffle. Katie Bell, one of Gryffindor's chasers, got to it first and ducked below Ben to speed for the Slytherin goalposts. She was about to shoot when a bludger narrowly missed her shoulder, and she fumbled the quaffle. I darted forward when I saw it falling almost in slow motion, snatching it out of the air and tucking it tightly under my arm as I turned myself around. I sped back away from our goalposts, ducking and rolling out of the way of Gryffindor players. Ben was suddenly on my right, so I whipped the quaffle to him and finally slowed down as he shot it at the center Gryffindor goal. Their keeper couldn't block the shot, and as Ben sped back the way he came, he grinned at me and shouted over the noise, "Nice one, Hawkins." An unnatural calm settled over me as the match continued, and I felt the nerves completely fade from my stomach. I played like I always did, speeding around the players that got in my way and intercepting the quaffle whenever a slow pass was made. The adrenaline pounded in my veins when I finally managed to score, putting us 40 points ahead of Gryffindor. I barely thought about anything at all throughout the entire match, the only thing on my mind being to just play well. I was just rolling out of the way of a passing bludger after scoring for the second time when I saw Potter speeding downwards impossibly fast out of the corner of my eye. For half a second I slowed down, watching carefully as I realized Malfoy was ducking after him, only a few inches behind. And then Potter was pulling back up with the snitch in his hand, and the crowd was erupting in cheers. I finally came to a stop as the rest of the players slowed down, feeling the prick of disappointment in my stomach at the fact that we had lost. This feeling was quickly replaced by the fear that they were going to pin Gryffindor's victory on me. We touched back down on the field, and I nervously glanced around at the Slytherins to see if they were glaring at me. But I quickly realized that they didn't even seem to be too upset as we dismounted our brooms, walking off the field, as all the Gryffindors began to stream down from the stands. "You know what?" Christian said as we entered the quieter space beneath the stadium, finally escaping all the cheers and booing from the crowd. "Yeah, they got the snitch. But damn, did you see how shit they were at actually playing? We were 50 points ahead, and they had nothing," Blaze said, shaking his head. "I'm never going to let them hear the end of that one. If Potter hadn't seen that damn snitch half a second before me, we would have won." Malfoy laughed, and the rest of the team joined him. "We would have beat their asses if they didn't have a complete stroke of luck." I stared around the room and wondered if this was the same team I had walked out with. I was expecting them to cuss each other out, to turn on me, and say that it was my fault we had lost. Of all things, I definitely hadn't been expecting this. Never would I have imagined that the Slytherin team would take losing so easily. It was definitely a shitty win on their part, Christian agreed. There's no way they'll be able to pull that one off next time. The whole school's gonna know how shit Gryffindor is at actual Quidditch. I just wish I could have knocked one of them off their broom, Ben sneered. Sending one of them to the hospital wing would have made this much better. The whole team was laughing now, shoving each other's shoulders and joking around. I blinked and held my broom off to the side from everything, wondering if I should just leave now before any of them could remember that I was there. I felt that any second one of them was going to remember that I'd taken Flint's place, and that I might have been the reason they'd lost. But that didn't happen. Instead, Ben looked over at me and said through all the loud talking, "You were good, Hawkins." I never would have guessed. Thanks, I said slowly, unsure whether or not to take that as a compliment. "You were, too." He raised one eyebrow arrogantly, as if to say, "Of course I was." A few of the Slytherins were starting to leave, saying that they didn't want to be around when the Gryffindor team came through. Blaze walked out after Ben, giving me a quick glance over his shoulder at me. I glared at his retreating back, annoyed but secretly hoping that he had noticed that I was finally okay again. I moved to follow the rest of the team out, but someone grabbed my arm from behind and said quickly, "Wait, let me talk to you for a second." I turned to see Malfoy standing there with his broom tucked under his arm. Unsure, I crossed my arms and looked at him suspiciously now that the rest of the Slytherins had headed back up for the locker room. "I just wanted to..." He trailed off, rolling his eyes. He groaned and finally continued, "I just wanted to say thanks for helping..." I blinked, not knowing Malfoy was capable of saying thank you to anyone, especially me. After a second, I said awkwardly, "It's no big deal. I kind of liked it." He smirked and said without thinking, "You were really good out there." While I tried to figure out if I'd heard correctly, Malfoy was able to clear his throat and add, "I mean, you were all right for a girl." "Nice," I snapped, annoyed that he had to ruin the one compliment he'd ever given me. "I'll be sure to tell my aunt you approve. You're the one who didn't get the snitch." Malfoy's gaze darkened, and for a moment I regretted saying it. He said angrily, "Shut up." I was distracted. "And no, I'm not going to sit here and explain myself to you. Just go back up to your dorm and sulk like usual. Thank God Flint will be back before the next match." "Fine," I seethed, throwing my broom back to him so forcefully that he barely caught it in time. In a sudden burst of bravery, I snapped, "I'll never understand how people can put up with your shit long enough to actually talk to you." And then I stormed out of the doorway, leaving Malfoy behind without a single glance back to see his expression. I would never know it, and Malfoy would never admit it, but he hadn't seen the snitch until it was too late because he'd been watching me play. In the end, despite every cruel thing Malfoy had ever said to me, I was the reason he'd been so distracted. I would never know it, but Malfoy couldn't even admit that to himself. Chapter 17. Eve. The next 2 months at Hogwarts passed by impossibly slowly and were painfully uneventful. Even though the Quidditch match against Gryffindor had been ages ago, people would still sometimes talk about how I had surprised nearly everyone with my flying when I took Flint's place. I didn't think Ginny would ever let me hear the end of it because she would constantly remind me of how kick-ass I'd been at Quidditch. I was just glad I wouldn't have to fill in for Flint a second time and go through that stress all over again. After what happened with Malfoy at the end of the match, I'd promised myself I would never talk to him again. I told myself that I would never have to do anything more than glance at him for the rest of the year, and nothing he said to me from then on would affect me in any way. Unfortunately, my plan didn't go accordingly. The first time it failed was during care of magical creatures just a few days after the match. Hagrid split us up into pairs, and I think he was trying to be nice to me when he placed me with Malfoy. If only he knew. It was completely awkward at first, but it eventually melted into what it usually was. Malfoy acting condescending, and me only responding to him in a quiet, snappy tone. And this type of interaction between us continued on for the next couple of months, and I eventually got used to it. So now all I had to do for the rest of this year was not let my temper get the best of me when it came to Malfoy, and just do everything I could to ignore Blaise when he looked at me. I had thought this wouldn't be completely impossible, but potions made it 10 times more difficult. "You're doing it wrong, Hawkins," Malfoy sneered, taking the ladle from me and bending forward to inspect the cauldron. "It clearly says to stir quickly, not at the pace of a sloth." I huffed angrily and decided not to respond, rolling up my sleeves and grabbing my textbook to look at the instructions one more time. Snape had paired us together against my will to brew a memory potion, and I was silently trying to tell myself that working with Malfoy was at least better than being paired with Blaise. "Now, it isn't turning blue fast enough," Malfoy complained, exhaling in annoyance. "Honestly, did you even read it?" "I did, actually," I snapped. "Forgive me for stirring too slowly. Since when do you care about this class anyways?" "My greatest shit," Malfoy responded easily, busying himself with the ladle as the potion slowly turned into the correct color. And I only have this week to bring it up because that'll be it after Christmas break. So, I don't need your poor stirring skills to mess me up. I rolled my eyes and tried not to laugh out loud at how annoying he was being, wondering how his potion's grade could be so terrible when he'd been trying harder for the past couple of months. Across from us, Goyle added ingredients to their potion as Blaze looked over at Malfoy and laughed, saying, "Yeah, I heard your father's gonna kill you if you don't get it up. I'm telling you, mate, if you stop skipping so often." Yeah, Malfoy interrupted, dumping in the roots I just sliced. "It's just hard to show up every day for a class that I don't give a shit about." Malfoy put down the ladle and leaned back in his chair casually, and I realized with annoyance that he was clearly done trying to help out. I flipped the page of my textbook with a bit more force than necessary and scanned the instructions to find the next step, since Malfoy was obviously going to be of no assistance. The other Slytherins began to talk and joke around, and it became clear that Blaze was in a particularly good mood today when he turned and spoke to me for the first time in months. "Hey, Hawkins." I looked up and fixed a cold gaze on him, still cutting up the rat's tail and trying to ignore the way my stomach was lurking a bit. When I didn't say anything, Blaze continued cheekily, "You know, there's another potions essay due at the end of this week?" "I do," I replied slowly, biting my tongue to keep from visibly recoiling away from him. Goyle was trying not to laugh, and Blaze's smirk was bold as he asked, "Do you want to help me with it later?" I was too furious to notice that Malfoy had dropped the ladle beside me. "Interesting," I said icily. "I didn't realize you were so stupid that you need help with every single essay you get. Maybe you should ask Goyle for help. He appears to be more on your level." While Blaze's jaw dropped, Malfoy let out a loud snort and tried to disguise it with a cough. Goyle was looking at me as though he was still trying to piece together what I'd said. And before Blaze could finally think of a witty response, Snape was announcing that everyone needed to clean up in time for the bell. I turned away from Blaze and put out the flame underneath our cauldron with my wand, my stomach burning with anger. How could he dare say that to me? The first time he'd spoken to me in months, and that was what he went with. He was lucky I didn't reach across the table and pour the contents of his cauldron all down his front. The bell rang just as I was finishing putting all the ingredients away, and as I grabbed my bag, Snape attempted to remind us over all the noise that the essay was still due at the end of the week. I threw my bag over my shoulder and pushed my chair in, wanting nothing more than to put distance between myself and Blaze before I did something that could get me expelled. As I was turning away from the table, Malfoy caught my eye and gave me a look, almost like he was impressed. I shook my head and hurried out of the potions classroom, not having the energy to figure out what that had meant. Later that night, when I was working on the potions essay in my bed, Millicent's snores eventually became too much for me, and I decided to work on it in the common room instead. I slipped on a thick sweater and stuffed my feet into my sneakers, shivering in the cold night air and hoping it would be warmer downstairs. With the parchment tucked under one arm and the quill in between my teeth, I fixed my hair into a loose bun as I descended the cold steps down to the common room. I was still tucking loose strands of hair away when I rounded the corner, and I nearly dropped my ink pot when I saw Malfoy sitting in front of the green fire, working on his own essay. I rolled my eyes and barely stifled a groan. Could my luck get any worse? He looked up while I was debating whether or not to just go back upstairs and deal with Millicent's incessant snoring, and Malfoy's eyebrows rose at the sight of me. "You're still up?" "Yeah," I replied slowly, standing awkwardly in front of the entrance to the girls' dormitory. Was it too late to make an escape back upstairs? But it's getting pretty late. So, maybe I'll just, is that the potions essay? Malfoy asked, nodding his head to the parchment tucked under my arm. Relax, you can work on it with me. That was the last thing I wanted to do. But before I could make up some sort of an excuse, Malfoy rolled his eyes and added, just sit down, Hawkins. I won't bite. It was almost laughable. How terrible my luck was. Finally, I gave in and crossed the common room floor to take a seat in the armchair. Next to the couch Malfoy was sprawled out on, hoping I wouldn't regret not running away when I had the chance. I set my things down a bit awkwardly, glancing over at Malfoy's paper to see how much he had done. My eyes widened as I saw how much he had written already, exclaiming, You've already finished your first page. Just finish my second one. Actually, Malfoy said smugly, tilting the pages toward me so I could see. I thought you didn't give a shit about potions, I said, repeating the same thing he'd said to Blaze in class earlier today. Then I remembered his terrible grade and added, Never mind, you've probably got to do well on this one to get your grade up. Malfoy didn't say anything, but I was feeling more comfortable now, so I just kept talking, not even bothering to think before speaking. That's why you've been actually trying in potions. It must be pretty bad. I really thought you didn't care about that class. My grade is fine. Malfoy snapped suddenly, making me finally shut my mouth and realize what I've been saying. I'm not failing. I blinked, staring at him across the couch as he looked into the flames, and refused to make eye contact with me. But then, why would you say that? Does it matter? Malfoy sighed, shuffling his papers to busy his hands. I'm just doing okay in potions, all right. An uncomfortable silence ensued, where we both stared at our papers to try and make it seem as though we were still working. I fumbled with my quill as I tried to figure out why the hell Malfoy would say he was failing potions when he was actually doing all right. Only about a minute went by before Malfoy suddenly leaned forward and forced out, Look, I forgot that I wanted to tell you something. Okay, I said slowly, watching him carefully and wondering if he was going to be sick. Malfoy still wouldn't meet my eyes, and he instead fixed his gaze on the floor in between us as he said quickly, I wanted to say that you were brilliant at Quidditch, and that you played better than most of us on the team. I blinked and almost asked him if I had heard correctly, but I stopped myself in time. Almost unable to believe it, I replied awkwardly, Thanks. You're all right, Hawkins, Malfoy said, and I got the feeling he wasn't just talking about Quidditch anymore. You really are. I stared at him, completely unable to understand what was happening. Earlier today, he'd been insulting me like usual and almost purposefully trying to make me feel like crap, and now he was complimenting me on how I played Quidditch. And for the first time, it felt sincere. I shook my head in confusion and said carefully, You're acting really weird, Malfoy. I don't know what you mean, Malfoy mumbled, only meeting my gaze for half a second before quickly looking away again. I don't get it, I continued, watching him shift uncomfortably on the couch just a few feet from me. Why are you being so nice? Something's up. What? Nothing's up. Yes, there is. Something's different. Now tell me what it is. Will you leave me alone? Damn. All I did was tell you I put my essay to the side as I leaned a bit closer, looking at Malfoy carefully and trying to figure out what was going on. Maybe it was the late hour or his strange attitude, but I was suddenly braver around Malfoy than I had been in a while. Look, Malfoy, just tell me why you're being so nice, and I'll go back upstairs. I'm not even being that nice. My heart fell suddenly, and I tried to disguise the growing hurt as I asked dully, "Did Blaze put you up to it?" No. Fuck no, Malfoy said quickly, finally looking at me and meeting my eyes seriously. "Zabini, and I barely talk anymore. Relax. All I did was tell you that you were good at Quidditch. Since when is that a crime?" "It isn't like you," I said plainly, "to be nice to me." Malfoy blinked and sat back a little, looking down at me. I shuffled my papers together and said slowly, "I just don't understand. You're always an ass to me in potions and everywhere else, but now you're acting really weird and actually being nice. Is this a joke or something? Because, damn it, Eve." Malfoy snapped suddenly, standing so abruptly that he nearly dropped his papers. He sounded almost angry with himself as he said, "You don't know what you do to me." And then for a tiny, insane moment, I thought he was going to lean forward and press his lips against mine. But instead, Malfoy turned and stormed out of the common room without another word. I stared after him, reaching forward to pick up his forgotten quill. I held it in my hands and blinked hard, my head spinning with those last few words echoing in my ears. The most confusing thing Draco Malfoy had ever said to me. "You don't know what you do to me." Chapter 18. Eve. I woke up the next morning with bleary eyes and dark circles, and I rubbed my face hard, as though I could push the fatigue away. I tossed and turned all night long, and I wasn't sure if I'd gotten more than 2 hours of sleep. I found it hard to relax after what Malfoy had said to me. Rolling out of bed, I glanced around the dormitory to see that both Pansy and Millicent were gone, which meant that breakfast was most likely already halfway over. I changed quickly, wanting to get downstairs fast so I could maybe catch Malfoy before he left for class. I'd heard that he always showed up late to first period, so there was a good chance he was still in the common room. I wanted to ask him what the hell he'd meant by the last thing he had said to me. Once I'd made myself somewhat presentable, I grabbed my bag and headed downstairs quickly, nervously chewing my bottom lip. When I reached the common room below, I stopped short when I saw Malfoy talking with Flint by the fire. I started over to him. He wasn't alone, but this could be the only chance I'd have for a while. He glanced up when I got closer, and I began quickly, "Malfoy, I gotta go to Charms." Malfoy cut me off, completely ignoring me as he got up off the couch. He nodded to Flint and hastily made his way past me, saying over his shoulder, "See you at practice, mate." He was gone before I could get another word out. I exhaled heavily with annoyance, wishing I'd had the guts to just grab Malfoy and ask him before he could get away. Flint turned in his seat and saw me standing there angrily, and he raised his eyebrows at me. He looked like he was about to say something to me, but talking to Flint was one of the last things I wanted to do. I quickly turned away and hurried for the portrait exit, pulling the strap up on my bag, and hoping Flint hadn't noticed how flustered I'd looked. As I made my way down to History of Magic, I hoped I'd be able to catch Malfoy alone in the common room later tonight. Unfortunately, he avoided me successfully for the rest of the week. I didn't get a chance to be alone with him until the day before Christmas break, and by that point, I was almost ready to give up. Malfoy had been acting just as he usually did around me during potions and care of magical creatures. So I'd begun to think that what he said to me that night had just been a stupid mistake. Maybe he'd just been overtired, or maybe he'd been trying to tease me by playing a prank. Either way, I was starting to think that Malfoy had been lying when he'd tried to be nice to me for the first time. But he couldn't avoid me forever. I finally found him late at night alone in the common room. I'd stayed out helping McGonagall for extra credit, and when I got back to the common room, I saw Malfoy sprawled out on the couch in front of the fire. As the portrait door shut behind me, I stepped forward cautiously to find that Malfoy was sleeping. His head was tilted against the hard backing of the couch. His lips parted slightly as he breathed deeply in and out. I watched him carefully, unsure if I had the courage to disturb Draco Malfoy while he was sleeping. But I didn't have to. I only got within a few feet of him before he jumped in his sleep, and his eyes opened. Malfoy looked over at me through squinted eyes, and while he was still half awake, he gave me a sleepy grin. When all I did was stare at him, the smile melted off his face as he realized where he was. Malfoy sat up quickly, automatically turning his gaze away from mine and mumbling, "Sorry, got to go." He only got halfway off the couch before I jumped forward and, without thinking, grabbed his arm. "Wait." Malfoy turned to me, and I immediately let go. I came around the side of the couch and said bravely, "Don't leave. I need to talk to you." I realized that was probably the last thing he wanted to hear, but at the moment I didn't care. I needed to know why he'd said what he had the last time we were alone, and I needed to understand why he'd tried to be nice to me. Malfoy slowly sat back down on the couch, exhaling tiredly and saying, "Look, it's pretty late, I don't care." I interrupted quickly, surprising even myself. Maybe it was the fact that I was desperate for answers, but I was suddenly braver than I had ever been around Malfoy. "You can't run away again, all right? We need to talk." "About what?" Malfoy asked exasperatedly, running one hand through his hair messily. He was looking at the staircases to the dormitories, as though he was praying for someone to come down and interrupt us. I sat down on the armchair closest to the couch, not wanting to sit directly next to Malfoy, and I think he appreciated that too. Hoping to keep my voice steady and not betray how completely nervous I was, I said to him, "You've been avoiding me all week." "What?" Malfoy scoffed. "No, I haven't. I've had classes with you every day this week. What makes you think I'm avoiding you?" I gave him a look, but he pretended not to see it as he looked into the fireplace. I suddenly felt awkward and didn't know what to say, even though I'd been trying to get myself alone with him all week. Why hadn't I at least thought about what I was going to say? To fill the silence, I reached into my bag and said quickly, "You left your quill here on Monday." He looked up and saw me holding out the quill to him, and he slowly took it from me. Thanks." Before I could lose what little confidence I had, I said, "Listen, Malfoy, I don't understand what you meant when you said what you said last Monday." "When I said what?" Malfoy asked slowly, still avoiding my gaze. I rolled my eyes and snapped, "You know what you said." "I just don't get it, Malfoy." "Listen, Hawkins, I'd love to stay and chat, but I have practice tomorrow morning. If you could just stop being so damn confusing and let me go upstairs. You're the one who's being confusing." I cut him off, leaning forward, as though that would somehow make him finally look over at me. "One minute you're being a complete asshole like usual, and the next you're actually trying to be nice to me. I swear, it's like you have two different personalities, and I can't keep up with either of them. What do you want me to say?" Malfoy snapped, finally standing up from the couch and towering over me. I felt myself start to shrink away from him, his overwhelming presence making me want to run for my dormitory. "What makes you think I want to act like that?" I didn't know what to say. I felt frozen as he stood over me, his quiet and obvious discomfort completely replaced by a frustrated kind of anger. My mouth opened, but my mind wasn't working fast enough for anything to come out. "Did it ever occur to you that I don't like this?" Malfoy said. And now he wouldn't look away from me. His eyes were unblinking as he stared at me, his face screwed up in anger. But I had a feeling it wasn't directed at me. That I don't like this. This feeling I get. What feeling? I interrupted angrily, standing up from the armchair quickly. His face was only inches from mine as he pointed to me exasperatedly, his arms raised as he said, "I don't... fuck. It's the feeling I get when I look at you." I looked up at him, wanting to take a step back, but somehow not being able to move my legs. My voice sounded impossibly small as I asked, What do you mean?" "It's like I can't breathe," Malfoy said. "Like you're the only one in the room, and when I look at you it just hurts, and I forget whatever I'm doing, and damn it, Eve, it's like He broke off, and he finally looked away from me as he ran one hand through his hair for the second time. He swallowed hard and said in a slightly steadier voice, "That's why I act like a dick around you. Because I don't know what else to do. Because whenever I'm near you, it's like I can't see straight. And I lose it sometimes." His voice turned quiet as he continued slowly, "That's why I lost my shit when Zabini was touching you, because I can't stand the thought of something bad happening to you." Malfoy finally stopped looking down at me as he breathed heavily, and I fought to pull myself together. I was trying to tell myself that none of this was real, that there was no way I could actually believe any of this. But the way he was looking at me right now felt so real that my heart was pounding. "Go ahead," he said dully, his eyes slowly turning dark. "Laugh." I shook my head, my lips pressed together as I tried to think of what to say to that. What was I supposed to say to that? Draco Malfoy had just told me everything he'd clearly been hiding for months now, and now my head was spinning so badly that I couldn't even think. But that was just it. This was Malfoy. I knew how dedicated his parents were to the Dark Lord, and I'd gone to Hogwarts just to stay away from that. I looked up at the boy standing inches from me, his heavy breathing being the only sound in the empty common room. And suddenly all I could see was someone who could ruin everything my aunt had done to keep me safe. When I said nothing, Malfoy shook his head and said, "Forget it. Forgive me for trying to at least explain myself. You can just pretend that never happened. Sorry, that wasn't what you wanted to hear." He turned away from me, and that was when it finally slipped out, and I reached for him. "Wait, Malfoy, leave me alone," he snapped over his shoulder. And then he disappeared up the dormitory stairs, leaving me behind for the second time that week. But this time, there were tears in my eyes, and it was taking everything I had not to run after him. Chapter 19. Eve. The next afternoon, I left with most of the other students on the train home for Christmas break, so I didn't have a chance to get Malfoy alone. In fact, he purposefully avoided me at the station when we got off in London. I tried to call to him when I saw him getting off only a few feet from me, but he completely ignored me and quickly disappeared into the growing crowd of parents and students. So then there was nothing left for me to do except go home with my aunt and spend the rest of Christmas vacation cursing myself for what had happened that Friday night. But my aunt and I were still able to have a pleasant Christmas, despite how moody we both were. I was upset over what had happened with Malfoy, and she was feeling lonely again now that this was the first holiday we'd had without my uncle. I tried to keep her happy by reminding her that we didn't need him. He was the one who walked out on us, after all, and she attempted to cheer me up as well. "Keep your chin up. honey." She had smiled warmly that New Year's Eve, raising her glass of fire whiskey to mine. "Another year's gone by, and we're still safe." I had grinned weakly in return and tapped my glass against hers, thinking the whole while that I was ruining my chances of ever being safe, considering the people I was associating myself with at Hogwarts. I spent the next week off from school trying desperately to refrain from telling my aunt about Malfoy, because the last thing I needed was for her to find out what was going on between me and the boy whose parents were well-known Death Eaters. She would probably make me transfer schools again if she knew what Draco had said to me the last time we spoke. The end of Christmas vacation came all too soon, and I still hadn't figured out what I was going to say to Malfoy when I finally managed to get him alone. Sure, I knew what I wanted to say, but I still didn't know what I should say. My aunt pulled into the parking lot at the train station in London, and I got out with my trunk and stood by her open window. She leaned out slightly and kissed my cheek, saying a bit guiltily, "I've got to run to work. Evelyn, I'm sorry. Have a great rest of the year. Make sure to write me as often as you can. And if you ever need anything..." "It's okay," I interrupted quickly, laughing a bit and patting her shoulder. "I'll be all right. Don't worry about me. Make sure you write me to..." I could see she was starting to get emotional as she said, "I will. Love you, honey. Love you too, Andy." I waved as she pulled out of the parking lot, then picked up my trunk and started for the station. Once inside platform 9 3/4, I was able to find Neville pretty quickly. He helped me with my trunk, then boarded the train with me to find the compartment Ginny and Luna had already saved. I kept an eye out for Malfoy the entire time, but I couldn't spot him anywhere. I tried to tell myself that this was a good thing. I sat beside Ginny on the train, and as it left the station for Hogwarts, the four of us asked each other about our holidays. About halfway there, everyone fell asleep, but I couldn't find it in myself to close my eyes. I spent the rest of the train ride with my gaze fixed out the window, desperately trying to figure out what I was going to say to Malfoy when I finally saw him again. But when we arrived at Hogwarts, and I sat at the Slytherin table for the feast, Draco Malfoy ignored me and acted as though I wasn't even there. My stomach twisting too much to keep anything down, I poked at the chicken on my plate and stared down at the wooden tabletop. I suppose I should have expected this. With the way I had acted after Malfoy had told me everything, I wasn't surprised he was giving me the cold shoulder. I just wished he would at least give me a chance to try and fix it. In potions class the Monday after break, everything changed. Snape had us answering the questions in the textbook in our groups, but Eve was doing the problems on her own while the three of us talked and joked around. I'd managed to avoid her successfully for the past week, but there was nothing I could do about having potions and care of magical creatures with her. I was just going to ignore her as best I could, even though I knew I couldn't do it forever. The three of us were all in good moods, and I'd even managed to forget Eve was there when Zabini decided to be funny and try to talk to her. "Hey, Hawkins," he said across the table to her, smirking when she looked up reluctantly. "What?" she said icily. Zabini leaned against his open textbook and said casually, "I saw you getting dropped off in the London parking lot last Saturday. I heard that was your aunt, right?" "It was," she said flatly, glaring across the table at him. "What? Your parents were too busy?" Zabini asked, but it sounded as though he already knew the answer. Eve looked over at me then, and I hastily looked down at my textbook. My stomach dropped into my shoes when she said coldly, "No, my parents are dead. I live with my aunt." My hands were clutching the edge of the table hard as I stared down at the open pages of my book. Her parents were dead? I didn't know that. I had no idea. She'd mentioned her aunt before, but never her parents. I expected an uncomfortable silence to fall over our table at this. But Zabini kept right on going, as though he'd known what her answer was going to be all along. "How did they die?" he asked nosily, and my chest burned with anger. "Car crash," Eve snapped shortly, and I gave a sidelong glance her way to see that her knuckles were white around the edges of her textbook. "How old were you?" "Fuck off, Zabini," I interrupted before Eve could answer, still refusing to look at her. I was trying to control my growing anger as he smirked over at me, and my grip tightened around the quill Eve had given back to me over a week ago. "You're being a dick." "Says who?" Zabini retorted, turning his head back to face Eve. "I'm just asking questions." "Yeah, well, cut it out. You're being nosy. I don't give a..." "I was too," Eve said, cutting Zabini off and causing the two of us to finally look over at her. I realized her eyes were glossy, and her voice was quiet as she asked tiredly, "Why does it matter?" "Just wondering," Zabini said easily, and my jaw tightened when I saw that he was still smirking. "Do you remember it?" My quill snapped, but no one seemed to notice. Eve sniffed and wiped the back of her hand across her lips, saying softly, "No, I don't remember it." The words were in my mouth. I was seconds away from telling Zabini to cut it out for the second time when he said it. "That explains why you're so quiet all the time. And, why you're so easy." My head snapped to the side to look at him, to see if I'd actually heard him say that, and even Goyle exclaimed, quietly, "What the fuck, mate?" The stool screeched against the floor as Eve stood up, and her long blonde hair hid her face as she left the room without a single word. My vision growing dark, I got to my feet and grabbed Zabini's shirt collar, watching as his infuriating smirk melted off his face. Everyone continued working because they couldn't see us at the back, so I kept my voice low as I said dangerously, "If you ever talk to her like that again, I'll beat the shit out of you. Got it?" "Mate," Zabini said, reaching up to try and pull my fist from his shirt. "I will kill you." I corrected myself darkly. "If you ever do something like that again." Zabini didn't say anything and just looked up at me cautiously, as though he was trying to figure out if I was serious. I hoped he knew that I was. I ripped my hands from his collar, turning and stalking out of the potions classroom before I could do something that would get me expelled. Eve had one shoulder leaned up against the wall with her head in her hands as she cried, and her back was to me when I rounded the corner into the hallway. Her shoulders were shaking as I took a step forward, placing one hand on her back slowly. She jumped and turned to me, quickly wiping under her eyes when she saw it was me. Sorry," she choked out, sniffing and hastily wiping away the tear tracks. Didn't hear you." "Don't apologize," I said, and then I was pulling her tight against my chest. Her body automatically stiffened as I wrapped my arms around her, but after half a second, she melted against me. Eve cried quietly with her head buried in the soft space between my neck and shoulder, and I held her against my chest with one hand tangled in her hair. It was taking everything I had not to walk back into the potions classroom and break Zabini's nose. Eve finally pulled away from me when she was able to pull herself together somewhat, and we both took a step back. Wiping under her eyes, she said softly, "Sorry about that. I fucking hate him. You and me both," I said. "Want me to beat him up?" She choked out a laugh when she realized I was kidding, even though I really hadn't been. If she'd asked me to, I wouldn't have thought twice about it. "No, I'm good for now," she said, trying but failing to smile. "Thanks for asking. I'm sorry about your parents," I blurted suddenly. "I didn't know." I watched her deflate, and she looked at the ground as she said quietly, "It's okay. I don't remember them at all, so I don't really talk about it." Then there was an uncomfortable silence where I desperately searched for something to say, anything at all. When I finally opened my mouth, I had meant to say something along the lines of, "Well, see you around," but what came out instead was, "Look, about what I said last week." "I've been wanting to talk to you," she interrupted, "but you've been avoiding me." "Yeah," I admitted guiltily. "Sorry, it was really embarrassing." "You don't have to be embarrassed," Eve said quietly, looking up at me when I finally forced myself to look back at her. Her blue eyes were watching me carefully as she said a bit uncertainly, I guess I just still don't understand you. But I mean, it's weird. I always thought you were terrible, but it turns out you've been the nicest one to me." I looked at her carefully, almost like I was trying to read her mind. But I think I know what you mean," she continued softly as though I hadn't said anything, still with her gaze fixed on mine. "About not being able to breathe around someone. About feeling like that person's the only one in the room." My chest felt tight, like there wasn't enough air in this hallway. Eve reached out and touched the black fabric of my shirt, feeling the wet spot from one of her tears. Her voice was quiet, almost like she was talking to herself as she said, "Maybe I could try to understand you." And then I couldn't stop myself, and I was pulling her to my chest for the second time. Her arms wrapped around my middle, and I could smell the scent of lilacs in her hair. I held her flush against me without a word, feeling dizzy from some sort of high that I couldn't explain. Her blonde hair tickling my face, I finally allowed myself a tiny smile. Maybe, just maybe, she could be the one thing in my life that would finally make me happy again. Chapter 20. Eve. The next day during care of magical creatures, Draco pulled me to the side and asked me to meet him later in the common room. We were attempting to feed the fire-breathing salamanders Hagrid had gotten from Mullingar, and I was working with Draco and Crab, while Crab was chasing after one that had tried to wander off into the Forbidden Forest. Draco turned to me and asked in a low voice, "Will you meet me in the common room tonight, once everyone's asleep?" Despite myself, despite everything he'd already confessed to me, I still looked at him a bit unsurely. Didn't he know that all I could hear was Sabini's voice asking me that exact same question? He sighed when he saw my expression and added quietly, "I just want to talk. Relax. I'm not anything like Sabini." "I know you're not," I said, and this time I honestly believed it. Crab was heading back over to us, so I gave a small smile and told Draco, "Yeah, okay, it'll be fun." Draco grinned. "We'll hang out." I laughed at his expression, rolling my eyes and trying my hardest not to punch his shoulder playfully. When Crab finally reached us and set the salamander down, I was still blushing a little. I wasn't entirely sure how to act around Draco now, but I had a feeling that he didn't have a clue either. And maybe that would make this a bit easier, since neither of us had any idea what we were doing. So that night, I laid in bed until it was well past 11, and Millicent's snores were filling the tiny dormitory, as usual. I rolled out of bed with nervous butterflies in my stomach, tossing back the sheets and quietly tugging my sneakers on. It was chilly from the cold winter air, so I pulled a thick sweatshirt over my head before tiptoeing downstairs. Draco was already seated in front of the fire when I reached the common room, and he looked over at me as I came down the stairs. He grinned a bit sleepily, and this time I returned it without a second thought. I almost fell asleep waiting for you, Draco said as I came around the side of the couch and sat beside him. I wasn't sure how close I should sit next to him, so I carefully placed myself about half a foot away. Worrying if this was okay, I looked over at him and immediately relaxed when he smiled. "This is weird," he said, leaning back against the cushions. "We've never sat on the same couch before. It's a whole new world." I agreed. I had to wait for Millicent to start snoring before I could leave. Draco laughed out loud at this, exclaiming, "She snores very loudly. Actually, I'd like to say I'm surprised," Draco said, "but I'm really not." I shook my head and laughed, glancing over at him in the dim lighting of the common room. The green light from the flames in front of us cast a glow on Draco's face as he leaned forward a bit, looking right back at me with a relaxed expression on his face. He turned in the couch to face me better, putting his right elbow up on the back and saying, "So tell me about Beauxbatons. Is it anything like this place?" "Not really," I said, and launched into an explanation about my old school. I told him about how the dormitories were, what the classes had been like, and how it had been playing Quidditch against the neighboring schools. "Do you miss it?" Draco asked, watching me intensely, and that's what assured me that he really did want to know. I thought for a moment, then answered slowly, "No. I mean, when I first got to Hogwarts, I wished I was back there instead. But now it isn't so bad here. And besides, most of the girls at Beauxbatons were terrible." "Yeah, I've heard most of them were bitches," Draco mused, then quickly glanced at me to see if I was offended. But I was laughing because he was right. "No, it's true. They were all awful there. I won't lie." Draco grinned and asked, "How's it living with your aunt? You get along okay?" "Yeah, we get along great," I told him, smiling widely now that I was thinking about it. As I began to tell him about how it was living with my aunt and her work, I noticed that Draco's eyes kept flicking down to look at my lips as they moved. When I told him that my aunt's work kept her away from home a lot, he asked me what she did for a living. "She's an Auror," I said easily, then paused as I realized that was the first time I'd ever told anyone that. I hadn't had any close friends back at Beauxbatons, and it had never come up with Neville or Ginny. Then I remembered who I was talking to, and I looked over at him carefully to see his expression. I expected Draco to be rolling his eyes or scoffing at me. After all, his parents were the kind of people my aunt was after. But instead, he just looked at me without blinking and said instantly, "That must be tough for you. It's a dangerous job." "Yeah, I guess," I said, feeling my cheeks flush under his gaze. I hadn't been expecting him to say anything close to that. But I mean, she likes it, so I'm happy for her. "That's good," he smiled, and I suddenly didn't know what else to say. Draco wouldn't look away from me as we both sat there in silence for a moment, and then he blurted, "I really want to kiss you." My eyes widened, and I almost asked him if I had heard correctly. I stared at Draco as he looked down at me, the green glow of the fireplace lighting up half his face against the warm darkness of the common room. My hands suddenly became very interesting as I mumbled, "Oh, should I have just gone for it?" he asked, forcing a smile and trying to pretend he wasn't hurt that I hadn't automatically agreed. "Given you less time to think about it." I could feel myself blushing fiercely as I began awkwardly. "No. Is this about Sabini?" Draco asked, and I finally glanced up to see that his eyes were growing dark. I swear, Eve, I'm not. That's not it, I interrupted quickly, worried he was going to threaten to beat up Blaze again. Before I could talk myself out of it, I squeezed my eyes shut and said quickly, I've never kissed anyone before. When I opened my eyes again, Draco was laughing. I glared at him as he tipped his head back and really laughed, choking out, You've never had your first kiss? My cheeks flamed, but before I could get a word out, Draco was laughing. Wow, I never would have thought. I mean, you're 15 already. I stood then, the embarrassment burning my cheeks, but I was hoping it would go unnoticed under this dim lighting. Draco finally looked up at me as he realized I was upset, but the smirk was still on his lips as he started to get up, saying, Come on, Eve. I pushed him back against the couch, hard. Draco looked up in shock as he began. What? Screw you, I said fiercely, then turned and started for the girls' dormitories. I was up the stairs before Draco could call after me. He was supposed to understand, I thought, angrily shaking my head as I reached my dormitory. Just when I thought he was going to finally act different around me, he had to go right back to his usual attitude. As I crawled into bed, angry tears pricking at the backs of my eyes, I wondered why I had even bothered. I got up early the next morning and headed down to the Great Hall before anyone else in Slytherin was awake, only because I wanted to avoid running into Draco in the common room. I didn't have potions today, and I wanted to put off seeing him again for as long as possible until care of magical creatures. I ate breakfast alone at the Slytherin table in the Great Hall, but I couldn't keep much down anyway. I waited until more students began to fill the tables before getting up again and starting for Transfiguration. Taking my time down to McGonagall's classroom, I walked slowly and took the long route there. By the time I finally turned into the right hallway, most of the students were already heading inside. I was starting for the doorway when someone grabbed my arm from behind, and I turned in annoyance to see that it was Draco. Damn it. What do you want? I sighed angrily, trying to pull my arm out of his grip as he tugged me away from the doorway. Just hang on a minute, will you? He said, finally letting go of me once we were away from the crowds of students. I need to talk to you. Really? I said icily, debating whether or not to stomp on his foot and head inside the Transfiguration classroom anyways. I decided against it, crossing my arms instead and looking up at him through narrowed eyes. Get on with it, then. Listen, Draco began exasperatedly, running one hand through his bleach blonde hair. About last night, I'm sorry, okay? When all I did was watch him in a cold silence, he sighed and continued, I didn't mean to laugh. Look, I know it doesn't seem like it, but I'm really trying here. I really am. I want to be good to you, because you don't deserve it when I act like a dick around you. You're right, I said, biting the inside of my cheek and standing up for myself for the first time in a long while. I don't deserve it. You don't. But I'm going to try, Draco said firmly, looking down at me with an intense gaze. I'll never be good enough, but I'm going to try. Most of the students were now inside the classroom, and I knew that if I waited much longer, I was going to be late. But I looked up at Draco and said slowly, Okay, listen about what happened. Draco began quickly, knowing he didn't have much time. About how you said you'd never kissed anyone before. What about it? I interrupted, annoyed that he was already bringing it up again. He was inches away from me now, as he said. I shouldn't have laughed, because I've never kissed anyone that I've actually cared about. And then he grabbed both sides of my face and pressed his lips to mine. As he kissed me hard, I felt a tree of electricity take over my stomach, growing up across my chest and taking my breath away. Fire raced through my veins from the heat of his lips against mine, and it suddenly felt as though I was flying. When he finally pulled away, my knees could barely hold me upright. I blinked up at him, as though I didn't know what had just happened. And it seemed as though the entire hallway was spinning. "You, Eve," Draco said, still holding my face in his hands. He sounded almost angry with himself as he told me, "I care about you." And then the bell rang, and he was gone, leaving nothing but his taste on my lips. Chapter 21. Draco, you said that to her? Yeah, I grinned, leaning back in the library's chair and looking over at Eve as she stared at me in shock. What was I supposed to say? Pansy wouldn't leave me alone, so I told her to go. "Don't say it again," Eve exclaimed, shoving my shoulder. But she wasn't doing a very good job of holding back a smile as she said, "I can't believe you. Pansy isn't that bad." "Yes, she is," I said, "and you know it." "Who was the one who snapped at her during the feast at the beginning of the year?" Eve flushed as she remembered, mumbling, "How do you even remember that?" I grinned and put my elbows up on the potions textbook we were supposed to be studying out of, leaning closer to Eve. "I remember everything. What can I say?" "You're so arrogant," Eve complained, but she was still smiling. We'd gone to the library early this morning to prepare for the exam that was tomorrow, but somewhere along the line we forgot all about potions and just started joking around. We'd picked a table near the back, so we'd be able to talk without the librarian coming over to tell us off. It had been nearly a week since I'd first kissed her, and she was finally starting to look less unsure around me. We were slowly beginning to be less awkward around each other, and we usually stayed out late to talk in the common room together after the rest of our house was asleep. I was doing my best to be good to her, just like I promised. "We should be studying," Eve groaned. When she reached for her textbook, I leaned forward and grabbed it before she could get to it. She glared at me and tried to reach for it, saying, "What are you doing?" "I don't want to study," I told her, holding the book just out of her reach as she tried to grab it. "We can study later. Come on." "But we've already wasted so much time." She trailed off at the look I gave her, rolling her eyes and giving up. She crossed her arms as I finally set her book down, sticking her tongue out at me and saying, "I think you're trying to sabotage my potions grade." "Damn, you got me," I grinned. "How'd you know?" Eve raised one eyebrow at me, clearly unable to keep the smile off of her face. Then a comfortable silence ensued, and we both looked around at the rest of the library for a little while. The librarian was suspiciously glancing over at us once in a while, but I didn't care enough to make an attempt at being quieter. Before the silence could turn awkward, I leaned forward and said to Eve, "Have you heard about how much Umbridge is cracking down?" "I heard she's trying to take over the school." "Yeah, right," Eve scoffed. "She's a terrible person, but there's no way." "That's why Trelawney got sacked," I insisted. "Didn't you see it happen?" Eve thought for a second, then gave a grin as she said, "No, and neither did you. We were in the common room during our free period. Remember?" My expression turned into an arrogant smirk. "Oh, yeah." Eve rolled her eyes, but she was smiling as she glanced over at me. The Hufflepuff sitting at the table next to us got up then and left the library, leaving the two of us alone at the back. I caught her gaze before she could look away, and we both looked at each other from across the table for a long moment. Her blue eyes were still fixed on mine as she asked in a small voice, "Kiss me?" The corner of my mouth curved upwards at this, but I was already leaning forward. I kissed her across the table at the back of the library, the smell of parchment around us and her hair tickling my cheeks. When I pulled away, Eve smiled up at me shyly and said softly, "Thanks." I grinned as I told her, "No, believe me. Thank you." Nearly 2 weeks later in Potions, Snape set us off to work on the problems from the textbook in the groups at our table. I was sitting across from Goyle with Eve on my right and Zabini, unfortunately, on my left. The only reason I was sitting next to him was so that Eve could stay as far away from him as possible by sitting across from him. Our textbooks were all out beside our pieces of parchment, but we'd only gotten through the first question. I was talking with Eve and occasionally joking around with Goyle from across the table, while I did my best to ignore Zabini. It hadn't been as hard as I'd originally thought. All I had to do was rarely look at him, so I wouldn't get angry again. "Face it, Eve," I said smugly, looking over her essay she'd gotten back from Snape at the start of class. "I did better than you on this one." "Yeah, right," Eve retorted, trying to reach past me to take a peek at my own essay. "You won't even let me see yours." "That's because I don't want you to feel bad." I smirked, tucking my essay under the edge of my textbook, so she wouldn't be able to see that she'd actually gotten a few points higher than me. "We get so many essays in this class. Just this once, I'll spare you the embarrassment of seeing my grade." "You're full of it," Eve grinned. She tried to look annoyed with me, but failed miserably, snatching her essay back as Goyle and Zabini talked on the other side of the table. "Admit it, Draco. I'm better at potions than you." "You just keep telling yourself that," I said, leaning back in my chair and stretching my arms with my hands against the back of my head. "I'm brilliant at potions." Eve shook her head and reminded me easily, "That's what all the conceited people say." "I'm not conceited." I was about to reach over and grab her essay for the second time to tease her again when Zabini interrupted me. "Hey, Hawkins," he said, grinning across the table at her. My chest burned. Was he actually doing this? How many times had he tried this in the past month? I looked over at Eve and watched as the smile melted off of her face, seeing her gaze turn cold as she looked over at Zabini. She didn't say anything as she glared at him for half a second before turning back to me. I glanced over at Zabini, attempting to calm myself down and hoping for his sake that he wouldn't try again. But he started to open his mouth for the second time, so I cut him off before he could get another word out. "Shut up, Zabini. Leave her alone." He turned to me and smirked, and I knew he was just doing it to piss me off. Why should I? I just wanted to ask her. "Yeah, well, you can't." "What do you mean, I can't?" he asked arrogantly as Eve stared down at her textbook. "I mean," I said nastily, "you aren't allowed to talk to her." Zabini grinned hugely at this, jeering, "What, you've got a crush?" "I haven't got a crush," I snapped, managing to keep my voice steady despite how angry he was making me. "Fuck off. Would you?" He looked over at Eve again, and then he smirked before telling me, "All right, don't get your panties in a twist." As he turned to continue talking with Goyle, I exhaled angrily and turned away from him. Why did he always do that? It was like he was trying to get me to kill him. When I looked down at Eve, I realized she had her head turned slightly away from me with a frown on her face. I leaned closer to her with concern and asked, "You okay?" "Just ignore him, all right?" "That's not it," she said, and then I realized why she was upset. "Is it because I said?" I broke off, almost unable to comprehend that she didn't already know. I leaned even closer and told her quietly, "You know this is more than just a stupid crush, right?" Then Eve turned her head and looked me dead in the eye for a long minute, almost like she was trying to decide if I was telling the truth. I looked right back at her, keeping my gaze steady, because I knew I was telling the truth. Eve finally blinked and looked up at me again through her dark lashes, saying softly, "I know." So I reached under the table and grasped her hand in mine, holding it tightly. I didn't let it go until after the bell had rung and class was finished. Chapter 22. Eve. That Friday after classes were over, I left Charms with Ginny and headed down to the lake so we could sit with Harry and Neville. Ginny had had a particularly difficult Transfiguration test earlier that morning, so she wanted to just relax now that it was finally the weekend. I didn't blame her. This week had crazy in more ways than one, so I wanted nothing more than to just sit around and do nothing for a while. We were able to sit on the ground beside Harry and Neville now that the weather was starting to get warmer and the snow had melted. I hid my smile when Ginny tactfully placed herself beside Harry, while I took a seat on the other side of Neville. The four of us talked and sat around for a few hours, and in that time I had managed to forget all about the stress of classes and everything that had been happening during potions lately. I had my back pressed against the trunk of the large oak tree when Neville suddenly looked up at the sun and said, "It's got to be almost 5, is it?" Ginny asked, and she sounded worried as she got up off the ground. She glanced between Neville and Harry, saying, "We should get going." Then, "Yeah, let's go," Harry agreed, standing quickly along with Neville. I sat up and looked at the three of them, wondering why they were all in such a big hurry. "Wait, what? Do you have somewhere to be?" "Huh." Ginny seemed to remember that I was there, and she awkwardly looked at Harry as though he could answer for her. When he said nothing, Ginny avoided eye contact with me and replied quickly, "We've just got to go. Quidditch meeting." "Sorry, Eve, I'll see you around." "Okay, bye," I said, and then they were gone before I could remember that Neville didn't play Quidditch. I decided to just forget about it, because worrying over what the three of them were up to was not something extra I needed right now. I leaned back against the tree again, figuring that being alone for a little while would be good for me. Lately, I'd felt as though I was always surrounded by people, and usually it was people I didn't like. Potions was becoming especially difficult because Sabini had been trying to talk to me this week, and Draco looked as though he was about to hex him at all times. I just wished Sabini would try to forget that I was even at that table. After all, that was what I was doing for him. Eventually, the air got to be too cold for me, and I finally stood up, brushing the damp leaves from my legs. I started back for the castle. It was getting dark now, too, so I decided I would just go straight to dinner. I'd already forgotten about Ginny's hasty excuse from earlier. When I entered the Great Hall, most of the tables were pretty full, so I made my way over to the Slytherin table. I was just looking to see if Draco was already seated when I heard him call my name. "There you are," he said, waving me over from his place near the end of the table. I headed over and sat across from him, unsure as to why he looked so flustered. "I've been looking everywhere for you." "I was down by the lake," I told him slowly, reaching for the potatoes. "Why?" Draco pushed his finished plate away from himself as he leaned a bit closer to me, and he watched me carefully as he said, I actually need a favor." "What?" I laughed, looking over at him as I picked up my fork. "All right, go for it." "Okay, look," Draco sighed, putting his elbows against the edge of the table. "You know Ben Parkinson? He got suspended today." "For what?" I asked, not sure where this was going. He played a prank on Umbridge this morning, Draco grinned. It was brilliant. Never mind, I'll tell you later. Anyway, he's been suspended, so he can't play in the match against Hufflepuff tomorrow. I was opening my mouth to automatically ask who Draco was going to get to replace Pansy's brother, but I glanced across the table and realized he was looking at me. My stomach dropped as I realized exactly what he was doing and asked, "Wait, are you actually—" "Yes," Draco interrupted, looking nervous, as though he was expecting me to throw my potatoes at him. "You have to. I was wondering if you wanted to play for us again." I looked at him as he stumbled over his words, knowing he was trying his hardest to ask nicely. Shifting in my seat, I began unsurely, "I don't know." "Please, Eve," Draco said. "You're brilliant at Quidditch. Everyone knows it now. Besides, I know you liked playing in the last match." "Not really," I said weakly, but I knew he wouldn't believe me. And I couldn't deny that I really did like playing Quidditch. I just didn't want to get that nervous over another match again, because actually being sick to my stomach over Quidditch was not something I needed. "Are you sure you want me to? We lost when Of course I want you to play. We would have done a lot worse if you hadn't played for us last time," Draco told me instantly, then realized what he'd said, and awkwardly looked down at the table. What I'm trying to say is that you'll definitely help us win. Come on, Eve. It'll be fun." He gave me a stupid half grin at this, and I couldn't help but roll my eyes and smile back. Finally, I gave in and said, "All right, I guess it won't be so bad." "See, I knew you would," Draco grinned, and then he reached across the table to give my hand a squeeze. I felt the breath catch in my throat, and I glanced down the length of the Slytherin table to see if anyone had seen. But no one seemed to have noticed, and I felt a bit of disappointment at the pit of my stomach when Draco immediately pulled his hand away. Pretending that I wasn't affected, I poked at the food on my plate and said to him nervously, "But wait, I won't have any time to practice. The match is tomorrow. We can practice right now," Draco said easily, shrugging his shoulders. "Flint gave us the night off since not many of us could make it, but you and I could go out quick if it'll make you feel better." "Okay," I said, trying to stop the heat from rising to my cheeks at the way he was looking at me. I pushed my plate away from me, already too nervous to eat. "Can we go now?" "Sure," Draco laughed, starting to stand from the table. "Not that you need any extra practice." I rolled my eyes for the second time, knowing he was exaggerating. I got up from the table and walked around to meet him on the other side, and when I reached him, Draco leaned down and told me quietly, "I'm really glad you're playing again. Are you?" I teased with a small smile, hoping he would close the distance between us and kiss me, but instead, Draco smirked and said, "Let's go before it gets too dark." This time, I couldn't keep the disappointment off my face. As Draco started to turn for the doors, he saw my expression out of the corner of his eye and immediately stopped. He turned back to me and asked above the quiet chatter of the great hall, What's wrong? Was it something I said?" "No," I said, not wanting to say anything about it. But Draco was looking at me with so much concern that I finally confessed, I don't understand why you act so different when we're in front of people." There was half a second of silence before he shook his head and asked, "What do you mean?" You don't," I broke off awkwardly, finally saying. "You don't act like you do when we're alone. I dunno, you don't kiss me when we're in front of people." Draco was staring down at me intensely as I continued with pink cheeks. "Sorry, I know it's stupid. I'm just worried that you don't want anyone to know. Like you're embarrassed of me or something. I don't know. And then he cut me off by pressing his lips to mine. When he pulled away, I blinked up at him as he held both sides of my face with his large hands. I felt dizzy as Draco looked down at me and said firmly, I am not embarrassed by you. I'm bad at this whole thing. You know, I'm trying, I really am, but I'm not very good at it. I'm sorry. You don't have to apologize, I said weakly, feeling like my knees were about to buckle. I do, Draco told me easily, finally pulling away. I'll get better at this, I swear. My insides felt warm as I smiled shyly up at him, and Draco grinned back at me and laced his fingers with mine. He leaned down one last time to kiss my cheek, then said, Let's get out of here. I followed him out of the great hall in a daze, feeling as though my feet were no longer touching the floor. Draco, Eve and I practiced for a good hour before the sun dipped completely below the horizon, and the gray skies began to turn an inky black. The air was freezing as we finally touched back down, and I tucked the quaffle under one arm as I made my way over to her. When I spoke, my breath came out in puffs of moisture. You did great, Eve. I don't understand why you don't brag about yourself. Seriously, and I wasn't lying. Eve had played just as well as she always did, and we'd even been messing around a little instead of practicing seriously. It was becoming harder now for me to look away from her, when she was ducking and rolling through the air as though she weighed nothing. Eve rubbed her shoulders hard and said through chattering teeth, Thanks, but if it's this cold tomorrow, I might be frozen onto my broom. That's a good thing, isn't it? I laughed, then realized she really was freezing right now. I asked, Are you cold? But I was already reaching for her. I pulled her against my chest and rubbed my free arm against her back, trying to make her warmer. I was already starting to feel guilty for asking her to help. How are you so warm? Eve mumbled against my jacket, shivering against me. I'm just hot. What can I say? I replied cheekily, but she laughed anyway. She finally pulled away from me, her cheeks red from the cold. I kissed her forehead and said, Quick, let's get inside before you freeze to death. Thanks, Eve said sarcastically, and her numb fingers fumbled with her broomstick as she tried to adjust her grip. I reached for it, saying, Give it to me. I'll take it. Let's go. As I tucked both brooms under my arm, I pretended not to notice the huge smile she was trying to hide. We headed back up to the locker rooms quickly, stumbling a bit in the darkness, now that it was nearly nighttime. When we came to a stop outside the girls' room, I handed Eve's broom back to her and asked, See you in the common room later? Yeah, Eve smiled, taking the broom from me. She took a step closer to me and, with the cold air swirling around us, stood on her tiptoes and kissed me. Her lips felt cool against mine, and she pulled away before I was ready. She started for the door, grinning at me over her shoulder and saying, See you, as she disappeared inside the locker room. I stared after her and suddenly didn't feel so cold anymore. I shook my head and finally turned for the boys' locker room door, smiling to myself and wondering what I had done to deserve anyone as good as this. Chapter 23. Eve. When I woke up that Saturday morning, I could hear the downpour of the rain even from my dormitory underneath the castle. I rolled out of bed, rubbing my eyes hard and wondering how badly it was storming out. Then I remembered I would be playing in the Quidditch match at noon, and my heart sank. Playing in the rain was never good. It made it way too easy to slide off the broomstick. I changed quickly, keeping quiet, because Millicent was still sleeping, and it was never good if you woke her up before she was ready. I dressed warmly and put my hair into a long braid, knowing that it would be windy even if the rain stopped by the time the match started. When I finally made my way into the common room, Draco was talking rapidly with Flint by the fireplace. I started over to them slowly, unsure if I should put myself into their conversation or just leave the room. "Malfoy, you're being ridiculous," Flint said exasperatedly as I got closer. "It isn't even storming that badly. Are you blind? It's horrible out there. You're the one who's being stupid," Malfoy retorted. "Just tell Hooch to call it off. No one wants to play in this." He broke off when he finally saw me, and even I could see how annoyed he was. Draco gave me a tired smile before continuing to Flint. "I don't understand why you won't just cancel the match. I know you hate playing weather like this, mate." "Yeah, but I'll do it anyway," Flint snapped, looking at Draco as though he had gone mad. "This isn't the first time there's been a storm during a match. I don't get it. Just suck it up. Come on. We're having the match. End of story." "Fine." Draco seethed, grabbing my arm and turning for the exit. I glanced over my shoulder as he hurried me out of the common room, seeing Flint looking between the two of us curiously. When we exited the portrait entrance, Draco let go of my arm and started for the stairs, leaving me to hurry after him. "What was that about?" I asked, having to jog every few seconds just to keep up with his long strides. "I'm trying to get Flint to call off the match," Draco sighed angrily, running one hand through his hair. "It's shit weather outside, but he's being a dick and won't listen to me." "But I don't understand," I began carefully. "People play Quidditch when the weather's bad all the time." "Yeah, and I usually don't care," Draco said, keeping his gaze fixed ahead as he stalked down the hallway towards the Great Hall. "It's different this time." "Fuck, I don't get why he won't just." "Why is it different this time?" I interrupted blankly, but I knew what it was when he pressed his mouth into a thin line and didn't say anything. "Wait, this isn't because I'm playing, is it?" When Draco still didn't say anything, I grabbed his arm and forced him to stop walking. I made him finally face me and said, "Draco, you know I've played in the rain before, right?" He rolled his eyes, saying, "I know you have, but it's storming really bad, and I don't want you to. I'll be fine," I told him firmly, crossing my arms as he finally made eye contact with me. "It's not like this is my first match. I do know what I'm doing, you know." Draco's sour expression eventually turned into a tiny smirk, and he teased me lightly, "But what if the wind blows you away?" I couldn't help but laugh, shoving his shoulder and rolling my eyes. "You're so dumb." "I'm just saying," Draco shrugged, grinning to himself. "It could happen." "I think I'll be okay," I said, shaking my head and starting to turn away. "Can we eat now? Or did you still want to get Flint to cancel the match?" He grumbled something under his breath that I couldn't quite hear, but he eventually followed me, catching up easily and taking my hand in his. Draco bent down and kissed my cheek, almost like he hadn't even thought about it. When we entered the Great Hall together, he still hadn't let go of my hand. I changed into my borrowed uniform quickly, alone in the empty locker room with the sound of rain thrumming against the roof. Draco hadn't been exaggerating. The storm really was bad, and I was surprised anyone was even going to see the match. I'd seen large crowds of people hurrying down to the stands earlier with massive umbrellas to fend off the rain, though the wind prevented anyone from keeping dry. I pulled my hair into a tighter braid, knowing that if this weather was happening back at my old school, the match would have been called off. A storm this bad could never result in anything good. But despite how bad the storm sounded and how annoyed Draco had been that the match was still happening, I was sort of excited to be playing again. I hadn't been expecting to have another chance to play Quidditch after the last match, and I couldn't deny that I wanted to play better than I had before. I was still nervous, of course, but not so much that I needed to vomit. I felt a little more relaxed now that I didn't have the need to prove myself to the rest of the Slytherins anymore. I slammed my locker shut and picked my broom up off the bench, taking a deep breath and preparing myself for the raging storm outside. I finally tucked the broom under one arm and headed for the door, telling myself that it was just a little rain. I had to fight against the wind on my way down to the Quidditch pitch, knowing the rest of the team was probably already down there, and I couldn't afford to be late. When I finally reached the stadium, I already felt as though the rain had soaked through all my clothing. It was drier underneath the stands. I found the rest of the Slytherins quickly and stood next to Draco, near the back of the group, as Flint was giving his speech, wiping the rain out of my eyes. Draco smirked at me as I wrung out the water from my robes, mouthing silently, "It isn't going to help." I stuck my tongue out at him instead of answering, already dreading going back out into the open. I tried to listen to what Flint was saying, but all I could think about was how hard it was going to be to stay on my broom in this weather. The doors opened before I was ready, and I took a shaky breath as Flint started out onto the field. Draco leaned down and said to me quickly, "Be careful." "Okay?" "Seriously, you too," I told him. And then we were walking out into the pouring rain, and I couldn't hear anything but the wind, blinking the water out of my eyes. I followed Christian blindly to the center of the pitch, standing across from the Hufflepuff team. We mounted our brooms and kicked off to fly up about 10 feet off the ground, the wind making it difficult to stay in one place. Flint knocked into me accidentally, and I think he apologized, but I couldn't be sure. Hooch was holding the quaffle below us and shouting something, but I didn't think any of us could hear her. I tightened my hands around my broomstick, leaning down close to it and breathing in and out deeply. Draco was beside me, and I glanced over to see he was trying to say something to me. The moment I tried to listen to him, there was a roll of thunder, and Hooch tossed the quaffle into the air. I shot forward without thinking, reaching for it blindly and grabbing at the air. My fingers closed around the hard side of the quaffle, and I tucked it under my arm, instantly ducking underneath the Hufflepuff player who had been reaching for it at the same time. I rolled out of the way, darting past another player, whoever it was, and sped for the Hufflepuff goalposts. The rain whipped against my face, but I could barely feel it as I held the quaffle close to me and tried to keep my gaze fixed on the goalposts. I had no idea if I was close enough to shoot yet, but I could see a Hufflepuff coming at me from the side, so I flung it as hard as I could. Finally slowing down, I watched as their keeper reached up to try and catch it, but the quaffle slipped through his fingers because of the rain and just barely made it through the goal. The crowd was cheering, but I could barely hear it above the roaring of the wind. I spun around and started back for the center of the pitch, the wind making my broom sway dangerously. Blinking away the droplets, I squinted through the sheets of rain to try and see the other players. It was so cloudy that it was difficult to see much at all, but I could barely make out Draco flying around the edges, keeping out of the way as he searched for the snitch. I hoped he wasn't worrying more about me than he was about the match itself. A bludger whipped past me then, and I rolled out of the way without even thinking, It had been so close that I'd felt the rainwater spinning off of its surface. Christian raced past me after the Hufflepuff player who had the quaffle, and I took off after them, the wind whipping my braid against my back. My broom was now so slippery that I could feel myself sliding against it, and I tightened my grip with numb fingers. If I fell off, there was a good chance no one would even see me in time to help. With the wind tossing me through the air, I rolled around a player as I realized Christian had stolen the quaffle from the Hufflepuff player, that I spun on the spot so quickly that the stadium tilted sideways, but I managed to hold myself in place. Christian whipped the quaffle to me, and I shot downwards to snatch it out of the air before it could fall to the ground below. I sped for the goalposts as fast as I could, ducking and rolling past any players in my way. I shot for the second time, but the Hufflepuff keepers managed to block it this time. The match continued blindly at a breakneck speed, all of us flying through the pouring rain and relentless wind with the crowd around us muted by the storm. I was now so cold that my face felt frozen, and my hands were frosted onto the broomstick. I couldn't be sure what the score was anymore, but I knew we were definitely in the lead. I had managed to score twice more, and I think Christian had been the one to get the other goal. Now, I was just begging for someone to get the snitch, so we could all get inside. Sabini had just scored again for us, and as he flew past me on the way back, I caught him smirking at me through all the rain. I let out an angry huff at this, something even I couldn't hear over the wind, and took off after him. I was just grateful I wasn't permanently on the team and didn't have to deal with him outside of classes every day. And at least this was the last Quidditch match ever I would be playing with him. Sabini was chasing after the Hufflepuff who had the quaffle tucked under his arm, so I shot after the two of them to see if I could try to block any passes he made. I sped over to the side of them as they raced through the air, watching carefully through the pelting rain to see if the Hufflepuff was going to try and pass it. The player fumbled the quaffle when Sabini got too close, and it dropped through the air down to Christian, who grabbed it before it could fall too far. The Hufflepuff turned and started back, nearly causing me to ram into him at the speed he was going. I rolled out of his way, the world spinning around me and rainwater blurring my vision. When I finally righted myself, Sabini was still beside me, and a bludger was speeding towards him. I watched as it slammed against the side of his right shoulder, narrowly ducking out of its path myself. Sabini shouted some sort of a swear that I couldn't hear above the roar of the wind, but he was already starting to slip off his broom from the impact. I was only a foot away. I could reach out and push him back up easily before he could fall all the way off. But as time slowed down, and I watched his body begin to tilt to the ground, there was a horrible, horrible moment where a tiny voice inside me whispered, "You could just let him fall." For a split second, I considered letting Sabini slip off his broom and fall through the air to the ground below. But then I realized what I was thinking and automatically whipped out my arm to grab onto his shoulder. Time snapped back to normal as I pushed Sabini back onto his broom, the wind tossing us through the air slightly and causing me to almost lose my own grip on the broom. He grabbed onto the slick end of his broom shakily, righting himself and holding his injured shoulder with his free hand. Sabini looked over at me as I let go of him, and through the darkness of the storm and the pounding rain, I saw the pure disbelief on his face. With my heart pounding and an icy feeling in my veins, I sped away from him without waiting to see if he would try to thank me. My mind was racing so quickly that I felt dizzy, and I was just wondering if I was going to be sick when I heard the piercing sound of Hooch's whistle that not even the wind could mask. I turned, my head spinning, and saw that Draco was holding the snitch in one hand as he started for the ground below. Barely even processing this, I sped for the ground too along with the rest of the players. The wind whipped against me as I went to land, and I nearly fell off my broom when I hit the field below. My hands were shaking as I dismounted, but I couldn't be sure if it was the cold or if it was how freaked out I was. The rest of the Slytherins were running through the mud towards Draco, but I was starting to cry even through all the raindrops. The wind was whipping my hair against my frozen cheeks, my eyes filling with tears, and my vision blurring before me. How could I have hesitated? How could I have thought for even a second? I was shaking uncontrollably now, and I knew it wasn't from the cold. I was really starting to cry as I realized I had almost let some kind of darker side take over me and let Zabini fall to the ground. What the hell was wrong with me? I suddenly loathed myself. I suddenly hated being a Slytherin, hated being in the house where everyone ended up connected to you-know-who one way or the other. Something like this never would have happened 4 months ago. I hadn't realized it, but maybe being here, being around all these Slytherins, was slowly making me into a bad person. And that scared me more than anything. With the storm raging around me, I turned away and started for the doors that led out of the stadium. I was crying so hard that I could barely see, and I had to shield my face from the pounding rain and wind to keep the doors straight in front of me. All I wanted to do was get out of here, go up to my dorm, and forget what had almost just happened with Zabini. Someone was yelling at me from behind, and I twisted slightly to see that Draco was running after me. He shouted above the roar of the wind, "Where are you going? What's wrong?" But all I could do was continue to cry and turn away from him, throwing open the doors and disappearing under the stadium. I couldn't be near him. Not now, not after what had just happened. I think what scared me the most was the possibility that Draco could be the one who was turning me into someone else, even if he didn't mean to. Chapter 24. Draco. I clutched the icy cold snitch in my right hand and touched back down on the field below, only stumbling slightly as the wind tried to push me back into the air. Even though the storm was whipping freezing rain into my eyes, I was grinning widely as the rest of the team landed and immediately surrounded me. I could barely hear over the storm, but Flint was clapping me on the back fiercely and shouting something that sounded like, "You're the man, Malfoy." The Hufflepuff players landed as well, and people began to come down from the stands around us. The rainwater had soaked completely through my robes, and I could scarcely feel my fingers, but I was still grinning as Slytherins came down onto the field and surrounded us. There was a mass of confusion around me, but I suddenly remembered that I hadn't seen Eve anywhere since we landed. Squinting through the wind-driven rain, I looked through the crowd of Slytherins to see if she was anywhere close to me. Then I saw her not too far away, and I was still grinning when I realized she was turning away from the masses of people and heading for the exit. I automatically started for her, having to push through the Slytherins huddled around us. I pushed past Christian as he started to ask me where the hell I was going, but the wind carried his voice away, and I barely heard him. With the broom tucked under my arm, I wiped the rain out of my eyes and looked over to see that Eve had turned to me. I shouted to her, asking, "Where are you going? What's wrong?" But she turned away from me, the rainwater in my eyes making her figure blur before me. I started after her again as she disappeared underneath the stadium, wondering why the hell she was walking away from me. I wondered if it was something I had done. When I finally made it underneath the stadium and shut the door behind me, There was a loud ringing in my ears from the lack of noise after being out in the storm for so long. Finally out of the pelting rain. I swiped one hand over my hair to push the wet strands out of my face and wiped the rain water out of my eyes. Blinking, I looked up to see that Eve was starting to open the door on the other side of the space beneath the stadium. And I immediately hurried forward, quickly. "Hey, wait, I can't talk right now," Eve said in a tight voice, sniffling, and keeping her back to me. I got to her when she had just opened the door, but I reached past her and shut it again with my left hand. She turned to me finally, choking out, "I really can't talk right now, Draco. Why are you crying?" I asked, holding her arm with one hand and finally putting down my broom with the other. She still refused to make eye contact with me, as she wiped under her eyes angrily, trying to get herself to stop crying. "I'm not crying," she said. "It's the rain. It's in my eyes." "Bullshit, just tell me what's wrong," I interrupted. "What happened?" Eve forced a smile then and tried to change the subject, saying quickly, "That was brilliant, when you caught the snitch. I don't know how you could even see it through all the rain." "Eve," I snapped warningly, annoyed that she was trying to act like she wasn't upset. "Stop avoiding the question." She rolled her eyes at me and shook her head, saying, "Don't worry about it, all right?" "No, I can't just not worry about it," I told her angrily, looking down at her and trying not to shake her, so she would understand. "Tell me." "No, it's stupid." "Damn it, Eve. Did something happen during the match?" I asked, and then I thought about it, and my jawline went rigid. "Did Zabini do something?" Her eyes filled with tears again, and she pressed her lips together to keep herself from crying, shaking her head. Eve's voice was quiet as she choked out, "No, he didn't do anything. Please, just leave me alone." "How can you expect me to just leave you alone?" I asked angrily, holding both her shoulders and finally forcing her to look up at me. "Don't you know that I can't just do that? Look, just tell me what happened or I'll..." "All right, fine," she snapped. I was flying next to Zabini, and a bludger hit his shoulder, so he started to fall off, and I almost let him fall. I don't know. For a second I was going to just let it happen and not help. I was going to let him fall. I watched her as she struggled to keep her voice steady, as she tried to piece her sentence together so she could help me understand. It suddenly felt as though I was holding her upright as she continued. "I know it's stupid. I know it is. But I never would have thought something like that 4 months ago. It's like I'm changing for the worse, like something's wrong with me." "Nothing's wrong with you," I interrupted urgently, still trying to understand why she was so upset about this. If I had been there instead, I probably would have let Zabini fall. "No, you wouldn't," Eve said. "You wouldn't just let him fall. He could die. He'd deserve it," I told her grimly, but when she shook her head and tried not to cry again, I felt a bit guilty. "Hey, maybe I wouldn't. I'd probably end up saving his ass if it came down to it, don't worry. But I mean, you helped him, didn't you? You didn't just let him fall. So what's the big deal?" I just feel like I'm turning into someone else," Eve choked out. "Like I'm turning bad or something. I'm sorry, it's stupid. But it's like being in Slytherin is making me into a bad person. I dunno." She looked up at me awkwardly, as though she expected me to get offended. But I laughed a little and told her, "Well, you got into Slytherin, didn't you?" I expected her to agree with me, but instead her face fell, and she started to back away from me. I reached for her arm quickly and, still unsure of what I did, said, "Wait, hang on. Just because you're in Slytherin doesn't make you a bad person, Eve." "It does for me," Eve told me dully. You don't understand. Then help me understand, I said urgently, still having no idea what she was so upset about. Why did it matter if she was in Slytherin? Tell me what you mean. I can't, Eve snapped, starting to look nervous and slowly trying to escape my intense gaze. I can't talk about it, all right? Talk about what? I asked exasperatedly, shaking her slightly. I don't understand what. It's my parents, okay? She exploded. My parents were Death Eaters, and now I'm turning out to be just like them. As I was still trying to process what she'd said, Eve covered her mouth when she realized what she'd let slip and immediately tried to bolt for the door. My head spinning, I grabbed her arm again before she could escape and said, Wait, you mean your parents were? I wasn't supposed to tell you that, Eve said in a scared voice, but it sounded like she was talking more to herself now. I was not supposed to tell you that. All right, you need to tell me what the hell is going on, I interrupted angrily, leaning closer to Eve, so she would finally look up at me. Your parents were Death Eaters. I watched her face as she struggled to decide if she could work her way out of this. If there was any way she could try to play it off as though she'd been kidding. But eventually Eve's shoulders slumped and she looked down at the ground, saying nervously, Yeah, they were. I shook my head in disbelief and asked, Why didn't you tell me? Eve was trying to shrink away from me, as though she could try to escape my intense gaze and slightly hurt tone of voice, but I was holding her arms so she couldn't back away. When she still didn't say anything, I rolled my eyes and asked her, Who else knows? What? Does everyone know except for me? No, she snapped in a quiet voice. No one else knows except for my aunt and uncle. Why? I asked, not understanding why it was such a big deal. Her parents were dead anyway, so what did it matter? Because I don't want him to find me, she said so quietly that I had to strain to hear her, and we both knew who she was talking about. No one was supposed to know. She didn't say it out loud, but I knew what she wanted to add, especially not the son of 2 loyal Death Eaters. I let out an exasperated sigh and finally let go of her, running one hand through my damp hair as I tried to figure out what I was going to say. Well, I said eventually, I'm pissed that you didn't tell me. Eve had her arms crossed tightly in front of her as she looked at the ground between us instead of at me. When she spoke, I found it difficult to read what she was really feeling. I've never told anyone before. Ever. I can't let him find out about me. Okay? He thinks that I'm dead, and it has to stay that way. I could see she was starting to panic, so I reached for her and touched her arm gently. Hey, you know I'm not going to tell anyone, right? If you don't want anyone to know, then I won't say anything. Eve finally looked up at me with watery eyes, and she was about to say something when the doors behind us began to open from the inside of the stadium. I automatically took her arm to lead her farther under the stadium, moving away from the other Slytherins as they came off the field. I held her close to me and glanced over my shoulder as we walked away from them, seeing that Flint had noticed us leaving. He gave me a smirk and raised his eyebrows, making me shoot him a glare and shake my head in return. Grumbling under my breath, I turned away from him and tried not to imagine what he was thinking right now when we were far enough away from the Slytherins that their talking was only a quiet buzz in the background. I stopped and turned Eve around to face me. She was still refusing to look at me, instead fixing her gaze on the ground with a look of self-loathing. I reached for her and forced her to finally look up at me, and I told her seriously, I'm glad you told me. I know you didn't want to, but I'm glad. I won't tell anyone. Okay? Okay, Eve said quietly, her voice sounding strained. She still looked sad, so I continued. And just so, I don't think you're a bad person. Come on, Eve. You're one of the nicest people I've ever met. She rolled her eyes and laughed slightly as though she didn't believe me. So I insisted, I'm not just saying that to make you feel better. This doesn't change anything. Okay, she repeated, giving me a small smile that I knew she was faking. Eve choked out a laugh and wiped under her eyes, saying apologetically, Sorry, it's like I'm always crying around you. I must be awful to put up with. My heart plummeted in my chest at her words. Thinking of all the times I'd been the one to make her cry, I replied dully, Well, it's usually my fault. Eve frowned and shook her head, standing up on her tiptoes to kiss me quickly. She pulled away and told me seriously, No, it isn't. Listen, I'm sorry, I didn't tell you. About my parents. It's okay, I said to her, and I meant it. I almost asked her if they had really died in a car crash, but I decided against it. I grinned down at her until she finally smiled back, then said, Let's go inside and get warm. Yeah. We headed back to the doors that led out of the stadium. All the students now gone, and back up at the castle. Before I reached for the handle, I turned to Eve and said, You played brilliantly, by the way. That was insane, you making a shot in the first 20 seconds. I don't think that's ever happened before. Eve shrugged and tried to hide her smile, a blush rising to her cheeks. She pushed my shoulder slightly and teased, Thanks. I guess it was pretty cool when you got the snitch. This made me laugh out loud. And as I opened the door, I put my left arm around her shoulders to pull her close to me. We went back out into the raging storm, the rain soaking through our already damp robes. The two of us hurried up the hill to the locker rooms, and I pulled her closer against me as the wind whipped against us, as though I was worried she was going to blow away. I told Eve that nothing had changed, but that really hadn't been the truth. I would never say so out loud, but I was almost happy that her parents were Death Eaters. It sounded awful, but I was almost glad that her parents were connected to the Dark Lord. Somehow, it made me feel less alone. Chapter 25. Eve. That evening, after the Quidditch match, I curled up on my dormitory bed with the curtains drawn shut around me and silently cursed myself for what I had told Draco. I wanted to strangle myself for spilling the one and only secret my aunt and I had kept safe for my whole life. The fact that my parents worked for the Dark Lord right up until the moment they died. And now, thanks to me, the son of two well-known, entirely loyal Death Eaters knew it. If my aunt knew what had just happened, she would make me pack my things and move to Romania in an instant. I tucked my pillow against my body and wrapped my arms around it, digging my nails into my arms. With Millicent's snores filling the air and my still wet hair pressing against my cheek, I wondered if I should owl my aunt to let her know what I'd done. This was the first time anything like this had happened. All my life I had always heard the words, "Keep it a secret. Don't let anyone find out who you really are." Now that someone besides my aunt and uncle finally knew who my parents were, I couldn't ignore how scared I was. What if I had just ruined everything my aunt had done to keep me safe? The worst part was that I had known something like this would happen when Draco had first told me that he liked me. I tried to make myself stay away from him because there was no way I could get attached to someone whose parents were Death Eaters. But I went ahead and fell for him anyway. And now look what happened. Now he knew everything. As I laid there in the bed, I tried to picture Draco telling his parents about my secret and failed. I couldn't even imagine him doing something like that after I made him promise not to tell anyone. And no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't see Draco betraying me like that. A nasty voice in the back of my mind reminded me that he was a Slytherin at heart and probably didn't care much about me at all, but I ignored it. As much as a part of me tried to convince myself otherwise, I honestly didn't think Draco would tell anyone the truth about my dead parents. Maybe I was just fooling myself, but it seemed like Draco actually did care about me. It was odd, but I couldn't think of anyone else at this school who I would rather have find out about my parents, not even Ginny. And as much as I hated myself for telling him, it was almost like a huge weight had been lifted from my chest. It was a secret I'd kept buried for my entire life, and I didn't think I'd ever actually said the words, "My parents were Death Eaters," out loud before. In a way, I was almost relieved now that Draco knew who I really was, that I rolled over in bed, pulling the sheets over my head, and finally letting out the breath I felt I'd been holding all night. Maybe I was just trying to make myself feel better about telling Draco the truth about my parents, but I just hoped this all wouldn't blow back up in my face later on, because staying hidden from the Dark Lord would always be the one thing I had to do, no matter what. Just 2 weeks after the Quidditch match, everything changed. I was sitting at the Slytherin table in the Great Hall early Saturday morning, poking the spoon at my oatmeal sleepily, when Draco burst in and hurried over to me. It was so early in the morning that not many people were in the room, but I still jumped when he reached me and said breathlessly, "Eve, you're never going to believe what just happened." He really looked flustered, so I slowly put down my spoon as he desperately tried to catch his breath. A few Hufflepuffs were looking over at us suspiciously, but Draco didn't seem to notice as he sat down across from me, clutching his chest as though he had just run a mile. "Are you okay?" I asked worriedly, unsure as to why he looked like he was on the verge of passing out. "This is mad," Draco exclaimed, quickly pushing his hair out of his eyes with one hand. "I wasn't there when it happened, but Flint just told me that Umbridge caught Potter and his friends in the Room of Requirement." "Wait, what?" I interrupted, my eyes widening. "Who? And what's the Room of Requirement?" "Dunno, I guess it's some room where the door only shows up for certain people," Draco told me hastily. "And I dunno who it was exactly, just Potter, the Weasley girl, and some of his friends. Anyway, that's not important. Flint told me Umbridge found out they were meeting there every week, so Potter could teach the rest of them defensive spells and shit." I stared at him, trying to process everything he was saying to me. Shaking my head, I asked in disbelief, "You mean they were giving lessons in there? And Umbridge caught them, I guess?" Draco shrugged. "Isn't that stupid?" I didn't know why they were doing it, as Draco continued to rant about how weird it was that they'd been doing something like that. I shook my head again and tried to wrap my mind around what he'd just told me. This meant that Ginny and Harry had been doing this for a while. And if it was Potter and his friends, then that probably meant Neville too. Why hadn't they told me? Anyway, that isn't even the craziest part, Draco continued, dragging my attention back to him again. "You're not going to believe this. Apparently Umbridge found out they were doing it under Dumbledore's orders. So she was going to send him to Azkaban, but he disappeared before they could get him. Flint says, "Are you serious?" I interrupted again, my jaw dropping at the thought of Dumbledore being sent to Azkaban. He was having them teach lessons? There's no way. "That's what Flint said," Draco told me, his eyes wide as he explained it to me hastily. "That's why Umbridge was going to arrest him, but he disappeared, and now he's on the run. Isn't that mad? I couldn't figure out if Draco was excited because Dumbledore was gone or because Harry and the others had gotten into trouble. Either way, he was making me uneasy. So, Dumbledore's gone. Yeah, Draco exclaimed, raising his eyebrows and nodding as though he could barely believe it himself. And Flint says that Umbridge is going to take over the school now. No way, I said, my stomach dropping at the thought of Umbridge being in charge of everything at Hogwarts. Most of us hated her just in defense against the dark arts. I couldn't even imagine how awful she would be while running the school. My head was spinning as I asked, wait, are Harry and the others in huge trouble? Dunno, Draco shrugged, like it didn't matter much to him anyway. I guess not. I think Dumbledore took the blame. But isn't that mad? I can't believe it. Yeah, I said weakly, not really paying attention. I had just remembered that afternoon by the lake about a month ago when Ginny, Harry, and Neville had all left hastily and given me a terrible excuse. My heart sank as I realized they'd probably been going back up to the castle for one of their lessons in the Room of Requirement. I shook my head and said almost to myself, I can't believe they didn't tell me about it. Who? Potter and the others? Draco asked, and then he seemed to remember. Oh, yeah, they didn't tell you about what they were doing? You're friends with that lot, right? Yeah, I told him unsurely, adding, I thought I was. They even lied to me about where they were going one time. I remember now. They could have at least mentioned it. I paused when I realized Draco was watching me carefully, and when I stopped, he asked cautiously, Are you upset? I hesitated, realizing that I wasn't sad. I was angry. Shaking my head, I said, No, I'm a bit pissed off, if I'm being honest. That doesn't usually happen. Draco grinned, leaning against the table. He seemed less flustered now that he'd told me everything Flint had found out, and now he was back to his usual lazy attitude. He reached for a piece of toast, saying, I can't believe Dumbledore's on the run, though. Yeah, I agreed absent-mindedly. I didn't want to say it out loud, but I was barely even thinking about that right now. I was beyond annoyed that Ginny hadn't told me about what they had been doing in the Room of Requirement all this time. I could understand Harry or the others not mentioning it to me, but I would have thought Ginny would have at least let me in on it. I poked the spoon at my oatmeal again more forcefully, staring off into the distance and feeling the burn of anger against the inside of my stomach. Just because I was in Slytherin didn't mean I couldn't keep a secret. More people were entering the Great Hall now that it was later in the morning, and it was clear most of them had already found out what had happened with Dumbledore and Umbridge. They were all talking hurriedly to one another as they sat down at their tables. I still looking around when I saw Harry enter the room next to Hermione and Ron, and then I saw Ginny and Neville come in behind them. There they are, I said, putting down my spoon and watching to see if Ginny would look my way. Draco twisted in his seat to look over his shoulder at them, and I watched as Ginny sat beside Neville without a glance in my direction. Annoyed, I swung my legs out from under the table and said, I'm going to talk to Ginny. Wait, why? Draco asked, quickly reaching across the table and grabbing my arm before I could stand up. What are you going to do? I just want to talk to her, I told him calmly, even though I was fuming. I want to ask her if she's okay. Draco raised one eyebrow at me and smirked. No, you just want to know why she didn't tell you about what they were doing in the Room of Requirement all this time. Come on, Eve. Maybe you should wait a little while. Why should I? I asked angrily, looking across the Great Hall and seeing that Ginny still had her back to me. I just want to know why she didn't tell me. I'll be right back. I don't think that's a good idea." Draco trailed off as I stood up from the Slytherin table. He shook his head and grinned up at me as I made my way around the table, saying cheekily, "It's weird to see you so mad." "Shut up," I told him, rolling my eyes and pushing his shoulders slightly as I walked past. I made my way over to the Gryffindor table, seeing that there was an empty space next to Ginny. She turned slightly as she saw me coming, and I sat down beside her quickly. She awkwardly turned to me, beginning uncomfortably. "Hey, I heard about what happened," I said hastily, watching her carefully to see her reaction. "Are you okay? Did you get in much trouble?" "No, we didn't get detentions or anything," Ginny told me, looking at me guiltily. She turned to me more as the rest of the Gryffindors continued talking, saying quietly, "Look, I'm sorry I didn't tell you about the lessons and everything. Why didn't you just tell me?" I asked, trying not to sound too annoyed. "It would have been nice to know why you and the others were running off before." Ginny kept her voice down, and she avoided my gaze as she said, "I know, I'm sorry. It's just, look, it was Harry's idea not to say anything about it to you, okay? He was worried you'd tell Draco. That's all. Why does that matter?" I snapped, feeling the heat rise to my cheeks as the anger got worse. Why would it matter if Draco or I knew? "Well, we knew he'd rat us out," Ginny said carefully. "It's nothing against you, Eve, we just—" "All right, look," I interrupted angrily. "I can keep a secret, first of all. And if I told Draco not to say anything about it to anyone, he would listen to me. He wouldn't get you all in trouble." Ginny raised an eyebrow and told me slowly, almost as though she was choosing her words carefully, "Sorry, I don't trust him. None of us do." "Look, but I cut her off, asking coldly, 'You don't trust him, or you don't trust either of us?'" She opened her mouth and then closed it again. I rolled my eyes angrily and stood up from the Gryffindor table, snapping, "Don't answer that." I glanced at the rest of them as I stepped away from the table, realizing that even Neville and Harry were avoiding my gaze. As I turned away and started back for the Slytherin table, I realized I hadn't felt this angry in a long time. I was halfway there when I finally knew Ginny wasn't going to come after me and try to apologize. Draco was still seated at the Slytherin table when I got there, and I sat back down across from him. He looked up with a grin and asked, "What did she say?" I huffed angrily, glaring over his shoulder to see if Ginny was going to turn around and look at me, but she still had her back to me. I shoved the bowl away from me and said angrily, "She doesn't trust me. Apparently. She thought I'd tell you, and then we'd rat them out. Can you believe it?" Draco rolled his eyes at this and twisted in his seat again to glance over at them, and I watched as he made eye contact with Harry. I couldn't see Draco's expression, but it was clear he was giving him a cold glare when Harry narrowed his eyes at us. Draco turned back around to face me, saying calmly, "I'm telling you, they're all assholes. I never understood how you could stand to be around them. I would have defended them if I hadn't been so angry. I just don't get it. I've been nothing but nice to Ginny and the others, but they really haven't trusted me this whole time. And it's just because I'm a Slytherin." "Listen," Draco said seriously, looking at me from across the table, "you don't need them, Eve." I just shook my head angrily, too annoyed to say anything else. I didn't want to say out loud that I agreed with him. Maybe 2 months ago I would have told Draco off for talking about Ginny and the others like that. And maybe I would have told him that I didn't blame them for not telling me about the lessons. I was a Slytherin, after all. Why should they trust me? But now something was different, and I didn't want to just forgive Ginny or any of them. They'd lied to me and shut me out, so right now I could care less about accepting her apology. Maybe now I finally had enough of a backbone that I wasn't going to forgive so easily. "Hey, let's go back up to the common room," Draco said, dragging me out of my annoyed thoughts and making me look over at him. He gave me a grin and added with fake exhaustion, "Too much has happened for a Saturday morning. I think I need to lie down." I rolled my eyes and laughed, pushing away how angry I was and saying, "All right, let's get out of here." We both stood from the table, and I came around the side to meet him, letting him take my hand in his. Draco pulled me closer and kissed the top of my head as we started for the doors, saying, "Just forget them." "Okay?" I gave a small smile and told him, "Okay." Chapter 26. Eve. Within the week after Dumbledore vanished and Harry and the others were caught in the Room of Requirement, a lot changed at Hogwarts. Flynn had been right. Umbridge did take over in Dumbledore's place as head of the school, and just a few days after she took her role, she had already set up a new list of rules. This included a curfew of 6 o'clock, something that all the Slytherins were still complaining about even a week later. Umbridge had also banned all after-school activities, which meant the rest of the Quidditch season was canceled. The entire Slytherin team, Draco included, had thrown a fit in the common room once they'd found out, and there was a lot of pacing and cursing. I don't think I've ever heard the words, "This is bloody ridiculous," or "My parents will be hearing about this," used so often. There was also a new rule for no physical contact between students, but no one paid attention to it unless Umbridge was nearby. So if I was being honest, things at Hogwarts weren't going so great. And to make matters worse, Draco had been called home yesterday by his father, and he still wasn't back when I went to the Great Hall the next morning before classes. He'd gotten the letter yesterday before dinner, and he hadn't exactly told me what it said. He just told me that he needed to go home quick, that something was up with his parents. I hadn't asked why, because he'd seemed really out of it, but now I was pretty worried about him. I'd assumed he'd be back by the next morning, but as I headed to potions alone, I knew he definitely wasn't back at Hogwarts yet. When I got to the potions classroom, Zabini and Goyle weren't there yet. I sat in my usual seat and waited for Snape to finally arrive, trying not to worry too much about why Draco was still at home. I just hoped everything was okay. Snape got to the classroom just as the final bell rang, and he was 5 minutes into the lesson when Zabini and Goyle finally showed up. As usual, Snape said nothing as they both sat at my table. He never cared if Slytherins showed up late to class. I didn't glance their way as they got their things out, and Snape continued his lesson. This would be the first potions class I'd been to without Draco there. And I was just hoping that Zabini wouldn't try to talk to me for the first time in about a month. But Snape's lesson dragged on, and Zabini didn't make any attempt to talk to me, and I let out a quiet breath of relief when the bell finally rang. I was grateful Zabini didn't try anything, because with the way I had been feeling lately, stressed, worried, and mostly annoyed, I knew that I would have probably blown up at him. I gathered up my things and got out of there quickly, feeling immensely relieved that it was over and nothing had happened. Of course, I forgot that I would be seeing Zabini again during care of magical creatures. Despite my best efforts to stay away from him, Hagrid paired the two of us together when he was assigning partners to feed the flobberworms. I reluctantly headed over to Zabini while he got a bag of lettuce out of the bin, silently cursing my bad luck. I would have rather worked with anyone else here, even Pansy, and that was saying something. Zabini smirked over at me when I finally reached him, but I pretended I hadn't seen it. The two of us headed over to the area where Hagrid kept the flobberworms, finding an empty space where a few worms weren't being fed by anyone. As we started to toss the lettuce to them, I hoped Zabini would be smart enough to just pretend I wasn't there. Unfortunately, he did exactly the opposite. "Haven't seen Malfoy around today," he said casually, reaching into the bag to pull out more lettuce. I still didn't look at him as he asked, "Any idea where he is?" "He got called home yesterday," I told Zabini coolly, tossing more lettuce at the nearest flobberworm. There was a brief moment of silence where he clearly expected me to continue, but when I didn't say anything more, he mused. "Weird. Know why?" I didn't want to admit that Draco hadn't actually told me yet, but I really didn't have a choice, my tone of voice gradually sounding more annoyed. I replied shortly, "No." "What, he didn't tell you?" Spiny asked, and now I knew he was smirking. I ripped the piece of lettuce I was holding with a bit more force than usual and tossed it to the worms, pressing my lips into a thin line and forcing myself to not to snap. Through gritted teeth I said, "He didn't tell you either, Zabini." Sabini snorted at this, and I rolled my eyes. Why couldn't he just keep quiet and ignore me until class was finally over? I was perfectly all right with an awkward silence for the duration of the period, but apparently he couldn't handle keeping his mouth shut. "So what's the deal with you two? Anyways?" Sabini asked rudely, making me barely contain my sigh of annoyance. I should have known that was where he had been going with this. "I don't know what you mean," I replied coldly, not taking my gaze away from the worms. "I think you know exactly what I mean, Hawkins. Are you two dating now? Is that it?" "I don't really think it's any of your business." Actually, Sabini was really looking at me now. I could practically feel his gaze against the side of my head, but I still refused to give him the satisfaction of glancing his way. "Who said it had to be anyone's business?" he snapped. "I'm just curious. Damn. Are you his girlfriend now, or what?" Really starting to get angry now, I didn't say anything. To be honest, I wasn't sure if I could actually call Draco my boyfriend. In a way, that didn't even begin to describe what he meant to me. As I ignored Sabini and threw more lettuce down, he laughed out loud and said, "Wait, I just remembered. I saw you two holding hands the other day. That was priceless. Why don't you do yourself a favor and shut up?" I interrupted calmly, even though my hands were starting to shake. Something about the way Zabini spoke to me made me want to throw whatever I was holding, and I didn't think lettuce would do much damage. Unfortunately, I kept my voice even as I added coolly, "You're embarrassing yourself." Sabini laughed again at this, and out of the corner of my eye, I could see that he was shaking his head as he reached for more lettuce. "You crack me up, Hawkins. I'm just making conversation." "Really?" I asked icily. "Because it sounds like you're jealous." "Jealous? Good one. Next you're going to tell me that I have a thing for Umbridge. Wouldn't surprise me." He was really laughing now, but I just glared down at the worms as I forcefully threw more lettuce down. The period had to be over soon. I didn't think I could take much more of this. I suddenly had the urge to turn and strangle Zabini to make him finally shut up. Either way, Zabini laughed. "You moved pretty fast. First me, and now him. If you want my opinion, let's get one thing straight, Zabini," I snapped, finally turning to face him and looking him dead in the eye. "There was never a you and me. Got it? I don't know how you got it into your stupid brain that I was into you like that, but you need to get your shit together and leave me alone." Stop giving me your shit opinions and shut the fuck up. Got it? I expected him to laugh and say something even more insulting than before, but instead he shook his head and said with a grin, "Wow, he's really changed you, hasn't he? You were never like this before." "I was always like this," I replied coldly. "Now, I'm just saying it out loud." Zabini was opening his mouth to say something more, and I was seconds away from completely flipping out on him when Hagrid called to everyone that the period would be over soon, and we needed to clean up. I whipped the last of the lettuce at the ground and started to turn away from the worms, anger hot in the pit of my belly. Before I could head over to where everyone else was gathering, Zabini smirked down at me and said coolly, "I don't know how he can put up with you." "Eat shit," I snapped without a second thought, turning away from him and furiously starting back for the castle, that I stormed right past the group of Slytherins standing around Hagrid as he gave some last-minute information about the flobberworms, not even caring that the period wasn't exactly over yet. Hagrid called after me, asking why I was leaving before I supposed to, but there was such a loud pounding in my ears that I barely heard him. I didn't even care that the period wasn't over yet. All I wanted to do was put as much distance as possible between myself and Zabini. I knew that if I stayed around him for a moment longer, I would end up sending him to the ground. Draco. I didn't get back to Hogwarts until late, and when I entered the Slytherin common room, I was expecting it to be empty, but Ben Parkinson was dozing in the armchair by the fireplace, and I realized Eve was lying on the couch, facing the green glow of the fire. I felt my knees nearly turn to water at the sight of her, but I couldn't tell if it was from relief or nerves. I had secretly been hoping to avoid seeing her for as long as possible. I still didn't have an excuse ready as to why my parents had sent me home for a day. When the portrait door shut behind me, Ben jolted awake, and Eve twisted to look over the arm of the couch at me. I avoided her gaze as I came around the side of the couch, and I rolled my eyes tiredly when Ben asked nosily, "Where have you been all day?" "Just go upstairs, Ben," I said quietly, my voice giving away how exhausted I was. I didn't want to have to deal with anyone right now, so I was relieved when he actually listened to me and got up from the chair, saying hastily, "All right, mate, I'm going." As he disappeared up to the boys' dormitories, Eve sat up to make room for me on the couch. I slowly sat down next to her, letting out a tired sigh as I was finally able to lean back against the cushions. Eve was watching me carefully, and I looked over to see how worried she looked. I gave a tired smile and reached down to give her hand a squeeze, my voice sounding worn out as I said, "Hey, hi," she said quietly, not looking away from me. She continued cautiously, "Are you okay?" I stared into the flames instead of looking at her as I lied, "Yeah." There was a moment of silence where the common room was quiet except for the crackle of green flames. Then I heard Eve ask in a small voice, "Do you want to talk about it?" I didn't want to talk about anything right now. "Not really," I replied carefully, deciding to just be honest. I let out a heavy sigh and told her, "Some shit's going down at home. That's all." "Are you sure?" Eve asked, and I knew she was being extremely careful. "You were gone for a while." "Yeah," I told her. "It'll all blow over soon, though." If only that was true. "Okay," Eve said quietly, and I could tell she was forcing herself not to ask any more questions. I was suddenly incredibly grateful for her. There was another long minute of silence, and then I finally turned to her and asked, "How were classes?" "Boring," she admitted. She gave a small smile, which I forced myself to return. I realized that today had been the first potions class she'd had without me, so I asked quickly, "Potions was okay? Zabini didn't try anything, right?" "No, he ignored me," Eve told me, but I was too tired to notice when her voice faltered slightly. "That's good," I said, leaning my head back against the couch cushions tiredly. All I wanted to do was fall asleep and never have to stand up ever again. Eve scooted closer to me on the couch, resting her head against my shoulder. Her hair tickled my cheek, and I lazily lifted her hand up and kissed it without thinking. After a few minutes, she asked quietly, "Are you sure you're okay?" This made the corner of my mouth turn up slightly, and I twisted my neck to kiss the top of her head quickly. "Yeah," I replied, rubbing my thumb against the smooth back of her hand. "Just stressed out. Don't worry, okay?" "Okay," she said. After a moment, she added with a tiny grin, "At least there's only a little more than a month left of school." "I'm counting down." My stomach dropped into my shoes at her words, but I still managed to force out, "That's good." I didn't want her to know how badly I didn't want the school year to end, because that meant summer was almost here, and that was when I would become a Death Eater. Chapter 27. Eve. The next 2 weeks passed by sluggishly, the spring weather making the entire atmosphere at Hogwarts seem slower and slightly dull because of the almost constant rain and muddy grounds. Nothing had changed with all of Umbridge's new rules, and it looked like we were going to have to put up with it all for the rest of the year. I was just glad that there was only a little more than 2 weeks left before the summer, so we wouldn't have to put up with the insanely early curfew or the no physical contact rules for much longer. But I couldn't ignore how different Draco had been acting ever since he came back to Hogwarts. He was so much quieter now, especially when we were with other Slytherins or working together in class. I found it much harder to get him to laugh or smile, something which I had previously been able to do without even trying. When we stayed out late in the common room at night together, he was more talkative, but it was always obvious his mind was partially elsewhere. After how scared he'd made me that night he came back from the Manor, I was too cautious to ask him outright what was up. He'd made it clear he didn't want to talk about it, so I wasn't going to push him for answers. Besides, I was hoping part of it had to do with the stress of classes. So maybe it'd all blow over when the year was finally over. Either way, it was killing me to see him so distracted and upset. The weather improved drastically that Saturday, the sun coming out for the first time in days and burning off the looming rain clouds. Since the rain had finally ceased and the spring air was warm, most of the students were out on the school grounds instead of staying inside. I went down to breakfast a little later than usual, and I ended up sitting with Flint and Christian when I realized Draco wasn't there. The two of them mostly just complained about how they weren't even allowed to practice Quidditch, something they'd been upset over for about 3 weeks now, and how they were worried things were going to be exactly the same when we came back for our 6th year in the fall. "There's no way Umbridge will still be here next year," Christian said, reaching across me for a piece of toast after a quick apology. "Dumbledore will be back by then, for sure." "Yeah, I never thought I'd say it," Flynn agreed, "but I honestly want that old man to come back. All these shit rules are getting ridiculous. But what if he gets arrested over the summer?" I asked, poking at my cereal. "I'm just saying, it's not like he can hide forever. They must be close to finding him." "Nah, they've got idiots in the ministry who are looking for him," Flint told me, snorting as he thought about it. Christian laughed too, looking over at me, and adding, "Besides, Fudge is too busy trying to cover up the fact that the Dark Lord's back. He's a moron, I'm telling you." I immediately felt awkward at the mention of you-know-who's return, but I managed to cover it up by letting out a small laugh along with them. Flint started to ask Christian something about the Transfiguration essay they had to do, so I put down my spoon and glanced down the length of the Slytherin table. Draco wasn't anywhere to be seen, and I wondered if he had gone outside, which would have been surprising. He rarely left the castle these days. I pushed the cereal bowl away from me and asked, "Have either of you seen Draco around?" Just when I got up this morning, Flint told me, grabbing another piece of bacon. I asked him if he was going to come down for breakfast with me, but he said he wasn't hungry. I think he's still in the dorm. Why? Just wondering, I replied, rolling my eyes slightly when Christian gave me a smirk. I stood from the table, telling them both, I'm going to go find him. See you guys around. Bye, Hawkins, Flint said, giving me a raised eyebrow that I ignored as I started for the great hall doors. I headed across the entrance hall for the stairs that led down to the Slytherin common room, suddenly determined to get Draco to leave the castle. Maybe if I could talk him into going down to the lake with me, he'd feel a bit better. Maybe. When I shut the portrait door behind me, I saw that the common room was empty except for Draco. He was sitting in front of the low flame of the fireplace, leaned back against the couch cushions as he looked up at the ceiling through tired eyes. As I crossed the room towards him, he turned his head to see who it was. When Draco realized it was me, his lips pulled into a small smile that was so rare these days. I came around the side of the couch, and when he spoke, his voice sounded raspy and quiet from lack of sleep. Hey, Eve. Morning, I said. Even though it was well past 11, I took his hand in mine as I sat down beside him, the couch cushion sinking under my weight and making my body slide closer to his by accident. Neither of us seemed to notice, however, and I asked him, "Did you sleep okay?" I could see it in his eyes as he considered lying, but he must have decided against it. Draco squeezed my hand and admitted, "Not really, no." My heart sank because anyone could tell that he hadn't been sleeping well for weeks now. Draco had dark circles lining the bottom of his eyes, and his skin had been looking almost sickly pale lately. I told him, "You must have had breakfast early. I didn't see you at all this morning." I didn't eat," Draco said sheepishly, offering a guilty half-grin at the look I gave him. "What? I wasn't hungry." "That's no excuse," I insisted. "Tell me you'll eat lunch with me later. At least." I will," Malfoy said, rolling his eyes slightly. "Damn," I huffed at him, trying not to push his shoulder. I didn't understand why he wouldn't just eat when he was supposed to. After a moment, I remembered why I'd hurried down here so quickly in the first place, and I sat up on the couch as I said, "The weather's great today. Did you know? Is it?" Draco asked absent-mindedly, still looking at the fireplace. "Yeah," I told him. "Everyone's outside. Want to go out there with me?" He looked over at me then, his eyebrows scrunching together like a little kid's would when they didn't want to do something. "But I'm really tired. Can't we just stay here?" "But it finally stopped raining," I said, standing up and trying to pull him with me. "We can sit by the lake. It'll be nice. The fresh air. You know." "I'm really tired," Draco repeated, only sitting up slightly on the couch because I didn't have enough strength to pull him to his feet. "Come on, Eve. I look like shit. I don't want to go anywhere. Let's just stay here." "When was the last time you went outside?" I asked, raising my eyebrows as I looked down at him. Draco rolled his eyes and said, "It's been raining. You said it yourself, Eve." I barely got an hour of sleep last night. Don't make me leave this common room. Please. Normally, I would have thought he was exaggerating, but the exhausted look he was giving me said it all. It was clear Draco had barely slept at all last night, so I started to feel guilty for wanting to drag him outside. Okay, I said finally. Okay, we won't go outside. Thank you, Draco breathed, leaning back against the couch cushions as though sitting up had physically drained him. Come on, sit down with me. Nope, I told him firmly, reaching and grabbing his hand in my own and pulling. Come with me. Let's go. Eve, he snapped out of exhaustion. I just told you we're not going outside. I interrupted, tugging on his arm harder. We're not even leaving the common room. Just come with me. Please. Draco rolled his eyes, and mumbling a few choice swear words that I pretended not to hear, but he finally allowed me to pull him up from his place on the couch. I held onto his hand tightly as I tugged him gently away from the couch, heading towards the girls' dormitory stairs. Draco began uncertainly as I started up the stairs. What? Just follow me, okay? I said without turning around, but I didn't wait for a reply. I led him up the stairs to the empty dormitory, and when we finally entered the room I shared with Pansy and Millicent, I suddenly felt incredibly nervous. Did I really think this was a good idea? The sunlight was streaming beautifully through the windows, shining through the thin glass and showering onto the hardwood floor below. It was splayed across my bedspread that was still a mess from this morning, dappling against the crumpled pure white sheets. I let go of Draco's hand when we were through the doorway, crossing my arms nervously as I walked to my bed and sat down on the edge of the mattress. I looked up to see Draco still standing awkwardly in the doorway, as though he wasn't sure if he should sit next to me or just make a break for it and go back downstairs. He said again, his hands in his pockets as he looked up at me uncertainly. Why? Just sit down, I interrupted with one corner of my mouth turned up. You're making me nervous. Awkwardly, Draco crossed the room and sat beside me on the bed, a good 6 inches away from me. He was looking at the floor instead of at me, so I scooted back slightly on the bed and told him, lie down with me. When I heard him inhale sharply, I added quickly, we don't have to do anything. We can just lie down, relax for a bit. I don't know. I was just about to tell him to. Forget it. This had been a stupid idea anyway. When Draco twisted slightly to look at me, he gave me a tired grin, saying slowly, all right. I gently kicked off my sneakers as Draco leaned down to untie his own laces, and as he was tugging off his left shoe, I brought my legs up onto the bed and lay down behind him. I lay there on my right shoulder facing him as he kicked off his other shoe, watching him as he turned and laid down as well. Draco tucked his lower legs under the messed-up comforter and rolled onto his left shoulder to face me, one arm under his head as he looked at me. It was a small bed, so only half a foot separated us. I could feel his cool breath against my cheeks. This okay? He asked, not even looking away from me long enough to blink. Yeah, I told him softly, then lifted my head forward and kissed him quickly. I pulled back and brought my bottom lip between my teeth as I looked over at him, feeling something burn in my stomach the longer I looked at his eyes. Draco was grinning at me tiredly, and then he said in a quiet voice, "This is nice. You sure?" I asked, figuring he was just saying that to make me feel better. But instead of answering me, he reached over with his right hand and gently brushed a piece of hair away from my eyes. The pad of his thumb brushed against my cheek, warm, and I felt myself start to blush slightly. He went to bring his hand back, but I reached up with my left hand and grabbed his wrist gently, pulling it towards me until his arm was draped over my shoulder. I pulled myself closer to him, and he moved with me, sliding the short distance across the mattress and putting his left arm through the space between my right shoulder and cheek. Draco wrapped his arms around me and pulled me closer to him until there was only an inch of space between us, and our noses were nearly touching. Our breath mingled together in the short space between our lips, warming the pillow that was pressed against both our cheeks. Pansy's not coming back anytime soon, right? Draco asked with a grin, and I glanced down to see that our legs were entangled together over the crumpled bed sheets. I laughed a little and said, "Let's hope not." Draco wouldn't look away from me, and I watched him as he seemed to take in every detail of me. The way my blonde hair was splayed across the pillow, the way the sunlight shone against my skin, the complete silence of the dormitory pressed against my ears, and all I could think about was how much this boy meant to me. We laid there for a long minute in silence, completely entangled in each other, with the sunlight from the windows above warming us. Then something fluttered past the window behind the bed, and we both twisted our heads up to see that a tiny bird was perched on the windowsill of the castle. I glanced down at Draco as the bird sung softly through the window pane, watching as the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. When he finally put his head back down and looked at me again, I said, "My Patronus is a bird, a robin. Did I ever tell you?" "No, you never told me," Draco said with a small smile, his fingers skimming against the bare skin of my shoulder and making goosebumps appear. "Mine's a wolf." "Oh," I said softly, my heart pressing against my rib cage impossibly fast. And then I meant to say something like, "I think that's cool," but what came out instead was, "I think I love you." I immediately snapped my mouth shut, pressed my lips together, and cursed myself for blurting out something as stupid as that. Everything was fine, and I probably just ruined it. I was seconds away from laughing a little to try and play it off as though I'd been kidding when I realized Draco was smiling. A big smile, the most genuine one I'd seen him give in weeks. His hand was on the back of my neck as he said through his huge grin, "Well, I think I love you too." And then he was kissing me, smiling and kissing me with his hands tangled in my hair. I could feel myself smiling too, and my chest felt as though it was about to burst because I finally felt like he was happy again. When Draco finally pulled away, I looked up at him through my lashes to find that he was still grinning. I reached up and put my hand against his cheek, running my fingers through his whitish hair and feeling his warm skin beneath my palm. Draco exhaled quietly, and I kept running my fingers softly through his hair as we lay there together, his arms tight around me. When he finally spoke again, he still had a tiny grin, and his voice sounded rough from lack of sleep. "I'm exhausted. Go to sleep," I told him softly, running my thumb gently across his cheek and wondering how I had gotten to be so lucky. "You need it." I watched as Draco's eyes drifted shut, his breathing gently evening out and his chest rising and falling much more slowly. I watched as he fell asleep still with a small smile on his lips. I looked at him, my fingers still running through his hair, and bit my lip to keep from smiling again. I wanted to tilt my chin up and kiss him, but I knew that would just wake him up. So I didn't. I wasn't very tired, but the sunlight was warm against my back and the silence of the dormitory was calming. So my eyelids slowly began to drift shut. I fell asleep entangled with Draco Malfoy, his legs entwined with mine, and his hands lost in my hair, feeling more at peace than I had ever been in my life. Chapter 28. Draco. Malfoy. Wake up. Malfoy. Come on, you gotta get up, mate. Dash. I had the pillow shoved over my head as Flint was pushing my shoulder, trying to block out the sunlight that was now streaming through the windows above my bed. Keeping my eyes squeezed shut, I grumbled something that was too muffled by the pillow to be understandable, but Flint refused to leave me alone. I'm not kidding. Wake up, Dash, Smatter. I groaned, keeping my head under the pillow and pulling my arm out of Flint's grip. Fuck off. Would you, Dash? I need to tell you something, Flint said quickly, and I could tell by the sound of his voice that he was excited. Shit went down last night. Everyone's talking about it. Just get up, mate. Get off me. I snapped, finally throwing the pillow back and rolling onto my back. Shielding my eyes from the sunlight with one arm, I squinted up at Flint to see that he was fully dressed and pacing by the side of my bed. What time is it? Doesn't matter, Flint said. Listen to me. Zabini told me this morning that Umbridge is missing. I asked, finally sitting up in bed. The dormitory room was empty, and the sunlight was bright through the window pane. It had to be early. As I rubbed my eyelids with my fingertips, I struggled to remember what day it was. I wasn't missing class, was I? I gradually started to wake up completely, remembering that it was in fact Sunday, and Flint continued excitedly. I don't know the whole story, but I heard Potter got caught last night trying to leave the castle. And then Umbridge went into the Forbidden Forest with him, and Granger know what the hell that's about, but now no one knows where she is. And now there's rumors that Dumbledore is coming back. Dash. Christ, slow down, would you? I interrupted, sleep still tugging at my mind and making it difficult to process everything he was saying. Why did they go into the forests? Beats me. Flint shrugged as though it didn't matter much, launching back into his explanation and saying, that isn't even the crazy part. Something happened at the Ministry last night, and everyone's saying that there was a run-in with some Death Eaters and that Potter and his friends were there. Isn't that mad? And there's rumors that the Dark Lord showed up, and now Fudge can't deny that he's back. Dash. Which Death Eaters? I asked quickly, throwing back the covers and swinging my legs out off the mattress. Which Death Eaters were there? Dunno, Flint said, but I was already tugging on the first pair of shoes my fingers touched. He watched in confusion as I struggled to tie the laces quickly, and when I stood from the bed too fast and nearly fell, he grabbed my arm and said, Mate, I'm sure your parents are fine people, would be talking way more if someone got really hurt. I hesitated, glancing over at him to try and determine if he was just trying to get me to calm down. Blinking the last traces of sleep from my eyes, I nodded slowly after a moment and took a step back. I shrugged Flint's arm off, and he let go easily, clearing my throat and saying, Guess you're right. But what the hell was all that about? Why would Potter go to the Ministries? No idea, Flint said, shaking his head with his eyebrows raised. Everyone's talking about it in the Great Hall. Come on. I want to see if the Prophet put anything about what happened in it. I mean, it's about time Fudge stopped playing dumb and admitted the Dark Lord's back. Am I right? Yeah, I agreed absent-mindedly, my head spinning as I tried to piece together everything Flint had just told me. What if someone had gotten hurt at the Ministry last night? What if it had been Lucius? My gut twisting inside me, I told Flint, Go on without me. I'll catch up. I need to do something first. Flint opened his mouth, seconds away from asking me what was more important than finding out what the hell had happened last night, but he stopped at the look I gave him. Not bothering to hide it as he rolled his eyes, Flint started to turn for the door, saying, All right, mate, see you there. Sorry for waking you like that. I know you've been shit at sleeping lately. No, it was good. I blinked, surprised that he had even noticed were my dark circles bad enough now that everyone could tell. See you. As he disappeared out the dormitory door, I turned for the dresser and fished out the cleanest shirt I could find. Tugging it over my head, I quickly pulled out a small piece of parchment from my bag and, popping open the lid, dipped the nearest quill into the ink pot. I scribbled just the words, "Are you both okay?" Then folded it over and wrote my father's name out on the front. Tossing the quill aside, I clutched the parchment in my hand and headed for the dormitory stairs. I walked quickly through the halls up to the Olery, wanting to send the note out as soon as possible, so I could get back down to the Great Hall and figure out what was going on. The common room had been completely empty, and the hallways weren't much different. Everyone must have been down in the Great Hall already, even though it was extremely early for a Sunday morning. After attaching the small piece of parchment to the nearest barn owl, I hurried back downstairs to the entrance hall. When I finally made my way through the Great Hall doors, it was clear that most of the students now knew that something had happened last night. No table was completely full of just one house. People were all merging together between the usual 4 tables. Crowds of students gathered around the Great Hall and talking excitedly with one another. I made my way over to the Slytherin table, scanning the groups of people to see if I could spot Eve or Flint. I had just pushed my way through a crowd of third-year Ravenclaws when I heard Eve call out to me, "There you are. Flint told me you went off Dash." I had to owl my parents. I told her quickly as she hurried over to me, looking frantic. "Did Flint tell you what happened last night?" "Not really, no," Eve said in an annoyed tone of voice, tilting her chin up in the direction of where Flint was talking animatedly with Ben Parkinson and Zabini. He started to explain that crazy shit happened last night, but that's as far as he got before running off to talk to someone else. Honestly, it was like he forgot he was even talking to me in the first place. "Yeah, he does that," I replied, rolling my eyes slightly. Christian hurried past us then and almost knocked shoulders with Eve, so I grabbed her arm and pulled her gently out of the way. "Do you know what the hell is going on?" Eve asked as Christian passed us to talk to Goyle. "Is it about Umbridge? I haven't seen her at all this morning, not that I'm complaining." "Yeah, apparently she went missing last night," I told her. And as her eyes widened, I launched into a quick description of what Flint had already told me. I had to bend forward slightly and lean close to her ear, so she would be able to hear me over all the noise of the Great Hall. As I told her that there had been some sort of a fight with some Death Eaters at the Ministry last night, Eve interrupted and asked, "Is that why you owed your parents? Were they there? Are they both okay?" "Dunno," I answered honestly, "but I think they're okay. No one's talking about anyone getting really hurt. But I guess it was with Potter and his friends, and Flint told me, you know who showed up, Dash?" "What?" Eve exclaimed, grabbing my arm and looking up at me. "You know who was there? Did anyone get hurt? Why were they all there in the first place, Dash?" "I don't know." I cut her off, holding both of her shoulders as she grew frantic. "Look, Eve, it's okay. I really don't think anyone got hurt. We can go ask Flint if he found anything out, Dash." "I need to find Ginny," Eve said, letting go of my arm and twisting her head to look around the Great Hall. "I have to make sure she's okay." But I trailed off, not wanting to remind her what had happened the last time she'd spoken with Weasley. "We can just talk to Flint." "There she is, over there with Neville," Eve interrupted. She started to turn away from me, saying, quickly over her shoulder, "I just need to make sure everything's okay. You go talk to Flint. I didn't want to stop her, and she was already halfway across the great hall anyway. Shaking my head slightly, I turned and started to make my way over to Flint to see if he'd finally gotten some answers. I just hoped the Weasley girl wouldn't say anything bad to Eve again because she, of all people, didn't deserve it. Eve. When Ginny finally glanced over from her place beside the great hall doors and saw me coming, she looked surprised to even see me. She trailed off from whatever she'd been saying to Neville as I reached them, awkwardly turning and looking at me a bit apprehensively. Hey, she said slowly, like she was unsure what else to say. Are you both okay? I asked, looking at both her and Neville to see if either of them seemed hurt. I heard about last night, and Dash. We're okay, Ginny said, giving me a small smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. She glanced at Neville as she continued slowly. It was just a crazy night. Neville nodded and exhaled in agreement, but I knew that crazy probably didn't even begin to describe it. I wanted to ask what had happened, or why they had gone to the ministry in the first place, but I was too afraid that Ginny would refuse to tell me. So instead I asked, no one got hurt, right? Is Harry okay? I haven't seen him anywhere. He's with Dumbledore, Ginny told me. When my eyes widened, she explained, Dumbledore was there last night at the ministry. He's back now. I guess Fudge doesn't want to arrest him anymore. Ginny leaned closer to me after another glance at Neville, adding quietly, Harry's not doing so well. His godfather died last night. My mouth opened, and a tiny gasp escaped. I hadn't even known that Harry had a godfather. If someone had died last night, why wasn't anyone talking about it? That's why we all went there, Neville told me, looking down at me kindly. Last night, Harry thought his godfather needed help, but it was a trap, and there were Death Eaters everywhere. I guess you know who showed up, and Dumbledore fought him off. None of us saw him, though I blinked, taking a step back. So it's true, I asked quietly. You know who really did show up? Yeah, Neville said, looking at the ground. And it was awful, but all I could think about was, thank God I wasn't there too. Did that make me a selfish person? Neville turned to Ginny as I shook myself to clear my terrible thoughts, telling her, I'm gonna go find Ron and Hermione. See you later. As he passed me, he gave me a quick nod and touched my shoulder gently. I blinked as Neville disappeared, wondering why he had decided to tell me what had happened, why both of them had told me. After what happened the last time I spoke to Ginny, I had been expecting her to just tell me that she didn't want to talk about what had happened at the ministry. She'd made it pretty apparent the last time we spoke that she didn't entirely trust me. After Neville was gone, I turned to Ginny and said in all honesty, I'm so sorry about what happened last night. That's terrible. Will Harry be all right? Yeah, Ginny said quietly, but her voice betrayed her. She cleared her throat and continued more strongly. He'll be all right. Dumbledore's talking to him now. So she trailed off, as though she didn't know what else she had wanted to say. I filled the awkward silence by saying, Thank you for telling me. Ginny looked over at me then, her face twisting into an expression of guilt. Listen, she said desperately, I'm sorry for lying to you about the lessons in the room of requirement. It was stupid. I should have just told you. I looked down at my shoe instead of at her, suddenly feeling very uncomfortable. I hadn't been expecting her to apologize. It's okay, I said, even though I wasn't entirely sure I meant it. I do, by the way, she said. When I glanced at her in confusion, she continued quickly, I do trust you. I wasn't sure before, but I do. You're a good person, Eve. and I should have seen it before. Awkwardly, I shrugged and told her, "It's all right. It isn't a big deal anymore." "But it should be," Ginny insisted. "I'd be pissed if I were you. And I knew you were mad, but I don't blame you. We didn't want Malfoy to know. All right." I shook my head and crossed my arms, telling myself not to let the anger ignite again. In a tight voice, I told her, Draco wouldn't have told anyone if I'd told him about the lessons. He would have listened to me. I don't know if you've noticed, but he does care about me. "I've noticed," Ginny said, and I knew she was telling the truth. "Anyone can see that he cares about you, Eve. It's just he and Harry have a history, and it isn't good. I don't know if I'll ever be able to trust Malfoy." "Why not?" I asked, managing to keep my voice calm as I looked at her and tried to understand. "Draco isn't a bad person, I know that's what everyone thinks, but Harry doesn't trust him. And neither do I," Ginny said carefully, looking at me as though she was worried I was going to blow up on her. "Listen, I'm sorry about what happened with the lessons, but that's over now. I can't change the fact that I lied to you, and I'm sorry. I really am. It's okay, I'm not pissed about it anymore," I told her honestly. "And I really did mean it. Don't worry about that anymore, okay? I just don't get why you think Draco's so terrible. He isn't a bad person. He's really not. I'll believe you," Ginny said gently, "even if I can't see it." I stared at her as she gave my shoulder a squeeze, offering me a small smile. "I've got to go," Ginny told me, nodding over my shoulder at Harry as he entered the Great Hall. "I should go talk to him. I'll see you around, okay?" "Okay," I said absent-mindedly, still unsure how I felt about all this. As Ginny started past me, I added quickly, "Tell Harry I'm sorry about his godfather. I really am." She nodded, giving me a grateful look before turning away and heading over to Harry. I watched her go, watched as she pulled Harry into a tight hug and whispered something in his ear. I crossed my arms as I watched the two of them together, wondering how the both of them couldn't find it in themselves to trust Draco. Just because he was in Slytherin didn't make him a bad person. 4 months ago, I never would have thought this, but now I knew that Draco was a genuinely good person on the inside. Why couldn't they see that? I started back for the Slytherin table, shaking my head and thinking, if only they knew how good he was to me. If only they knew how much he cared. If only they could see how Draco was just as kind and good as the rest of them. Chapter 29. Draco. Just 2 weeks after what happened with Potter and the Dark Lord at the Ministry, the school year ended without any end of term exams. On the train ride back to platform 9 3/4, I tried to act like I was happy to be going home, but the closer we got to the station, the harder it got to hide the fact that I wanted nothing more than to jump off the train and sprint in the opposite direction. "You okay?" Eve asked me quietly while Flint and Goyle got up to take a look at the trolley. We were sitting on the same side together, seated so closely that the slight rocking of the train was causing us to gently bump shoulders every so often. I glanced over at her to see that she was watching me with concern, and I felt a bit guilty for making her worry over me. Reaching for her hand and giving a small smile, I squeezed her fingers and told her, "Yeah, don't worry, all right." "All right," Eve said uncertainly, and it was clear she was doing just the opposite of not worrying. She was opening her mouth to say something more to me, but Flint re-entered the compartment at that moment, and she quickly looked away before he could think anything was wrong. I kept holding onto her hand, though. My heart was pounding incredibly fast, and for some reason, I was too scared to let it go. The train ride was much shorter than I'd anticipated. We reached the station all too soon, and I felt lightheaded as I helped Eve with her trunk. This was all happening too fast. I didn't want to leave yet. "Are you all right, mate?" Flint asked, grabbing my shoulder when I almost tripped down the steps off of the train. "You look a bit pale, if I'm being honest." "Thanks," I said sarcastically, rolling my eyes and trying to play it off. Eve had gone to say goodbye to Weasley, and I didn't want anyone to know that I felt as though I was seconds away from passing out. "Get off my back." "Yeah." Flint laughed at this and clapped me on the shoulder, saying, "My dad's over there. See you next year, mate." "Tell Hawkins I said bye." "Yeah, I will," I said, shaking myself and forcing a grin. "See you around." "She's all right, you know," he said, his expression suddenly turning more serious. Something that didn't happen very often. "Hawkins. She's all right." I looked over at him a bit warily, unsure what he really meant. But before I could say anything, Flint's grin returned, and he said again, "See you, Malfoy?" And then he turned away and disappeared into the crowds of students and parents, leaving me staring after him and wondering why he'd thought to say something like that. I was still feeling confused when Eve appeared beside me, making me jump guiltily as though I'd been doing something wrong. Eve didn't seem to notice, however, and she told me Ginny's gone off to find her mom, but she promised she'd write me over the summer. Isn't that brilliant? I thought she'd forget about me. "That's good," I said, turning and looking down at her with the train on our left and people bustling past on the right. I thought I'd managed to make myself sound cheerful. After all, I really was happy if she was happy, but Eve frowned and looked up at me as though she knew exactly what I'd been thinking. "What's wrong?" she asked, reaching over and lacing her fingers through mine. "I thought you'd be glad to be leaving school." "I am." I lied, but it was clear Eve knew I wasn't telling the truth. So I looked at the ground and admitted carefully, I don't want to be apart from you for so long. I won't be able to see you." It was true. It just wasn't the whole truth. Eve shook her head and told me, "But we can meet up somewhere. I'll just tell my aunt I'm meeting Ginny. It's no big deal." Really? My heart sank because I knew that I probably wouldn't be able to meet with her at all over the summer, feeling my gut twist with guilt for lying to her. Of all people, Eve was the last person I wanted to lie to. I said, "Yeah, okay, yeah." Eve asked carefully, looking up at me as though she was trying to make sure I was really okay. The concern in her eyes actually managed to make me smile, so I grinned down at her and squeezed her hand. "Yeah," I repeated quietly. Eve glanced around us quickly, asking in a low voice, "Are your parents around?" "I don't want them to, see us." I blinked down at her as she looked around cautiously, wondering why she was so worried about something like that. I reached up and put my hand on the space between her jawline and neck, rubbing my thumb against her right cheek and saying blankly, "But I don't care if my parents see us." When Eve exhaled softly and turned her face to me, I ducked my head forward and pressed my lips to hers. Because in that moment, I didn't care that students and parents were everywhere around us, and it was possible her aunt was somewhere nearby. This was going to be the last time I saw Eve for a very long time, and I wasn't going to waste it. She let go of the handle of her trunk and leaned into me, bringing her hand up to rest it on the back of my neck. I pulled away from Eve with her cool fingertips pressing against my skin, the hair on the back of my neck raised at her touch. Her cheeks were flushed, and I could feel her warm breath on my wrist as I ran my thumb along her jawline. Feeling breathless, I told her, I'll write to you as often as I can. Okay, she said, looking up at me with wide eyes. Letting out a small, nervous laugh, she added, You're making it sound like this is goodbye forever. Not forever, I insisted. And then I lied to her again, continuing, It's only for a little while. My heart twisted inside me as Eve gave a small smile and nodded, hating the fact that I couldn't just tell her the truth about what was going to happen to me. But how could I tell her? Someone who had to do everything they could to stay out of the Dark Lord's way, that I was going to become a Death Eater. I'd better go, Eve told me reluctantly, my aunt's probably getting impatient. I told her to wait in the parking lot. Yeah, okay, I said, stumbling over my words a bit, as I looked down at her. My heart was pounding in my chest as I pulled her tight against me, wrapping my arms around her, and realizing that this would be the last time I saw her for the rest of the summer. And when I came back to Hogwarts next year, I wasn't going to allow myself to even glance her way. I whispered in her ear, Bye, Eve. Goodbye forever. Eve pulled away and looked up at me, our noses so close they were almost touching. When she spoke, her voice came out sounding much more serious than I had ever heard it. I love you a lot, okay? I really do. I'm not just saying it. I love you too, I told her. And I realized this was the first time I truly and completely meant it for anyone. You mean a lot to me, Eve. Please stay safe, all right? I will, she promised easily. She pulled away then and reached for the handle of her trunk, saying, See you, Draco. And then I couldn't say anything in return because there was a lump in my throat, and I suddenly felt as though I couldn't breathe. Eve stood on her tiptoes and quickly kissed me again before turning away, dragging her trunk and disappearing into the crowds. I watched her go, feeling like someone had punched me, and all the air was escaping from my lungs. That was it, I thought to myself, as I finally lost sight of her blonde hair among all the people. That was the last time I'll ever hold her, because I wasn't going to let myself near her. Once the tattoo was branded onto my arm, and I was completely devoted to the Dark Lord, I pressed my teeth tightly together and grabbed my trunk, swallowing hard, and finally starting through the crowd. My legs felt like lead as I saw my father standing alone by the exit of the platform, suddenly finding it extremely difficult to just walk forward. As I got closer to him, I hoped my expression didn't betray how absolutely devastated I felt on the inside. I barely heard Lucius as he spoke to me, resting his hand on my shoulder and giving it a small squeeze. All I could do was nod, feeling hate burn in the pit of my stomach as I glanced at him. I found that I had never hated anyone so much for what he was going to put me through. Maybe it was wrong to hate my own father, but in that moment, I had never despised anyone more than I did Lucius Malfoy. He's ready for you, Draco. I was sitting next to my mother, my heart in my throat, and my back straight as a rod. My hands were twisted together on my lap as I looked up at Lucius, the fabric of my finest black suit scratching against my knuckles. He was standing by the door of the sitting room, awkwardly leaning forward, slightly with both his hands clenched over the top of his cane. I felt sick to my stomach as I realized he was clutching it so tightly that his knuckles had gone white. He was waiting for me to stand, but I suddenly felt as though my legs wouldn't support me. Come, Draco, he said, reaching out one hand to me. I did my best to pretend I hadn't noticed it was shaking. You heard me. He's ready for you. My mother put her hand on my shoulder and stood, so there was nothing I could do except follow suit. My knees nearly buckled when I stood up, but I managed to keep myself from falling to the floor. As we started over to my father, I repeated to myself, "Keep it together. Just keep it together, and get this over with." I had my teeth clenched together so tightly that my jaw was aching, but I was worried that if I opened my mouth, I would say something I shouldn't. Lucius reached for me when we got close enough, and he put his hand onto my shoulder and clenched it tightly. "Are you ready?" My mother's voice came out in a whisper, and I glanced over to see that she was doing everything she could not to cry. I swallowed hard and looked at the ground instead of answering, so she let out the breath she'd been holding and wrapped her arms around me. I didn't reach up to hug her in return, because for the first time, I didn't want her anywhere near me. When she finally let go, she really was starting to cry. I refused to look at either of them as Lucius said in a tight voice, "He's just down the hall. I can't go in with you. So, we'll see you afterwards." He was waiting for me to give some sort of a response, so I gave a stiff nod. Lucius clenched his jaw and nodded again before putting his hand on my back and turning me towards the door. It felt as though the air in my lungs was trapped, and I was suffocating as I stepped forward, twisting the doorknob with shaking fingers. I exited the sitting room and shut the door behind me before I could turn back around and beg for them to not make me do this. It was too late for that, anyway. The walk down the length of the hallway was the longest of my life. I felt as though the walls were closing in on me, and that the floor was seconds away from dropping out from under my feet. Oddly enough, I found myself wishing that the ground would open up and swallow me. Anything sounded better than entering the approaching room and having to go through what was about to happen to me. When I reached the door, my heart was pressing hard against the inside of my ribs, as though it wanted nothing more than to escape my chest. I reached up one hand to knock, but my arm hesitated without my permission. I forced my wrist forward after blinking hard, knocking my knuckles against the wood before I could turn away. He probably knew I was outside the door anyway, so there was no point in trying to back out now. There was no response from the inside. Instead, the door opened on its own, creaking loudly and swinging inside the room. I felt like my chest was caving in on itself as I stepped inside the formal dining room, seeing the Dark Lord standing by the empty, cold fireplace with his back to me. I stopped a few feet in, and I nearly jumped when the door shut behind me on its own accord. "Draco Malfoy," the Dark Lord mused, his voice coming out thin and nearly a hiss. As he turned to look at me, it seemed as though the temperature in the room dropped nearly 10 degrees. I kept my knees locked and my hands clenched into fists at my side, so they wouldn't shake as he looked me over, watching as he raised one eyebrow. He stepped closer to me, and I managed not to back away. "You are afraid." It didn't come out sounding as though he was disappointed, or even like he was laughing at me. His voice sounded dull and blank, like he was just stating the obvious. I knew I couldn't lie, and he was clearly waiting for me to respond, so I said in a steady voice, "I am." Then the Dark Lord nodded and said quietly, "Yes, you should be." He took another step closer to me until we were only separated by a foot of space, and my heart was pounding so fast that I was positive he could hear it over the silence of the room. I squared my shoulders as the Dark Lord took out his wand, twirling it between his fingers as he asked quietly, "Are you ready?" "Yes," I said, and my voice sounded much stronger than I felt. He was looking down at me through slitted eyes, and he was standing so close to me that I could feel the coldness literally radiating off of him. I blinked hard to keep his image straight in front of me, My vision was swimming before me, and I was suddenly worried I was seconds away from passing out. "Good," he said, then slowly reached out his left hand. My head spinning, I lifted my left arm and placed it underneath his, praying that he wouldn't be able to feel my uncontrollable shaking. The Dark Lord clenched his hand around the skin of my arm, twisting it around so that the underside of my forearm was facing upwards. When he spoke, his voice was cold and quiet, and I could feel his gaze burning into me. "Draco Malfoy, do you swear complete and absolute obedience to me until the moment of your death?" I swallowed hard and breathed. "I do." And then the Dark Lord tightened his grip on my arm, his sharp nails digging into my skin so fiercely that I was sure they were drawing blood. The air in my throat felt tangled up, as though it was trapped somewhere between my mouth and lungs. It was strangling me, and my knees were seconds away from giving out underneath me. The Dark Lord raised his wand and held it centimeters above the skin of my left forearm. And all I could do was repeat to myself over and over, "Don't make a sound. Don't make a sound. Don't let him believe you're weak." Then his wand was pressing into my arm, and it was like my skin had been set on fire. The dark ink searing through the layers of my flesh and making me truly believe my skin was melting. The pain was unbearable. My face was twisted up, and my jaw was clenched so tightly that I was sure my teeth were cracking under the weight. I didn't realize my legs had given out on me until my knees slammed into the floor, but the Dark Lord's grip was only tighter on my forearm, and now I knew his nails had drawn blood. I could feel the hot liquid dripping down the length of my arm and pooling on the underside of my elbow, but all I could think about was the searing hot pain of his wand against the skin above my wrist. My vision was starting to dip and blur before me, and my right hand had gone up to clutch my left elbow without my permission, as though my body was trying to pull my arm away from the incessant pain. But I couldn't move it. The black ink was still burning into the layers of my skin, and there was nothing I could do. Tears were in the corners of my eyes, but I keep repeating the same thing to myself. "Don't make a sound. Don't make a sound. Don't." All I wanted was for the pain to stop. All I wanted was for the wand to leave my skin, and for the dark tattoo to finally be branded onto my arm so the pain would finally stop. The scream was in my throat. It was seconds away from escaping into my mouth and out into the air when the pain abruptly cut off. The wand left my forearm, leaving the skin feeling burnt and singed from the burn of the mark. My body fell to the side once he had let go of me, my shoulders slamming into the hardwood floor as I tucked my left arm against me. I rolled onto my back, my eyes squeezed shut as I held my forearm close and tried to ignore the pain that was pulsating up my entire arm. My chest was heaving and my heart was pounding impossibly fast, as though I had just sprinted 2 miles. I couldn't open my eyes and look up because the idea of seeing anything other than total darkness was enough to make my stomach turn in on itself. And the last thing I wanted to do was vomit in front of the Dark Lord. That will be all. Draco Malfoy. For a moment, I thought he was going to tell me to get out. And I knew that my legs were not going to support my weight now, but I heard his smooth footsteps as he started for the door himself. I couldn't bring myself to open my eyes, but I heard him say in a low voice, "I'll be expecting you at the meeting in 2 weeks' time. You are one of us now, Draco." And then I heard the door open and close, heard his quiet footsteps fade away down the hallway. The silence of the dining room fell over me, pressing against my ears as I lay there with my left arm held close against me. I couldn't open my eyes, couldn't bear to look down and see the snake and skull branded against the skin of my forearm. "It's over," I thought to myself weakly, the only sound in the entire room being my panicked, exhausted breathing. It's over. I was a Death Eater. Chapter 30. Eve. Draco was angry with me. I knew it now. It was about to be a full month into summer, and he hadn't written me back once. I'd owed him just days after we'd arrived back in London because I wanted to know how he was doing and if he'd made it home okay, but he'd never responded. At the time, I hadn't worried. After all, it hadn't been that long since we'd last seen each other, and he probably needed a little space. But then another week had gone by, and Draco still hadn't tried to contact me. So I thought that maybe my letter hadn't made it to him, and I sent another. Another 2 weeks went by without an answer, so I owed him for the last time, asking him if everything was okay, if I had done something wrong. It was now well into July, and there was still nothing from him. At first, I hadn't even been annoyed. I'd thought something really was wrong because he'd been so upset over something for the last month of school, but I'd been too afraid to ask him about it, so I still had no idea why. And now he wasn't responding to any of my letters, and I was sure he was angry with me. I wasn't exactly proud of it, but I'd spent the majority of the past week rethinking our last minutes together and wondering what I had done wrong. I'd laid up at night, thinking about what I could have possibly done to make Draco ignore me. But as time went on, I stopped wondering about what I did. Instead, I started to get a little annoyed. How could he just ignore me like this, after he'd told me he would write as often as he could? And it wasn't like it was easy for me to get a letter out to him. I had to sneak into my aunt's room while she was at work and give it to her owl. And then when she realized it was missing, I had to lie and tell her I was owling Ginny. I'd even taken the time to think up a way for us to meet in Hogsmeade, but if he couldn't even take the time to write me a quick letter, what was the point? So on that dreary Saturday morning when I finally received a letter from him, I wasn't really sure how to feel about it. My aunt was at work, and I was alone in the sitting room, flipping through channels on the Muggle television she'd gotten as a gift from a friend, when I heard the owl tapping at the bay window. I lazily looked over the back of the couch, not recognizing whose owl it was, and not automatically thinking it might belong to Draco. I got up when the tapping increased, switching off the television, and walking over to open the window. The black barn owl offered up its leg to me, so I carefully undid the clasp and accepted the letter from it. As soon as I moved my hands away, the owl took off again into the air, its wings narrowly brushing against my cheeks. Blinking, I shut the window and turned the letter over to see who had addressed it, and my heart leapt into my throat when I recognized Draco's untidy scrawl from where he had written my name. I tore open the envelope as fast as I could, pulling out the letter quickly and forgetting that I was supposed to be annoyed with him, because as I opened the parchment and held it up to the gloomy sunlight so I could read it, all I really cared about was making sure he was okay. The letter simply read, "Eve, I'm sorry about not writing sooner, but I need to see you. Come to the Manor tomorrow as soon as you can. Please, Draco." I slowly lowered the piece of parchment, staring down at the tiny paragraph as though I could make it longer just by looking at it. I wasn't sure what I'd been expecting, but it certainly hadn't been this. He didn't even offer me an explanation as to why he hadn't written at all this summer. I'd spent the last month mostly lying around at home, bored out of my mind, and the only times I'd really gone out had been to meet with Ginny and a few others at Hogsmeade, but that had only happened twice, and Draco hadn't found the time to send me a single letter. And now that he finally had, I was reading and rereading it to see if I could try to ignore the cold and distant tone it gave. It was short and to the point, nothing very personal about it. And why? I thought as I clutched the parchment in my hand and looked at the disappearing of the owl in the sky. Why did he want me to meet him at his house? We'd agreed to meet at Hogsmeade. Why would he ignore all my letters for weeks and then, out of the blue, ask me to go to the Manor? I held the letter carefully in my hands and crossed the room to sit back down on the couch, sinking into the cushions. I should be angry, I thought. I should be pissed at him. I really should be. If anything, I should ignore this letter and see if he likes how it feels. Of course, I was going to do the exact opposite of that. Before my aunt could return home from work, I hurried up to my room so I could write Draco back. I scrawled a quick note telling him that I'd be there tomorrow, because I was going whether or not my aunt allowed me to leave the house, and carefully entered her room to give it to her owl. When the bird was disappearing into the sky with the envelope attached to its leg, I returned to my room and curled up on the bed, gently clutching Draco's letter in my hands. I held the parchment up close to my face and read it over again, my eyes tracing over the lines scratched into it, trying to imagine Draco writing it out himself. I shook my head and put it down, telling myself to stop being so weird. It was just a letter. When my aunt returned home from work that evening, I asked her if I could meet Ginny in Hogsmeade tomorrow. She automatically agreed and couldn't hide how happy she was for me. I tried to ignore the guilt swimming in my stomach for lying to her. I told her I'd see her when I got home afterwards, and then went to bed with my chest fluttering with nerves. I just had to see how he was doing and find out what was wrong. It didn't matter if I was annoyed. The only thing that was important to me was making sure Draco was okay. The resounding crack from my apparition into the deadly silent street was loud and seemed to echo off against the trees, and I shivered slightly as I looked around. I could see Malfoy Manor only a short distance away, the black gate just a few feet over down the street. I took a deep breath and started down the empty sidewalk, keeping my hand against the wand deep inside my jean pocket. The entire street felt creepy and slightly off, although it could have just been because of the thin fog that seemed to curl around my legs. I reached the gate and hesitated outside of it, unsure if I should wait for someone to come and let me in, or if I should just open it myself. But when I reached my hand up to the black spiral of the bars, the gate door unlocked itself and swung inwards, leaving my arms still suspended up in the air. Blinking and starting to feel a bit uneasy, I stepped through the gateway entrance and started up the pathway to the front doors of the building. My stomach was twisting with nerves as I neared the door, wondering who would open it when I knocked. I felt sick as I pictured Lucius Malfoy opening the door and looking down at me with his cold gaze, and I suddenly considered turning back around and heading home instead. But I shook myself and stepped up to the doorway, telling myself that I was doing this to see Draco. Who cared if I saw his parents? I'd just act normal. Maybe extra polite. He told me to come to his house, so obviously his parents were okay with me coming here. Before I could change my mind, I clenched my right hand into a tight fist and knocked on the door. Suddenly beginning to feel very sick to my stomach, I laced my hands in front of me, twisting them with nervousness. I looked down at my shirt, starting to wonder if it was maybe just a little too tight, that maybe I should have gone with something a bit looser. Starting to panic, I glanced behind me and wondered if it wasn't too late to go home and change into something else. But then the door opened behind me, and I turned back around quickly, looking up to see Draco standing in the doorway. My heart leapt into my throat when I saw him looking down at me, and I didn't even think. I just stepped forward quickly and threw my arms around him, pulling myself tight against him. After half a second, he reached his arms up to hold me, and I felt as though my knees were going to give out on me as I breathed in his scent. He was here. It had been over a month since I'd last seen him, and here he was, holding me against him. "I'm so glad you're okay," I said quickly, my words mushing together and making it difficult to understand what I'd said. But Draco didn't say anything, and I pulled away from him slightly to look up at him. His expression was carefully blank, and his lips were pressed together to form a tight line. I was opening my mouth to ask him if he really was okay when a voice from behind him said, "Evelyn Hawkins, I'm pleased to meet you." And then Draco stepped to the side, and there was Lucius Malfoy standing in the hallway and smiling down at me. I felt myself freeze up at the sight of him. I hadn't been expecting to see one of Draco's parents so soon. Lucius leaned forward to put his hand towards me, his cold eyes carefully looking me over. I automatically reached up to shake his hand, choking out an "Nice to meet you, Mr. Malfoy." "A pleasure," he said smoothly, stepping back inside the doorway. "Do come in." Draco stood to the side as I moved to enter the house, but when I glanced at him, he avoided my gaze. Why wasn't he happy to see me? A pit formed in my stomach as Draco followed me inside and shut the door behind us, having a sinking feeling that he really was angry with me. Then why would he invite me to his house? Lucius led the way into the parlor, and I clasped my hands together in front of me to keep them from shaking too badly. When the hallway opened up into the larger room, I peeked past Lucius to see that Draco's mother was standing there, almost as though she'd been waiting. My legs felt like rubber as Lucius stood beside Narcissa and turned to me, Draco standing close to me on the left. I wanted to say something to his mother, but I was afraid that if I opened my mouth, nothing would come out. "Hello, Evelyn," she smiled, reaching forward and shaking my hand. I hoped she couldn't feel how clammy my palms were. "Pleased to finally meet you. I've heard a lot about you." I was too busy wondering what Draco could have possibly told them about me to notice that Draco had tightened both his hands into fists at his sides. Lucius was still looking down at me with one eyebrow raised, and it was beginning to make my skin crawl. What was he thinking about me? Did he think I wasn't good enough? He was just opening his mouth to say something when Draco cut him off, saying quickly, "Let me be alone with her." Just for a minute, Lucius looked over at him coldly, but Draco said in a hard voice, "Give me that, at least." I had no idea what was happening, and I looked at Draco to see that his jaw was clenched tightly as he stared down his father. It was just beginning to feel as though I should step out of the room to give them space when the corner of Lucius's mouth turned up, and he looked down at me, saying smoothly, "Yes, of course. Come back downstairs when you've quite finished." I shrank under his intense gaze, but Draco had already grabbed my hand and was leading me out of the parlor so quickly that I almost stumbled. We left his parents behind, and I glanced over my shoulder to see that they were still watching us as we disappeared down a separate hallway. Draco held my hand tightly as he started up a grand staircase, leaving me with no choice but to follow him. I wanted to ask him what the hell was going on, but his blank expression was enough to make me keep my mouth shut. We reached the top of the stairs, and he led me down the hallway, pulling me forward by my hand. "Slow down," I said when I nearly tripped over a carpet that must have been centuries old, but Draco didn't seem to hear me. He stopped at a doorway on the right and threw open the door, hurrying inside, and finally letting go of my hand when he turned to shut it behind him. His back was to me as I glanced around the room, seeing the bed with crumpled sheets the half-open cabinet with a wrinkled shirt thrown carelessly over the door, the multitude of mismatched socks strewn across the floor. This had to be his bedroom. But I didn't have time to look at anything else. Draco turned from the door and grabbed both my shoulders, looking at me so seriously that I forgot what I had wanted to say to him. He told me breathlessly, "Listen to me. This is important. Eve, I need you to stun me, and then I need you to disapparate back to your house. Tell your aunt. You want me to what?" I interrupted, my mind racing to catch up with his. A month of ignoring my letters and not speaking to me. And then the first thing he says to me is a bunch of instructions that don't even make sense. He could have at least given me a hello. "Do not interrupt me," Draco said fiercely, and for the first time in a long while, I felt afraid of him. His grip on my shoulders grew stronger, and he was looking down at me intensely as he continued quickly, "Tell your aunt that you need to leave town. Pack up all your things and get on the next train to Romania. It leaves in 3 hours. You can't use the Flu network, they're watching that. Once you get to Romania, you and your aunt need to catch another train to a different country. Don't tell me which one, I don't want to know. I can't know." He was speaking so quickly that I could scarcely understand him anymore. And when I grabbed his shoulders to make him stop, he finally took a breath. My mind spinning, I asked, "What the hell are you talking about? Why would I do any of that? Are you mad?" "What?" "They know," he said. "They know who your parents were." He knows." I stared up at Draco as he looked at the floor instead of at me, trying to comprehend this over the loud roaring in my ears. "What?" I asked blankly, as though I hadn't heard what he'd said. Draco's eyes finally flicked back to mine, and all I could see was the guilt. "I'm sorry," he said quietly, so quietly I had to strain to hear him. "I'm so sorry, Eve. He knows," I repeated, blackness clouding the edges of my vision as I realized what he was saying to me. "He knows." "Yeah, he knows who you are. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Stop apologizing," I said, my head spinning so badly that it felt as though I was going to fall over. How did he find out? But then it was obvious, wasn't it? I took a step back, looking up at Draco as my eyebrows scrunched together. My voice sounded impossibly tiny as I stated blankly, "You..." Draco pressed his lips together as I looked at him, starting to realize what he had done. My arms came up slowly and Draco's hands fell away from my shoulders, asking quietly, You told them? You told them who I was?" He shook his head then, but I was backing away from him. "How could you?" I asked, my voice cracking. "How could you?" "It wasn't me," Draco said quietly, his voice deep and barely hearable. "Stop lying," I hissed, the blood pounding in my ears as I stared up at him with complete and utter betrayal. "Don't lie to me. You told them everything, didn't you? How could you tell him who my parents were?" "It wasn't me," Draco repeated, louder this time, but I didn't want to hear him. "I trusted you," I snapped, my voice rising. "I trusted you, and you told him everything." Draco stepped towards me, but I backed away quickly before he could come near me. He reached out to grab my arm, but I ripped my arm out of his grip, saying, "Don't touch me. Don't fucking come near me. I swear." "Listen to me," Draco insisted. "I didn't tell them anything. Okay? It was your uncle, Eve. He..." "Stop lying," I yelled, and then I shoved him hard. Draco stumbled backwards, and I started for him again, shouting, "How could you?" The one person I actually trusted. And then you try to pin it on my uncle. Fuck you, Malfoy. I was hitting him now, slamming my palms against his chest in a blind fury. I could barely even think. All I knew was that Draco had told who the secret about my parents, and everything my aunt had done to keep me safe was for nothing. Draco tried to grab my wrists, loudly saying something that I couldn't hear, and he managed to grip my arm with his left hand. But I was completely enraged then, and I tried to twist my wrist out of his grip, grabbing the sleeve of his arm to try to push him away from me. I was screaming insults at him, but he refused to let go of me, and I was pounding on his arm to get him to let go. And then something happened, and his sleeve ripped, sending me reeling backwards. I was holding the torn shirt sleeve in my hand when I saw it. The dark mark. I backed away from him, so quickly that my back hit the cabinet behind me, and it was suddenly so quiet that all I could hear was the pounding in my ears. Draco was breathing heavily with his left forearm and black ink exposed, and he covered it with his right hand and said in a scared voice, "You weren't supposed to see that. I didn't want you to see that. You're a..." I stumbled over my words, my eyes still glued to his left forearm, even though he had covered it with his other hand. My knees felt weak, and the ripped shirt sleeve fell from my hand as I stared at him, saying blankly, You're one of them? I didn't want you to see it," Draco repeated. "You were supposed to just get out of here and never see me again. I didn't want you to know. Why? Why didn't you tell me?" I asked, my voice suddenly impossibly quiet. "When did it happen?" At the start of the summer," Draco said almost silently, but he was looking at the floor instead of at me. He still hadn't answered the question. "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked a little louder, looking up at him, and doing my best to fight back the rising nausea. Draco didn't say anything right away, so I started again. "Why?" "Damn it, Eve." He snapped so suddenly that I jumped. "I was trying to protect you." I closed my mouth, looking across the room at him, as he finally met my gaze. I didn't know what to say, but Draco was starting to ramble now, telling me, "I didn't want you to know. That's why I didn't write to you, because I figured if I ignored you, you'd forget about me. I didn't want to be near you once I became this, so I wanted to leave you alone. I just didn't want to tell you." He looked so broken as he continued, "I didn't tell him about you, Eve. I honestly didn't. My aunt was at a pub about a week ago, and your uncle was there, but he was drunk and started to tell her everything about you and your family, and I'm sorry. I don't expect you to believe me. I really don't." "Why?" I asked slowly, my voice cracking slightly. I felt on the verge of tears as I said, "If you didn't tell him about me, then why did you bring me here? Why would you owl me if you knew?" Draco's jaw clenched, and he looked down at the floor. He gazed, turning hard. They made me. They told me that they were going to find out where you lived no matter what, so if I wrote to you, it would be the easiest way. I didn't have a choice. I didn't want to hurt you." I was looking at him, trying to find it in myself to be angry with him again, but I couldn't. Draco was staring at the floor with an expression of self-loathing, as though he had never hated himself more for what had happened. I wanted to hit him again as hard as I could, just for bringing me here when he knew that they had found out who I was. But I couldn't bring myself to be angry anymore. He looked so broken, and I felt guilty for what he must have gone through this summer on his own. If there was anyone I should be angry at, it was my uncle. Draco swallowed hard and kept his eyes fixed at the ground as he said quietly, "I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have told you, not when you trusted me enough just to come here. And I don't blame you for hating me. Just know that I hate myself more than anyone else ever could. Don't say that, I told him, but my voice came out so thinly that I worried he hadn't heard me. I'm sorry for not telling you about what was going to happen this summer. I shouldn't have kept you in the dark. I should have told you about it and told you to stay away from me at the end of term. I'm just really sorry. ND. Then his voice broke, and I went to him, pulling myself close to his chest and wrapping my arms around his neck. Draco froze against me at first, both arms raised slightly, as though he wasn't sure if it was safe to touch me. But then he gave into himself and hugged me close to him, tangling his hands in my hair. You don't have to be sorry, I whispered, blinking hard so the tears wouldn't fall. I'm not angry, but you should be, Draco said in a thick voice. I love you so much, Eve, but I'm a terrible person. You're not a terrible person, I told him fiercely, but he didn't say anything, and I wasn't sure if he believed me. We stayed like that for a moment longer than what was necessary, maybe because I was afraid to let him go. Draco pulled back slightly and kissed me, hard, as though he'd been wanting to do it for a very long time. Although, that could be said for the both of us. When our lips finally pulled apart, Draco looked me dead in the eye and said breathlessly, You don't have much time, okay? Stun me and get out of here before they come upstairs to see what's taking so long. But I don't want to, I said, but Draco kept on talking as though he hadn't heard me. Remember what I told you to do. Go with your aunt to Romania, and then... I don't want to, I repeated louder this time, but it only made Draco seem more frustrated. He reached into my pocket and pulled out my wand, pressing it into the palm of my right hand, wrapping both his hands around mine and forcing me to hold the wand. Draco told me forcefully, You have to, Eve. This is your one chance to get away. Are you listening to me? If you don't leave now, you'll never get another opportunity. You have to stun me quick. Come on. Don't hold back. But I didn't want to keep running. I'm not going to stun you, I said. When Draco tried to say something again, I cut him off and repeated, I'm not going to stun you. I'm not leaving. Did you hear anything I said? Draco snapped, shaking me slightly. He knows who you are. I know. I said calmly, much more calmly than what was expected. But they know who I am now. They know what I look like. He'll just find me again no matter where I go. I can't run away anymore. Stop, Draco said warningly, still holding my shoulders tightly. Stop it. You're getting out of here. Okay? Stop acting like it's over. I'm not leaving, I told him. I love you. And I'm not leaving. You know I won't let you stay, right? Draco said angrily, looking down at me fiercely. I won't let you go back downstairs. You know what'll happen if you do. Draco, I said in an even voice, I'm going downstairs. No, you're not, he replied hotly, but I had already slipped out of his grip and was heading for the door. He started after me, saying loudly, Eve, get back here. I'm not letting you do this. I can't let you do this. My head was held high and my shoulders were pushed back, and I pulled my arm away from Draco when he tried to grab for it. It's not your decision, I told him as I twisted the door handle without turning around. It's mine. Fuck, just wait a minute. Eve, God damn it. Do not do this. But an eerie calm had settled over me, and I wasn't even afraid anymore. I was tired of running and hiding, tired of lying to people. I wasn't going to just leave, no matter what Draco tried to say to me. Maybe it was because I had almost been waiting for this to happen, for you know who to find out about my parents, or maybe it was because I didn't want to leave Draco again. Either way, I was going back downstairs. even if I knew what would happen to me. Even if it meant eventually coming face to face with Voldemort and becoming a Death Eater. Because for the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid. Chapter 31. Draco. God damn it. Eve, don't leave, fuck. She ducked out of my reach when I tried to grab her arm, slipping through the doorway and disappearing from my bedroom without another word. Swearing loudly, I ripped the nearest jacket off of the closet door and stormed out of the room after Eve. Why couldn't she just listen to me for once? I was trying to help her, for fuck's sake. She was just at the top of the staircase when I rounded the corner of the hallway, tugging the jacket on as quickly as I could, so that my ripped shirt sleeve would be covered. Eve, I whispered furiously, knowing that my parents would be able to hear us now if we raised our voices. Please don't do this. But Eve ignored me, continuing down the steps and leaving me to hurry after her. My feet tripped up against the rug that ran down the length of each stair, making me almost stumble down the staircase. I was completely infuriated, frantic at the fact that she wasn't listening to me, and absolutely devastated at the thought that she wasn't going to get away from this. I finally caught up to her when she was walking down the hallway, but the moment I reached for her arm, the hall opened into the parlor, and my parents were looking up to see us walk in. Exhaling furiously, but trying to hide it, I put my arm back down at my side and resisted the urge to grab Eve and drag her back out of the room. I stood beside her with my hands clenched into fists at my sides, glancing down at her to see that she was staring straight ahead as we stopped in front of my parents. She was looking my father dead in the eye, as angry as she was making me. It was clear that this was not the same Eve I had met nearly a year ago in Hogsmeade. Lucius stared down at the two of us, as though coldly calculating what we were thinking. I looked at my mother quickly to see that she was watching me with an even gaze, and it was like she knew exactly what I had been trying to do upstairs. I tried not to feel uneasy under her careful gaze. I assume Draco has told you about the circumstances, my father asked in a clipped tone, making the anger flare up hot in my belly. Yes, Eve said, her voice coming out strong and clear. He has... Good, Lucius mused, turning his gaze to me and making me glare heatedly at him in return when the corner of his mouth turned up. Then you understand that your cooperation is vital. Miss Hawkins? I squeezed my fists so tightly that my fingernails dug into my palms, pressing my teeth together to keep from snapping at him. How dare he talk to her like that, as though she meant nothing to anyone, like he could care less about what happened to her. Yes, Eve said again, her head held high. It's over now anyway. I'm done running. But then, of course, you understand that it's not only your life at stake here, Lucius said, making me want to leap across the gap between us and strangle him. Before I could cut him off, he told Eve easily, I'm sure Draco told you that our family will be in danger if you don't do as the Dark Lord wishes. Eve's head snapped left to look at me, but all I could do was glare furiously at my father and try not to explode. I had told them not to say anything about that to Eve, but it was clear Lucius had done it purposefully. I gritted my teeth together to keep from yelling as he glanced over at me with a cool expression, as though he was nearly smirking at me. Now Eve was never going to leave. No, he didn't tell me that, Eve said, her voice only faltering slightly. It didn't matter, I said in a tight voice, pretending not to notice the way my mother looked at me. Eve was watching me too, like she couldn't believe that I would put her before my own family, but she would never know that it had been one of the hardest decisions of my life, or that I hadn't slept for the past 2 nights trying to figure out a way to get Eve out of this. There was no way I could make her understand, Why, I would put her life before mine in a second. You should have. Eve trailed off, clearing her throat to even her tone, and looking away from me. It doesn't matter. I'm staying anyway. My vision turned dark as Lucius smiled down at her, the anger boiling up hot again when he said, "Good." And then he said the words that made my stomach drop into my shoes. "The Dark Lord is ready for you now." What? I snapped, stepping forward, and nearly putting myself between Eve and my father. "He's here? Tell me this is some sort of sick joke. He wasn't supposed to." "We called him this morning," Lucius said coolly, looking down at me. "He arrived while you were upstairs. The Dark Lord wishes to speak with Evelyn." "She can't," I said in a hard voice. "She can't see him now. It's too soon." "It's okay," Eve interrupted quietly, and I turned to see her looking up at me. Her voice sounded firm, but incredibly small as she told me, "It's okay. I'll go." I was opening my mouth to tell them all that this wasn't right, that Eve couldn't see the Dark Lord after she had only just found out what he knew. But my mother cut me off, saying in a thin voice, "She doesn't have a choice, Draco. He wants to see her." After a moment, I bit out angrily, "Fine, let's go." Then, "Draco," Lucius said coldly, reaching out one arm to stop me. His tone was unbelievably condescending as he reminded me, "He wants to see her alone." I heard Eve inhale softly behind me at his words, and that was all it took. "Are you mad?" I snapped loudly, not even caring when my mother flinched behind Lucius. "There's no way in hell I'm letting her go in there alone. Why the fuck would I ever leave her alone with him? No, she's not going in there by herself." "Be quiet," Lucius hissed, grabbing my shirt collar in his fist and glaring down at me lividly. "The Dark Lord is here." I hadn't realized how loud my voice had gotten, but at the moment I didn't care. Fuming, I reached up and ripped my father's hand away from the shirt collar, repeating furiously, "She is not going in there alone." "Draco," Eve said quietly, and that finally made me turn away from Lucius. She was looking up at me with a carefully blank expression, as though she was too afraid to betray any kind of emotion. Her voice was soft as she told me, "It's okay." Really, I looked down at her and saw that she was panicking on the inside, even though she was doing everything she could to appear completely calm. It was enough to make me want to grab onto her and to separate, but I couldn't do that, not matter how badly I wanted to. When I didn't say anything for a moment, Eve repeated even more quietly, "Draco, I'll be okay." I was staring down at her seriously, ready to open my mouth and whisper that nothing was okay anymore, but Lucius cut me off. "We can't keep him waiting. Let's go." "Evelyn." My back was still to my parents as Eve took a deep breath and squared her shoulders, so I looked her straight in the eye and mouthed, "I love you," as she finally had to break eye contact and move past me. I hope she knew that I meant it with everything I had, even after everything I had done. I was completely livid as Eve started away from me, my hands shaking as I turned around to watch her go. Eve was making her way past Lucius when he reached up to hold her arm, almost as though he was going to lead her out of the room, but I launched myself forward and grabbed his wrist before he could. Eve kept on walking as Lucius twisted his head to look down at me, and I whispered furiously, "Don't touch her." He gave me the coldest glare possible as Eve followed my mother towards the hallway, but the last thing I wanted was for him to touch her when he was giving her over to the Dark Lord. Ignoring the voice in the back of my mind that whispered, "You're the one who brought her here in the first place," I finally let go of my father's arm. I looked over his shoulder to see that Eve was almost to the door that led out of the parlor, the door that opened into the hallway that would lead to the Dark Lord's room. And then, all of a sudden, I realized I couldn't let her do this. I tried to push past my father so I could run to her, so I could grab her and disapparate, but Lucius immediately stepped in my path, and I ran into his chest instead. I pushed against him, trying to shove past him. But he grabbed my arms and hissed, "Stay here." But I was almost frantic now, realizing that Eve was leaving me to meet with the Dark Lord, completely alone. I tried to hit Lucius's chest, but he was holding my arms too tightly, and I looked over his shoulder again to see that my mother was holding open the door for Eve, telling her which room to go to. Eve glanced over her shoulder at me as my mother guided her out of the door, her eyes full of fear, and I watched helplessly as she disappeared out the doorway. My mother shut the door behind her, and my chest filled with self-loathing as I realized what I had done. Lucius was still gripping my shoulders to keep me from running after her, but I pushed myself away from him angrily. He stumbled back only slightly, and I spat furiously. "I'll never forgive you for this." My parents looked at me carefully, as though they were expecting me to completely flip out and run out after Eve. But I just stood there furiously, my hands balled into fists and my chest heaving. "It's for the best," my mother said quietly, but I was so angry that I barely heard her. I shoved past my father, and this time he didn't try to stop me. I stormed towards the door Eve had left through, snapping over my shoulder. I'm waiting in the hallway. I left my parents behind in the parlor, slamming the door behind me so forcefully that the walls practically shook. With my chest burning, I slammed my fist into the wall just beside the doorframe, not even caring when my knuckles smashed against the hard plaster. I slid down to the floor just a few feet from the doorway to the parlor, my back pressed against the wall. I kept my eyes on the door just down the hallway, not being able to hear anything, but knowing that Eve was just inside, alone with the Dark Lord. I tilted my head back, so forcefully that it banged against the wall, but it didn't make me feel any better. I kept my gaze focused on that door, my stomach lurking with self-hatred. I had told Lucius that I would never forgive him for this, but deep down, I knew that I really couldn't forgive myself. I waited well over 2 hours out in that hallway for Eve to come back. My back was aching badly from sitting against the wall for so long, but I could barely feel it. I refused to move. Anyway, my mother had opened the parlor door twice to see if I was still there, but I didn't even glance up to acknowledge her. I was worried I would say something terrible if I turned to look at her. I had heard nothing from the room Eve was in this entire time, but I wasn't sure if the Dark Lord had used a spell to soundproof it or not. Either way, I was getting more uneasy by the second. She'd been in there alone with him for 2 hours, and he had just found out that her parents had been loyal Death Eaters, and she'd been hiding from him all this time. If I thought for too long about what he might be doing, I felt sick to my stomach. The silence of the hallway pressed against my ears. So I busied myself by looking down at my hands and running my fingers over the already bruised knuckles from where I had hit the wall. My chest now felt so tight that it was becoming difficult to breathe, as though there wasn't enough air. I was still staring down at my hands when there was the unmistakable crack of a disapparation coming from the room just down the hallway. I was on my feet in an instant, not even caring when I got up so quickly that my back protested. There was complete silence again, and I stared at the closed door, unsure if I should burst in or not. What if Eve had been the one to disapparate? Before I could panic at the thought of this, the door opened slowly from the inside. I was already starting forward when I saw that it was Eve, quietly coming out of the room with her head down. Her hair was hiding her face as I reached her, but I didn't hesitate to pull her tight against my chest. I held her flush against me, both my arms wrapped around her, so closely that I was worried I might be hurting her a little. Neither of us said anything for a long time, but I didn't think I would be able to say anything around the lump in my throat anyway. I pulled back finally and put my hands on either side of her face, ready to wipe away her tears, but she wasn't crying. Eve clearly hadn't cried at all. Her eyes were clear, and her cheeks dry as she looked up at me with a dull expression. "Did he hurt you?" I blurted, my voice coming out so quiet that I wasn't sure if she could hear me. Eve's eyes flicked to the ground and didn't say anything. And that was when I realized she was clutching her left forearm. My heart dropped into the pit of my stomach as I reached down and gently turned over her arm, the black ink tattoo revealing itself sharply against the pale skin of her forearm. The breath was trapped in my throat as I looked down at it, seeing the dark mark that was imprinted into her skin. Forever. I think I had known this was going to happen, but seeing the mark on Eve was making me hate myself even more than before. I trailed off, my voice hitching and dying inside my throat before I could finish the sentence. Eve looked back up at me silently, and then my entire body was shaking and I was whispering, "I'm so sorry. I'm sorry." And then I was hugging her again, pulling her impossibly close to my chest as though I couldn't have any space between us. I kept repeating to her quietly how sorry I was, but it didn't matter how sorry I was because I had dragged her into something terrible, something that neither of us could get out of. The door to the parlor opened behind us, making me finally quit apologizing uselessly and turn around. Lucius was standing in the doorway, looking down the short length of the hallway at us, making the anger flare up hot again. I took Eve's hand in my own automatically and started for the door, wanting nothing more than to go back upstairs before I could lose it. Lucius was opening his mouth to say something to us, but I brushed past him with Eve close behind me before he could get anything out. My mother was still standing in the parlor, and as I stormed past her, she began carefully, "Wait, Draco, leave us alone," I snapped in a tight voice, staring straight ahead instead of glancing her way. My parents didn't try to stop us as we disappeared from the parlor and hurried upstairs. When I finally reached my room, I shut the door behind us and pulled out my wand to lock it because seeing one of my parents again was the last thing I wanted. I turned around to see that Eve was looking blankly out my window at the moon, the sky now completely blackened by the nighttime. The moonlight reflected off her face, but when I took a step towards her, she looked away from the window to face me. I closed the distance between us and put my hands on both of her cheeks again, looking at her straight on. I searched her eyes carefully to try to read what she was really feeling, but for the first time in a long while, I found that I couldn't. I asked seriously, "Tell me the truth. Are you okay?" When she finally spoke, her voice sounded scratchy, and I had to strain to hear her even though my bedroom was completely quiet. "Yeah, I'm okay. It's all right," I said. "If you need to cry, let it out." "I'm fine," Eve told me, her voice cracking slightly. "Really?" But then her knees buckled, and I had to grab her quickly, holding her up off the ground. We stumbled to the bed, and I helped her to sit down, holding her shoulders with shaky hands. Eve couldn't seem to hold herself upright even sitting down, so I laid her down on the bed tugging off her sneakers gently. I kicked off my own shoes and lay down opposite her, holding both her hands in mine between us. Eve was looking at the pillow instead of at me, as she said blankly, "I don't feel well. Is that normal?" My heart twisted inside me as I looked at her, and I choked out. I threw up after it happened to me. "You're doing good." I was opening my mouth to apologize for what must have been the 1,000th time when Eve whispered, He told me he had to do it, so I wouldn't go into hiding again. So he'd always be able to find me." "Oh," I breathed, my voice tight with emotion. I didn't think I could say much more, because the giant lump in my throat had returned, and I was having trouble just breathing again. "It hurt," Eve said quietly. "A lot." I could feel my eyes starting to water, so I blinked hard to try and clear it before Eve could notice. My voice sounded thick when I said, I'm so sorry. So sorry, Eve. She reached over then and touched my cheek with a cool palm, finally looking me in the eye and whispering, "You don't have to be sorry." "I do," I said. "This is my fault. It's all my fault. I never should have sent you that letter. Not when I knew what would happen. I should have told you what was going to happen to me at the start of the summer. I should have told you to stay away from me." I broke off because my words were starting to jumble together, and I wasn't even sure what I was saying anymore. I started again after taking in a shaky breath, hoping that Eve couldn't see how blurry my eyes had become. I should have told you to stay away from me the moment I found out I was going to be a Death Eater. That wasn't fair to you. I'm sorry. I looked down at her arm, and the guilt crashed over me again, making my head spin and my chest ache. Pulling her arm closer to me, I bent my head forward and kissed the inked skin as gently as I could, as though I could make the mark disappear. When Eve took my hand in hers and ran her fingers through my hair with the other, I choked out, "I'm so sorry. I never wanted you to be involved. I never wanted any of this." My cheeks were wet, despite how hard I had been trying to hold it in. And then Eve was kissing me, pressing her lips against my cheeks to kiss away the tears, kissing my face and whispering against my skin that it wasn't my fault. But I couldn't speak around the lump in my throat again to tell her that no, it was my fault. And I had never hated myself more. We lay there together for the rest of the night without saying anything, our breath mingling and our inked arms entangled between us. I started to fall asleep no matter how hard I tried to stay awake, and my eyes slowly drifted shut. The last thing I heard was Eve telling me softly that she loved me. But I remembered thinking that she shouldn't have loved me anymore. Not after what I had put her through. Chapter 32, Eve. When I woke up the next morning, I was tangled in Draco's arms with my head resting against his chest. I tilted my head up sleepily to look at him, and I saw that he hadn't noticed I was awake. Draco was sitting up with his head leaning against the headboard, his right hand skimming over my shoulder absent-mindedly as he looked out the window beside us with slightly swollen eyes. In that moment, I didn't remember what had happened, and so my lips turned up into a small smile. But then I remembered. The smile disappeared in an instant, and I closed my eyes for half a second. The images of the Dark Lord, standing in front of me, burned into the backs of my eyelids, as though I would never be able to forget them. I could still hear him speaking to me, like his cold voice was stuck inside my ears even after I had slept. "Evelyn Hawkins, I must say, I'm disappointed." I opened my eyes again and shifted against Draco, tucking my arms under my chin, so I was still lying on his chest. He finally blinked and looked away from the window, tilting his head forward slightly so he could look down at me. Draco exhaled quietly and, his face mere inches from mine, whispered, "Hey, morning," I replied softly, my voice cracking and sounding so strained that it was barely detectable. And then for a long time, we just stared at each other. I looked into his pale gray eyes without saying anything, seeing the red rim around his irises and his swollen lids. My eyes traveled down the smooth length of his nose, fixing my gaze on his lips, seeing how they were parted slightly, his breath escaping out into the air soundlessly. I lifted my head up then and pressed my lips to his, kissing him for a few seconds longer than usual. When I pulled away again and opened my eyes, Draco had leaned forward slightly as though he hadn't wanted me to stop. Instead of saying anything right away, he reached over with one hand and brushed away a few strands of hair that had fallen in front of my eyes, his fingertips skimming over my forehead and making my cheeks turn slightly pink. His palm was warm against my cheek as he said quietly, "I love you." I held his hand against my cheek and said without even having to think, "Love you too," and sang it in that moment. I could see that it meant much more to Draco than it usually did. We probably would have stayed that way for a lot longer, just looking at each other, if my stomach hadn't suddenly growled loudly. But it finally made the two of us smile for the first time in what felt like ages. And Draco grinned down at me and asked, "Are you hungry?" "Apparently," I told him, rolling my eyes and sitting up. "Sorry, I didn't eat dinner." "Oh," Draco replied a bit guiltily, sitting up as well and swinging his legs off the bed. He stood and moved towards his wardrobe to find a clean shirt while I pulled my hair up into a bun to get it off my face. Draco was rummaging around inside with his back to me as he said over his shoulder, "We can go down and eat. My parents probably aren't home." "Okay," I said, not knowing what else to say. I decided not to ask where else his parents could be. I wasn't entirely sure I wanted to know. Instead, I sat on his bed with my legs crossed, rubbing my bare arms a bit from the chilly morning air. Then I glanced up to see that Draco was pulling his shirt over his head, still facing away from me, and exposing his back to me as he changed. A fierce blush rose to my cheeks, and I tried to avert my eyes elsewhere, but I suddenly found that I couldn't. I watched the way his muscles moved beneath his skin as he reached for a clean shirt, his shoulder blades shifting and making my cheeks burn. But he started to turn as he pulled the shirt over his head, making me quickly direct my gaze to the floor instead. As I cursed myself silently and tried to get my cheeks to return to their normal color, Draco noticed I had my arms crossed and asked, "Are you cold?" "A little," I told him honestly. Anything to distract him from noticing how pink my face had become. "Sorry, I must have a clean sweater around here somewhere." Draco turned again and searched through the messy wardrobe for a second time, so I quickly stood from the bed and tried to forget the image of his bare back. Draco grabbed a sweatshirt from somewhere deep inside the cabinet and turned back around, saying, "Here's one. I mean, only if you want it." He was suddenly so uncomfortable, so I reached for it and told him hastily, "I do." Thanks." I was just turning the sweater over to find the bottom when Draco suddenly reached out and grabbed my left arm, making me jump as he turned it over gently. He was looking down at my arm with wide eyes, and I glanced down to see that the cuts from the Dark Lord's nails were exposed. The images from last night returned in an instant, flooding my mind and making me feel the Dark Lord's grip against my left arm all over again. If only you had come to me from the beginning, Hawkins, Things could have been so much different. I pulled my arm away from Draco when I realized his eyes were starting to cloud over again, and I mumbled quietly, "Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it." Draco choked out, as though I had gone mad. I pulled the sweater over my head hastily as he said incredulously, "How could I not?" "Draco," I interrupted, my voice cracking as I tried to hold it in. I don't want to talk about it. Please." He was still looking down at my left arm, even though it was covered by the sweatshirt. And I reached for him when I saw that his jaw was clenched tightly with anger. "Draco," I repeated as calmly as I could, "let's go downstairs." "Okay." "Fine," he said after a long moment, taking my hand in his, as he finally started for the door. We left his room in silence, and it stayed that way the entire walk to the kitchen, mostly just because I was too afraid to say anything more to him. I still felt odd, as though this was all a dream and reality hadn't even set in yet, and I knew how guilty Draco felt, but I didn't want to talk about it. If I talked about it, I wouldn't be able to keep myself together. When we reached the kitchen, Draco let go of my hand and led me over to the counter. He seemed to be less shaken up as he pulled out the stool, told me, "Here, sit down. What do you want?" I began carefully as I sat down, watching him because I couldn't tell what he was really thinking. "What do you have?" Draco opened a lower cabinet and bent forward to look inside it, a corner of his mouth turning up slightly as he told me, "Cereal? Sorry, we don't have a lot." "That's good," I said a bit awkwardly. He started to pull out the cereal box from the cabinet, and as though I needed to fill the uncomfortable silence with anything I could, I said stupidly, "I like cereal." But Draco snorted quietly and grinned as he searched for 2 bowls from the cabinet above him, so I didn't regret it. "Me too," he said, looking over his shoulder and offering a small smile as he pulled out the bowls. I sat quietly as Draco put the bowls, milk, and cereal box on the counter, but when he moved to finally sit, I began slowly. Oh, Draco interrupted as he remembered, already starting to turn back around. "Spoons. Right. Yeah," I said, smiling a little as he rummaged through the silverware drawer. He hastily turned back, around with 2 spoons, but when he tried to hand me one, I realized that his hands were shaking slightly. I automatically reached forward to place both my hands over his, looking up at him and seeing how flustered he was. "Draco," I said softly, "just relax." Yeah, okay," Draco replied awkwardly, handing me the spoon and moving to finally sit next to me at the counter. "Sorry." I realized that was probably the 1,000th time he had apologized to me in the last 24 hours. Draco reached for the cereal box to pour some into my bowl, and I told him seriously, "Stop apologizing so much. And you don't have to do that. I can pour my own." "I don't mind," Draco said quickly, cutting me off and unscrewing the cap of the milk bottle. I decided not to repeat what I'd said about him, apologizing so often. As he poured the milk into my bowl, without saying anything about it, Draco slid the bowl closer to me when he was done, saying, "Here. It's not much, but yeah." "No, it's good," I told him honestly, poking at the cereal with my spoon as I waited for him to pour his own. "Thanks." We sat and ate the cereal in silence, an awkward tension between the 2 of us. It was like something had shifted between the 2 of us after what had happened last night. And maybe it would have been less uncomfortable if we just talked about it, but I was still refusing to. Maybe if I pushed away what had happened in that room with the Dark Lord for long enough, I would eventually just forget about it. Of course, I would never be able to forget about the mark tattooed onto my left forearm. I kept my left arm resting on my lap underneath the countertop while I ate with my other hand because I could feel the dark mark burning and aching against my skin. But I ignored it. Thinking about it for too long made me feel so sick to my stomach that it was hard to swallow. I was tracing my spoon through the leftover milk in my bowl when Draco suddenly blurted, "Listen, Eve." When I jumped a little at his outburst and turned to look at him, Draco swallowed hard and twisted in his seat so he could look me in the eye. His voice was completely serious as he asked quietly, "Are you okay?" My stomach lurked a bit, and I began to think that maybe eating hadn't been such a great idea after all, but I pushed it down and avoided Draco's gaze. "Fine," I lied, doing everything I could to keep my voice from betraying me. "Eve," Draco began slowly, "please, just tell me. You're starting to scare me, all right? It's just tell me the truth. Are you okay? Are you?" I asked sharply instead of answering, finally turning my head to look him in the eye. Draco's eyes cast downwards, and he shifted on the stool, leaning his elbows on the counter, and looking down at his hands carefully. After a long moment, he said in a voice thick with emotion, "No." I looked over at him in the dim lighting of the kitchen, feeling a rush of affection for him surge up inside me. Because at least he was brave enough to admit it. Draco stared down at his hands instead of looking back up at me, and I could see how much he hated himself. And then, in that moment, I didn't want to try to say anything to him, because words wouldn't have been enough. So I reached over across the short space of counter between us and slipped my right hand into his left one, squeezing tightly and rubbing my thumb over his bruised knuckles gently. After a moment, his fingers responded to mine, and he squeezed my hand in return, neither of us looking at each other. We held hands alone in the kitchen for a long time, our empty bowls in front of us, and the thin sunlight streaming in through the bay window behind us. I wanted to tell him that I wasn't okay either, that I wanted to scream and cry because of everything that had happened, but I couldn't. There was something else I needed to do first, no matter how much I was dreading it. "I need to see my aunt," I told him quietly, my gut twisting inside me just at the thought of seeing her after what had happened yesterday. Draco finally turned to look at me, but he still didn't let go of my hand. I swallowed hard and continued in a small voice, "I need to tell her to leave town." Just in case he goes after her, Draco automatically nodded and said easily, "Yeah, of course. Want to go now?" "Yeah," I said softly. I shouldn't have waited this long anyway. She's probably worried sick about me. And then my mind conjured up a terrible image of my aunt sitting at home waiting up for me all night, and the guilt constricted my chest and made it difficult to breathe. It was almost like Draco could read my mind, because he stood up from the counter and helped me stand up as well, telling me, "Let's go now. My parents shouldn't be home for a while." "Okay," I said. Draco started to turn away from the counter and head towards the hallway, but I glanced at the mess we were leaving and asked cautiously, "Should we clean this up or?" "No, leave it," Draco said hastily when I reached for one of the bowls. He took my hand in his again and started to lead me out of the kitchen, saying, "A house elf will get it. Don't worry about it, Eve." "Oh," I replied blankly as we left the kitchen behind, not entirely sure how I felt about that. Draco led me through the long hallways of the manor out towards the front door I had first come through when I'd arrived yesterday. I felt a bit sick to my stomach as I remembered seeing Lucius Malfoy for the first time, remembering how cold he had acted towards me. As Draco opened the front door and stepped outside into the sunlight, I found myself almost feeling grateful that I couldn't read minds, because I was sure Lucius hadn't been thinking anything nice about me at all. I followed Draco out of the manor, and it was almost like it became slightly easier to breathe once he shut the door behind me, and I was finally outside again. I clutched Draco's hand tightly as I looked over at him, the two of us standing together on the doorstep. "Ready?" I asked quietly, but it was almost like I was asking myself. "Yeah," Draco told me, looking down at me seriously and giving my hand a squeeze. "It's gonna be okay, Eve. Ready when you are." "Yeah." "Okay," I whispered, then pictured the house in my mind and spun on the spot. I felt my feet leave the ground with a loud crack, and my body suddenly received the strange sensation of being sucked through a straw. Draco kept his hand glued to mine the entire time as we spun and fell through the air, twisting until our feet finally smacked back down on pavement again. I only stumbled slightly when we landed on the sidewalk, Draco managing to keep me from falling forward. He still held onto my hand as we looked up at the house I had spent most of my life in, and my stomach dropped into my shoes as I saw that the front door was swung slightly inwards, hanging off of its hinges. I started forward without even pausing to think, letting go of Draco's hand, and hurrying towards the front steps. I scarcely heard Draco behind me as he started after me, saying uncertainly, "Wait." Eve, my heart was pounding in my ears as I reached the front door with Draco only a few steps behind me. But when I reached forward to push back the door, Draco grabbed my arm from behind. I turned to look at him frantically, my heart about to burst from my chest, and he moved in front of me, whispering, "Stay behind me." I was too terrified to object. Draco held his left arm out behind himself to keep me close to him as he pulled out his wand, stepping forward and slowly pushing the broken door inwards. I followed so closely behind Draco that I had to be careful not to step on the backs of his shoes. My own wand clutched so tightly in my hand that I was sure my knuckles had gone white. We entered the dark house impossibly slowly, stepping through the doorway quietly so our shoes wouldn't make noise against the flooring. My hands were shaking as I tried to peek around Draco, but the lighting in the house was so dim that I could scarcely see anything. Something was suddenly crunching loudly underneath our feet, and we looked down to see that the vase from the side table had been smashed against the ground. I gripped Draco's shoulder with my free hand. And then he was moving more quickly down the hallway, hurrying over the gritty pieces of glass, as though he sensed how badly I was starting to panic. We came to the end of the hallway, and Draco slowed down, holding out his wand cautiously as it opened up into the sitting room. I looked over his shoulder nervously to see that the room was completely destroyed. The couch cushions had been ripped, sending a littering of feathery down all over the floor. The Muggle television had been smashed and turned over on its side, surrounded by broken pieces of glass. I stepped out from behind Draco and took in the full sight of the wrecked room, my heart about to burst from my chest. And then I was pushing past Draco and running for the stairs, not even hearing him tell me to stay behind him for the second time. I took the stairs 2 at a time and finally reached the top, rounding the corner with my chest heaving. The hallway floor was nearly covered by scattered papers, and they crinkled beneath my sneakers as I rushed down towards my aunt's room. I threw open the door with shaking hands, revealing a room that suddenly greatly resembled the one downstairs. The pillows had been torn and thrown from the bed, the mattress turned over and slouched halfway onto the floor. I was starting to hyperventilate as I turned from the bedroom, nearly crashing into Draco, who had just come in behind me. I rushed past him, starting to call out for my aunt, my voice gradually rising in volume as I stumbled down the hallway towards her office. But that was empty and destroyed in the same way. Her file cabinets that had been so neatly organized, now thrown sideways, their contents spilled across the floor and out into the hallway. I was screaming now, running from the office to check my own room, but she wasn't there either. Why would she be there? After all, Draco was yelling for me as I stumbled through the house, but I couldn't hear him anymore. I was suddenly in a complete panic, screaming in a torn voice, begging for my aunt to just answer me. But she wasn't here. I was tripping through the hallway when Draco caught up to me again and grabbed me by the shoulders, yelling over me, "Eve, be quiet. Eve, just listen to me." "She's not here. She's not here," I blubbered, my words coming out too quickly and not being even slightly understandable. What if they, my aunt, Eve, Draco interrupted loudly, shaking me slightly to make me finally pause and try to listen to him. "Calm down. Look, come see this," and he half carried me from the hallway back into my aunt's room, keeping me from collapsing as he pointed to her open closet, saying hastily, "Look, Eve. All her clothes are gone. The closet's empty. They wouldn't take her clothes, Eve. Listen to me. She must have packed up her things and left before." "Why?" I asked in a complete panic, my entire body shaking as I held onto Draco's arms to keep from falling. Why would she just pack up and leave? I dunno. Maybe she knew what happened, but I could barely hear him anymore. I was looking around the destroyed room with my chest heaving, realizing that they had come for her while I'd been at the manor. They could have killed her because of me. And then all of a sudden, it hit me, like a giant slap in the face. It finally sunk in that the Dark Lord knew who I was and that he remembered who my parents had been. He knew everything about me and my family. He had even gone after my aunt, probably to kill her for trying to hide me. It finally sunk in that I was a Death Eater, and now I'd never be able to run from him again. My knees gave out on me, and I was suddenly crying. The tears I'd spent the last 12 hours doing everything I could to hold back, finally spilling over. Draco caught me when I sank to the ground, but I barely felt his arms around me as I started to sob uncontrollably. I couldn't breathe. All I could do was cry. It took over my chest, constricting my lungs with each racking sob. I gripped his arms as he held me, screaming into his chest and crying harder than I ever had before. All I could think was that it really was over. Everything my aunt had done to protect me had been for nothing. In the end, nothing had mattered. I sobbed into Draco's jacket, and he held me tight against himself and rubbed my back as he whispered to me softly, but I could only hear bits of what he was saying to me. The destroyed bedroom was no longer deadly quiet as I screamed, my lungs feeling airless and my head on the verge of splitting open. My aunt had nearly been killed because of me, because I had let myself go straight to the Dark Lord. It was all my fault. It had been my fault all along. Draco held me tightly as I sobbed, as though he was trying to hold me in one piece. I could scarcely think, let alone hear anything, but he kept whispering to me, even though my crying had become impossibly loud. His lips were pressed close to my ear as he spoke to me softly, and I could feel their wetness against my skin. He was crying, too. We held each other and cried together, completely alone in the empty, destroyed house. Draco didn't let go of me once as I finally broke down, didn't loosen his grip on me as I completely shattered in his arms. He whispered against my ear, repeating softly through his tears, "Don't cry, Eve. It's going to be okay. Everything's going to be okay. We'll be okay, Eve. I promise." But for the first time since I had fallen for him, I knew he was lying to me. Chapter 33. Eve. I wasn't sure how long we stayed that way. Draco sitting against the nightstand, and his arms around me with my body slumped halfway across his lap, but it was long enough for me to finally stop crying. My aunt's room was completely silent now, filled only by our quiet breathing, and the air was almost ringing from the aftermath of my loud sobbing. The sunbeams streamed through the windows around us and gave off a sleepy lighting to the room, but going to sleep was the last thing on my mind right now. Draco was holding me close to his chest, and I had one arm loosely slung over his shoulder to keep myself from sliding all the way off onto the floor. I was staring at nothing, my blank gaze fixed on the knobs of the nightstand behind Draco's shoulder, as I just focused on breathing in and out. I was worried that if I tried to say anything to break the silence, my voice wouldn't work properly and Draco wouldn't be able to understand me. I finally focused my gaze on Draco's eyes, seeing that he had been staring straight ahead, but he inhaled slightly and glanced down at me as though he had felt me watching him. His eyes were red and a little swollen, and I knew mine were probably much worse. Neither of us said anything for a long while, but I eventually couldn't stop myself from sitting up slightly and wrapping my arms around his neck. Draco moved with me, pulling me close to him as I sat with each leg tucked on either side of his. He held me against him, my head buried in his shoulder with the afternoon sun shining through the window panes down onto us. After a moment, he whispered in a voice muffled by my hair, "You okay?" My voice cracked as I lied. "Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah. Draco kissed the top of my head then, pressing his lips hard against my hair for a moment longer than necessary, almost like he knew I was lying. When he pulled back, and I twisted my head slightly to look at him, he asked me quietly, "Want to stand up?" I nodded instead of saying anything, because I knew my voice wouldn't work properly again. Draco carefully helped me to my feet, but my head still spun when we stood too quickly, and he had to hold me upright. When I was finally able to stand on my own, Draco looked down at me seriously and told me, "We should get you out of here." "Okay," I replied in a thin voice that was barely above a whisper. "Can I get some of my clothes first? And, my toothbrush." "Right," Draco said quickly, starting to lead me out of the room hastily as though he was upset with himself for not thinking of it first. "It's the second door on the left," I told him, since he was holding my hand tightly and almost refusing to let me walk in front of him. He led the way to my room, pushing open the door and pulling me gently inside after him. He let go of my hand and looked around as I moved for the closet, taking in the sight of my bedroom for the first time. I had just grabbed a bag and turned my head slightly when I saw that Draco had snatched a piece of paper off my bed and was furiously crumpling it into a ball. "What was that?" I asked blankly as he tossed it angrily into the bin. When he looked over at me, I saw that his jaw was set tight. "The letter," he said, shaking his head in anger. "The one they made me write to you." "Oh," I said, then realized I hadn't just left it sitting on the bed when I disapparated yesterday. "I didn't put it there. I left it on the nightstand." "It was on the bed." Draco shrugged, but he turned to me worriedly when he saw my expression. What is it?" I swallowed hard as I realized what must have happened. the guilt making my stomach twist inside me. My aunt must have found it, I said in a quiet voice, staring at the bed sheets where the open letter had been lying. She must have read it and figured out what happened when I never came home. I guess that's why she left. I remembered what the letter had said and closed my eyes briefly as I realized what my aunt must have thought of me once she'd seen it. She probably thinks I'm an idiot, I thought. And now she was gone, and I wouldn't even be able to try and explain myself. When I opened my eyes, Draco was opening his mouth, probably to apologize for the 1,000th time today, so I quickly turned away for the closet. Wiping under my eyes hastily and grabbing the first clothing my fingers brushed, I quietly whispered, almost to myself, "I'm fine. We've just got to get out of here." "Okay," Draco said, clearing his throat and moving to help me shove some clothes into the backpack. I was suddenly incredibly anxious, wanting nothing more than to just get out of the house. I couldn't stop picturing my aunt's face when she finally realized what had happened. Realized who I'd been involved with all throughout the past year at Hogwarts, that I had thrown away all her efforts to keep me safe. And who knew where she was now? Probably countries away already. And I had no idea when I was going to see her again. "Hey!" Draco interrupted the silence quietly, taking my hand in his and causing me to stop frantically shoving clothes into the backpack. I finally looked up at him to see that he was staring down at me worriedly, like he wasn't sure what I was really thinking. "Your aunt is going to be fine, Eve. I swear. She sounds smart. She'll know how to go into hiding. Please don't worry too much." All right, I agreed slowly, even though I knew I was going to worry about it constantly until I finally saw her again. I turned my face away from him again carefully, stuffing in the last few t-shirts that would fit. As I tugged the drawstring shut, I said, "Let me just get my toothbrush. Then we can go." Draco followed me back out of the bedroom, and he waited patiently in the hallway for me while I went into the bathroom. When I came back out and went to sling the backpack over my shoulder, Draco quickly reached forward to take it from me, saying, "Here, I'll carry it. Let's get out of here." "Yeah." "You don't have to," I began, but he was already tugging it over his shoulder and starting to lead me back downstairs. I shook my head slightly at him as he laced his fingers through mine, wondering why he suddenly felt as though he had to do every little thing for me. We carefully moved through the living room towards the front door, trying to step around the broken bits of glass, but not having much luck. The moment we stepped through the doorway out into the open air, my head instantly felt clearer, and I didn't feel like I was seconds away from suffocating. Draco held my hand tight and hurried down the last few steps onto the sidewalk, finally coming to a stop and turning towards me. He asked me seriously, "Ready?" I glanced behind us for a quick moment, taking in the sight of the house I had lived in for most of my life, knowing that I probably wouldn't get another chance to see it, at least not for a long time. Taking in a deep breath, I turned away and squeezed Draco's hand a little. "Yeah, let's go." We disapparated with a loud crack, leaving the empty street and broken house behind in an instant. We twisted violently and spun together, and I managed not to stumble this time when my feet finally hit solid ground again. I looked up to see that we were standing just a few feet in front of the steps leading up to the front door of Malfoy Manor, and my stomach lurked a bit from the memories of yesterday that I'd been trying so hard to suppress. When Draco led me up the steps and reached for the doorknob, I suddenly panicked and asked quickly, "Wait, are your parents home?" Draco turned to look down at me, blinking and glancing at the fading evening sunlight. Probably, yeah, why? I hastily attempted to fix my hair that had nearly completely fallen out of its bun, knowing I probably looked like shit. I don't want them to see me like this. He looked down at me and reached up to stop my hands from fussing over my appearance, telling me, "Eve, they won't care. Their opinion shouldn't mean anything to you, anyway. Besides, you look fine." But I started half-heartedly, but Draco was already turning back to open the door again. I sighed as he started to open the door, hoping my eyes were less red than before, and that I at least looked somewhat presentable. I honestly didn't want Lucius to know I had been crying. Draco pulled open the door, and, taking my hand in his again, we entered the house together. Draco, my parents were waiting for us in the sitting room. Lucius stood as soon as we rounded the corner into the room, my mother following suit not long afterward, and looking over at us as she crossed her arms. I wanted to move straight past them and go back upstairs to my room, but with the look my father was giving us, I didn't dare. "Where have you been?" Lucius asked, his voice oddly calm. "Your mother and I came home a few hours ago and couldn't find you." No, nothing. Eve was standing slightly behind me as though she didn't want them to see her, so I gave her hand a small squeeze to let her know that I was still here for her. I kept my voice even as I said, "She needed clothes, so we went and got some. Didn't realize I needed to inform you whenever I leave the house." My father's gaze hardened, but I knew he wouldn't try to tell me I did need to let someone know whenever I went out. It had never mattered to him before whether I was home or not. Instead, he said coldly, "You shouldn't have been out for so long." I was opening my mouth to snap at him when my mother cut me off, saying quickly, "I've made up the guest room for Evelyn to stay in. I'll show you to it now. Come with me." "What?" I asked loudly, staring at my mother in disbelief as she reached out her arm for Eve. "She doesn't need to stay in a guest room. She can stay with me." "Draco," Lucius interrupted coolly, "I will not allow the two of you to stay in the same room together." I knew Eve was probably blushing behind me, but all I could do was stare at my father, as though I wasn't sure he was serious. Didn't he realize that sex was the farthest thing from my mind at the moment? Before I could figure out what to say to that, my mother reached for Eve again and said hastily, "Come with me, Eve. I'll show you to your room." Eve slowly let go of my hand and stepped forward with her head held high, but I had felt her fingers shake slightly as they parted with mine. I started to follow her, but Lucius grabbed my shoulder before I could pass him and said quietly, "Wait here." I watched Eve follow my mother out of the sitting room, managing to keep my expression carefully blank when she glanced over her shoulder to look at me. I could see she was nervous to be without me, but there was nothing I could do. I knew my father had something to tell me, and I knew it wouldn't be anything good. When Eve and my mother had disappeared, I stepped away from Lucius and he let go of my arm. I crossed my arms and looked over at him, keeping my teeth clenched together so I wouldn't say anything awful to him. "You went to her house today, didn't you?" Lucius asked, but he clearly already knew the answer. "Looking for her aunt. We only went for the clothes," I told him easily, but I knew Lucius wasn't going to believe me. I tried to keep my voice even as I asked, "Were you the one who went looking for her aunt today?" Lucius looked down at me for half a second before finally deciding to answer. "Yes. The Dark Lord requested that Yaxley and I—" "Did you really have to trash the entire house?" I interrupted, trying not to let my anger show. "That's her home, in case you weren't aware." Not anymore, Lucius said coldly, and it took everything I had not to step forward and hit him. He continued easily, "The Dark Lord will be returning in 2 weeks' time." When all I did was glare at the floor, my father said in a low voice, "He'll want to speak with you, Draco. He wants your help during the school year this fall." "With what?" I asked dully, suddenly feeling as though nothing mattered anymore. "A task," Lucius said vaguely. "He hasn't explained what it is yet, but you'll be doing it at Hogwarts. He's coming back to tell you what you'll need to do." I was scarcely even listening anymore. "Look," I said seriously, "you promise me that you won't let him near her. If he wants to give her a task or just needs to talk to her, do whatever you can to get her out of it. No matter what, she can't be involved." Lucius stared down at me with an unreadable expression, and I couldn't tell if he was angry with me for speaking to him like that, but at the moment, I honestly didn't care. He stated in a low voice, "She's a Death Eater now. Draco." "It doesn't matter," I told him fiercely. "Promise me you'll help keep her out of it. Promise me." After a long moment where I glared up at him intensely, and he looked down at me coolly, Lucius finally gave a small nod. "Fine. She'll stay out of it." "Good," I said, even though I wasn't entirely sure he was being honest. I hoped for his sake that he would do what I asked. I was just about to start out of the room to find Eve when he told me, "You can't keep her out of it forever. You know." Instead of responding to him, I said flatly, "I'm going upstairs." I needed to get out of the room before my anger got the best of me. I pushed past Lucius without another word and exited the sitting room, feeling the anxiety starting to gnaw at my chest the longer Eve was apart from me. After what happened yesterday, I felt as though I couldn't be more than 10 feet from her at a time, though I would never admit it out loud. I left my father behind and hurried down the hallway, wanting nothing more than to put as much distance between myself and him as possible. But I nearly ran into my mother as I rounded the corner at the bottom of the stairs, having to stop short to avoid slamming into her. I angrily looked away from her and went to move past her, but she gently grabbed my arm to stop me. As I turned to face her coldly, she looked at me and said almost desperately, "Draco, please don't be angry." I looked down at the first stair instead of at her, and when I didn't say anything straight away, she whispered almost silently, "You know we're only trying to please the Dark Lord. You know that, right?" The anger pushing its way up through my chest, I bit out, let go of my arm. I couldn't see her expression, but she still released her hold on me without another word. Starting up the stairs again, I left my mother standing at the bottom of the steps alone. I almost felt guilty, but then I remembered everything that had happened yesterday and pushed it away. When I pushed open the door to the guest room, Eve jumped slightly and turned from her place by the bay window. She saw that it was me and instantly relaxed, but I could tell that she was still anxious. I shut the door behind me and walked over to her, throwing the backpack onto the bed beside her. "Is this okay?" I asked worriedly, trying to ignore the anger that was still pulsating inside my chest. "I'm sorry they don't want you to stay with me. I can—" "Draco," Eve interrupted gently, "this is fine. I'll be fine." But then she looked at me, and I could see how much she was hurting, so I stepped forward and pulled her to my chest. "I'm sorry," I whispered into her hair, feeling her tiny palms pressing warmly against my upper back. "I'm sorry about your house. I really am." "It doesn't matter," Eve said, her voice muffled slightly by my shoulder. "It's just a house. And your aunt." I'm so sorry you didn't get to say goodbye, Eve. It's okay, Eve told me, but it came out so quietly that her voice cracked slightly. I knew it wasn't okay. It felt like nothing was okay anymore. We stood there for a minute longer, our arms wrapped around each other. Then Eve suddenly mumbled, "I need to sit down." So I quickly helped her to the bed, and I knew she was exhausted when her knees nearly gave out on her before she could sit. Eve leaned back against the headboard with her body twisted slightly to face me, saying quietly, "Sorry. I don't know why I'm so tired. Don't apologize. It happened to me, too. I almost slept for a whole day after." I told her, trying to hide the guilt that was trying to sneak its way into my words. I could see that she was seconds away from falling asleep sitting upright, so I reached forward to pull the sheets back. "Here, get into bed. You need to sleep." Eve sleepily tucked her legs under the white sheets and slid down on the pillow, the long sleeves of my sweater making it difficult for her to pull the blankets up to her chin. I helped her with the sheets, tucking them up around her to make sure she wouldn't be cold. "This okay?" I asked worriedly, sitting next to her legs on the bed. "Yeah," Eve said quietly, her clear blue eyes blinking up at me over the blanket. Her lips pulled into a tired smile as she told me, "I feel like you're always helping me with everything." "That's what I'm here for." I grinned, but it faded quickly. Eve sleepily pulled out one hand from the blanket, and I automatically reached forward to hold it. The light from the setting sun washed over the bed. As Eve's eyes slowly started to drift shut, and I whispered to her, "I'll be here when you wake up, okay?" She didn't answer as she slipped into unconsciousness, but I kept holding her hand. I didn't move once as Eve fell asleep before me, because I didn't want her to be alone. I suddenly didn't want her to feel alone ever again. Chapter 34. Eve. The next 2 weeks at Draco's home passed pretty quickly, which was odd, because the two of us rarely left the house or did anything aside from sit around all day. We usually just stayed in his room during the daytime, sitting on his bed either in a comfortable silence or talking quietly. Even though his parents had set aside the guest room for me to sleep in, Draco would usually sneak into my room late at night and curl up next to me because he knew I didn't want to be alone. After he'd told me the Dark Lord would be returning to the Manor soon, I couldn't help but be a little freaked out. Draco promised me that the Dark Lord wouldn't request to see me, so he told me I could just stay upstairs when he came here again. But I knew Draco was going to have to meet with him, and I wasn't going to let him go alone while I waited safely upstairs. Although I hadn't told Draco, I wasn't going to let him go to the meeting without me, no matter how scared I was. But just a few days before the Dark Lord would be coming to the Manor, I woke in the middle of the night to the sound of Draco screaming. He wasn't beside me like usual, and as I blearily opened my eyes, I realized I could hear him from all the way down the hall. I was already throwing back the sheets and halfway off my bed before I could even think, stumbling blindly through the dark. As soon as I pushed open the door and entered the hallway, I could finally make out what Draco was screaming from the inside of his bedroom. "Please, no, I'll do anything." I was running now, practically sprinting down the length of the hallway in my bare feet and oversized shirt. Tripping over the rug, I frantically reached for the doorknob to his room. "Don't do it, please. Take me instead. Take me instead." My fingers slipped against the smooth metal of the handle, but I was eventually able to twist it and throw open the door, stumbling inside his bedroom. Through the light of the moon streaming through his window, I could see Draco tangled in his bed sheets with his eyes squeezed shut, screaming at nothing but an empty room. "No, don't. Please, stop it. Stop it. Stop. I ran to him, tripping over sneakers in the dark and grabbing him by the shoulders. Shaking him, I yelled over his screaming, "Draco, wake up!" But it was like he couldn't even hear me. Draco kept screaming and even tried to push me away from him in his sleep, but I gripped his arms tightly and attempted to hold him down. "Stop, Draco. It's just a dream. Please wake up." His eyes snapped open suddenly, his pupils dilating wildly as he thrashed against me, like he still didn't know where he was. Over his terrified muttering of, "No," I held his shoulders and said breathlessly, "Draco, it's me. It was just a dream. You're okay." Draco's eyes finally focused on me, and I could see the disbelief in them as he struggled to recognize me. He grabbed me then, looking me over in shock with his breath coming out in ragged gasps. Draco pulled me against himself so quickly that my chin knocked painfully against his shoulder, nearly being crushed underneath him as he wrapped his arms around me tightly. I could barely breathe as he held me as close as possible, like he had to make sure I was real. "Draco." I trailed off quietly because he was seriously starting to scare me, and I had no idea why he was so freaked out. Draco was shaking against me, the room echoing from the aftermath of his screaming, and now filled only by his uncontrolled breathing. I could feel his heart pounding through his chest against mine. Draco's voice was so quiet and hoarse that I knew he was on the verge of tears, his words jumbled up as he tried to get something out. "You know who he killed you? And then he broke off and had to swallow hard, still gasping for air, as though there wasn't enough room to breathe. I didn't say anything, my eyes wide as Draco struggled to keep himself together. He tried to speak again, his voice breaking as he said, and he was making me watch, but I couldn't get him to stop. "Hey, it's okay," I whispered quickly, finally reaching up and putting my arms around him. I rubbed his back gently to get him to stop shaking as I said softly against his ear, "It was just a dream. It wasn't real." Draco was now trying to hide the fact that he had been crying, wiping under his eyes from behind my back, so I wouldn't see. As he struggled to pull himself together, I kept telling him that it hadn't been real, that we were both okay. I felt his heart rate slowly return to normal and his breathing even out, the room sounding much quieter now that his gasps weren't filling the air. I helped him lie back down, leaning slightly over the bed to help him sit back against the pillows. He reached out and held onto my arm when I went to pull away, and I looked at him a bit fearfully and asked, "You okay?" "Yeah, I'm okay now," Draco told me quietly, his eyes unblinking as he looked up at me, like he was drinking in the image of me. Leapily, I gave his hand a tight squeeze and said, "All right, want me to go back?" "What?" "No," Draco said quickly, tightening his grip on my hand when I started to turn away. And for the first time, I saw the slightly vulnerable side of Draco as he looked up at me worriedly and begged, "Please stay with me. Don't leave." I was moving to automatically lie down beside him when I realized he was shirtless, blushing and silently hoping it would go unnoticed in the dark. I mumbled, "It's almost morning. Aren't you worried your parents will, you know?" "Eve," Draco interrupted quietly, "I can't be alone right now." So I finally gave in to myself and crawled into bed beside him, my skin burning when his fingers skimmed my shoulder as he tugged the cover over us both. I shivered slightly under the sudden warmth of the blanket, not realizing how cold I had been standing out in the cool night air. My cold toes accidentally brushed up against Draco's leg, and he jerked it away, exclaiming, Christ, your toes are freezing. Sorry, I blurted quickly, but we were both grinning, so I didn't feel guilty. And I was actually glad because he was finally smiling again. Draco shifted on the bed and rested his head, so it was just a few inches from mine, our breath mingling warmly in between us. I took his hands in mine and ran my thumbs across his knuckles, telling him softly, "Go back to sleep, okay? I love you," he said tiredly, his eyes already starting to drift shut. And as though it needed to be said twice, he repeated even more quietly, "I love you too," I whispered, but I wasn't sure if he heard me or not. Draco slowly fell asleep with our arms tangled between us, and I kissed his hands gently as he gradually went back to sleep. I wanted him to know that I was still there for him, and that I would always be there. Draco, when the Dark Lord returned to the manor a few days after the nightmare, I took Eve up to the guest room and told her to stay there until he left. "He'll be here in a few minutes, okay?" I told her, looking her dead in the eye so she would know I was serious. "Don't open the door until I come back to get you after he's gone. If you stay up here, he won't ask for you." "Okay," Eve said quietly, her eyes fixed at our shoes instead of up at me. "If that's what you want." "It is," I replied, and I couldn't have meant it more. Leaning forward to kiss her cheek, I said, "Just wait here till I come back for you." "Yeah, everything's gonna be okay." I pushed away the nerves that were twisting my stomach as she nodded, telling myself for the 1,000th time that as long as Eve was upstairs, I had nothing to be worried about. As long as Eve was staying out of whatever the Dark Lord wanted me to do, then what was there to be scared for? I finally let go of her hand and started for the door, saying over my shoulder in a quiet voice, "I'll see you when it's over." "Bye, Eve, bye," she whispered, and I shut the door before I could let my calm expression falter. I didn't want her to see how scared I was. After I had slowly made my way downstairs, I entered the parlor to see that both my parents were standing with Yaxley and Dolohov while they waited for me. Lucius saw me come into the room and reached out for me, resting his hand on my shoulder and saying, "There you are, Draco. The Dark Lord arrived a few minutes ago. He wants Draco to wait outside during the meeting," Yaxley said, and I tried not to let it annoy me that he was acting like I wasn't even in the room. He told Lucius in a low voice, "The Dark Lord wishes to speak with them separately." Before I could open my mouth to ask what he had meant by them, Lucius was saying quickly, "Yes, of course. The dining room is just down the hall. We shouldn't keep him waiting." "Hold on," I hissed when my mother began to lead Dolohov and Yaxley out of the room, grabbing for my father's arm but missing it completely as he started to turn away. "Why did he say?" "Be quiet," Lucius interrupted coldly, giving me a fierce glare over his shoulder as he reached for the door handle. "Wait here. I'll get you when the Dark Lord is ready." And then he was gone, leaving me alone in the parlor with nothing to do but wait. I sat down on the nearest chair, leaning forward on my thighs and shaking my right leg up and down nervously. I desperately tried not to think about what was being said in the meeting, not to mention what the Dark Lord was going to say to me afterwards. Focusing my eyes on the pattern of the carpet, I tried to ignore the growing nausea that was beginning to twist inside my stomach. I had only been alone for a few minutes when there was suddenly the sound of hurried footsteps coming from the direction of the staircase, and I looked up to see Eve running down the hall and bursting into the parlor. She didn't see me at first from where I was sitting, but I quickly stood when she automatically started for the door that led towards the dining room. "Where the hell are you going?" Eve jumped and spun around to see me looking over at her, as though she was insane. And I watched as her determined expression quickly turned into a guilty one. As I started over to her, Eve looked down at the floor and stammered, "What? Why are you out here?" "He wanted to have the meeting without me first, but it doesn't matter. What are you doing here?" I asked angrily. "I told you to stay upstairs." I was going to the meeting," Eve said slowly, avoiding my fierce gaze at all costs. "You know, with the Dark Lord." "I know which meeting it is, Eve," I snapped. "Why the hell would you come downstairs after I specifically told you to?" She squared her jaw and said quickly, I didn't want you to be alone, okay? You should have known I wouldn't let you go to the meeting without me, but you told me you would stay in your room." I exclaimed furiously, fighting to keep my voice down. "What was your master plan? To wait until I was with you-know-who so I wouldn't be able to make you leave?" "Yeah, actually," Eve told me, her head held high as I tried not to flip out on her. "I knew you'd make me stay upstairs if I told you I was going to the meeting, so I wanted to wait until it started before I came down." "Don't look at me like that. You would have done the same if it had been the other way around." I angrily ran one hand through my hair and cut her off, saying, "This is different. I could have told them you weren't feeling well if he asked about you, Eve. This is serious." "You think I don't know that?" Eve interrupted hotly, throwing her hands up at me. "Of course it's serious. That's why I didn't want you to be alone. I can tell how freaked out you are." "Okay. Was I really that terrible at hiding it now?" After a moment, I said in a forced voice, "Go back upstairs." "No." "Eve," I snapped, "go back upstairs. Now." "No." I reached for her angrily, wanting to push her back towards the staircase, but she ducked out of my reach. The nightmare I'd had only a few nights ago was flashing behind my eyes, and I was so furious that she wouldn't listen to me. God damn it. Just fucking go upstairs. It was then that the door opened, and Lucius walked into the parlor. I exhaled furiously, doing everything I could not to completely flip out. Lucius looked between the two of us with a raised eyebrow, like he knew we'd only just been yelling at each other. But his voice was even as he said, "The meeting's over. The Dark Lord is ready for you now." Eve automatically started forward, but I grabbed her wrist as quickly as I could to make her stop. As she turned around to face me, I hissed, "Go upstairs." From his place in the doorway, Lucius drawled, "He's ready for both of you. The Dark Lord wishes to speak with Evelyn also." What? "No," I stammered as Eve pulled her arm out of my grip. "Absolutely not. I thought he just wanted to see me, not her. He wants to speak with both of you," my father repeated, reaching out his arm for us. "Let's go. I don't want to keep him waiting." Eve was starting towards the door, and I rushed after her, snapping furiously to Lucius, "You told me you would keep her out of it. You promised you would leave her out of." "Things change," Lucius interrupted coldly, and it took everything in me not to leap across the space between us and crack my fist across his jaw. It felt like the room was spinning as Eve started down the hallway after Lucius, leaving me to stumble after them. There were black dots spotting on the edges of my vision as Lucius began to open the dining room door, realizing that it was over, that Eve was going to be involved in this no matter what I tried to do. It was all happening too fast, and it felt like everything was spinning out of my control. And this meant that the Dark Lord wanted Eve to help with the task he was going to be giving me. Lucius opened the door and led Eve inside, and I tried not to vomit as I followed closely behind. The Dark Lord was still seated at the head of the table when we entered the room, and I quickly stood beside Eve, glancing at her to make sure she was okay. She probably looked calmer than I did. My mother wasn't in the room like I thought she'd be, but when I turned to ask Lucius where she was, he just shook his head and motioned for us to sit. I would find out later that my mother had been crying when the Dark Lord explained the task and had had to leave the room. "Please sit." The Dark Lord commanded quietly, watching us as Lucius left the room and shut the door. I quickly sat on the left of Eve, doing whatever I could to keep her as far away from him as possible. The Dark Lord was running his fingers over the bumps in his wand as he continued. "I'm sure Lucius has told you both that I will be requiring your assistance during your 6th year at Hogwarts." "He has," I replied in a tight voice, my hand clenched into a fist on top of my thigh. I didn't know what to feel anymore. My chest felt like it was about to burst from all the anger and fear, but I wasn't sure which one I was feeling more. Eve was completely still beside me, and I was suddenly filled with the desire to know what she was thinking. "Good," he mused in a thin voice, looking down at the both of us with a cold stare. I held my breath then as the Dark Lord opened his mouth slightly, trying to somehow brace myself, though I never could have prepared myself for what he was about to say. "This year, both of you will repair the vanishing cabinet found in the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts. Once it is fully repaired, you will owl Lucius so he can lead a group of Death Eaters into the castle through the cabinet's twin at Borgin and Berks." Before I even had time to suck in a shaky breath, the Dark Lord was adding coldly, "You will kill Dumbledore on the same night you lead the Death Eaters into the castle." It was suddenly very hard to breathe. He wanted me to kill Dumbledore. He wanted me to kill Dumbledore. The bile rose in my throat, and I was convinced I was going to vomit now. Underneath the table, Eve reached over and slipped her hand into mine. The Dark Lord continued to say something to us, but his words sounded muffled, and I had no idea what he was saying. The entire dining room was spinning as my mind conjured up terrible images of me using the killing curse on Dumbledore, killing him, and seeing everyone's horrified faces at what I had done. I squeezed Eve's fingers hard, staring down at the smooth black oak of the table and trying to keep myself from passing out. My head was pounding, the blood rushing to my ears as I realized I was going to have to kill someone. "Draco," Eve whispered, and I snapped back to reality. She was looking at me carefully with shining eyes, but her lips were pressed into a thin line. Her fingers were warm against mine underneath the table, and I remembered that I wasn't alone. "Sorry," I said quickly, my voice hollow against my ears and not sounding like myself. I was surprised I was even able to get anything out. "Will you be able to perform the task?" the Dark Lord asked, and I almost jumped in my seat, as though I had forgotten he was there. My heart was pounding against the inside of my chest, and I was sure it was about to burst from my rib cage. The fear was choking me and making my fingers shake, so I slid my other hand across my lap to clutch Eve's hand over my own, swallowing hard. I finally forced myself to look up at the Dark Lord as calmly as I could. "Yes," I said quietly, "I'll do it." Chapter 35. Draco. When the Dark Lord had finally disapparated, and we were able to leave the dining room, it was getting very difficult for me to keep myself together. I had no idea how Eve was managing to make herself look so composed. We entered the parlor where Lucius was waiting, both of us looking around as though we were in a daze and had little idea of where we were. Lucius stood from his seat and started over to us, looking at me cautiously as though he could tell I was seconds away from passing out. "Are you all right? Is he gone?" "Yeah, he's gone," I said quietly, having to swallow hard to get my voice to work. Eve's hands were wrapped around my upper arm, like she could hold me up off the ground. Though if my knees gave out on me, we'd probably both go down. "He told you." Then Lucius asked, ignoring my pale face and sickened expression. "The school year starts in less than 3 weeks. I'll have to teach you how to. I need to step outside," I blurted suddenly, the stale air inside the shrinking space of the parlor beginning to suffocate me. I started for the hallway that led to the back door, Eve still holding my arm and automatically following me. Lucius must have opened his mouth or moved to follow us, because Eve said over her shoulder quickly, "We'll be right back," though we both knew we wouldn't be. Leaving the manor behind forever was starting to look better and better. I hurried down the length of the hallway, with Eve just behind me, reaching for the doorknob with my vision blackening around the edges. When I threw open the door and burst outside, I sucked in a deep breath of cool air and stumbled away from the house. Eve let go of my arm and stood beside me as I put my hands on my knees and leaned forward, retching slightly and trying not to vomit. I fixed my gaze on the blades of grass at my feet and focused on just taking deep breaths, swallowing hard to keep the bile from rising any further in my throat. Squeezing my eyes shut, I tried to force the images of Dumbledore from my mind, because the more I thought about it, the more my stomach twisted inside of me. I had known the task would be something bad, but never would I have thought the Dark Lord would be telling me to kill someone, let alone Dumbledore. After coughing a bit and swallowing hard, I twisted my head to the side to look up at Eve. She was staring at the ground before her feet, her entire face turned pale, and her lips impossibly white. I realized she was shaking slightly, a thin coat of sweat shining off her skin. I straightened up automatically and reaching for her, asking in a strained voice, "You okay? Do you need to be sick?" "I can." But Eve shook her head quickly, squaring her jaw and running her tongue over her pale lips. Her eyes started to tear up then, so I gripped her arm tightly to let her know that I was here, even though a lump was forming in my throat, and I wanted nothing more than to run away from this. "I need to sit down," I said, but mostly just because I could see that Eve was seconds away from pitching forward to the ground. We held each other as we made our way back to the door, sitting down at the bottom of the steps and facing away from the house. I held her hand, neither of us noticing that our palms were sweaty or that our fingers were shaking slightly. How could he tell us to do something like that? Eve asked in a voice barely above a whisper, her eyes clouded over as she stared blankly at the grass. Why would he even want us to? I shook my head, my eyes barely focusing on anything as I fought to keep myself together. Reaching to place my spare hand over hers, I breathed quietly. "I don't know. I don't know." We sat there on the back steps in silence for a long time, the cool summer breeze blowing gently against us and rustling the leaves above our heads. My head eventually stopped spinning, and my vision cleared, finally feeling as though I wasn't about to black out. After what must have been 10 full minutes of silence, Eve turned her head slightly and told me softly, "I'm sorry for making you angry before." Blinking, I opened my mouth to confess to her that she'd honestly scared the shit out of me when she'd come downstairs, when I'd realized I couldn't protect her from whatever the Dark Lord wanted. But I remembered how she had held my hand under the table as he told me what the task was. Remembered how she had whispered to me when I had been seconds away from losing my composure. I think we both knew that I wouldn't have been able to go through that without her. I sighed quietly, looking down at our hands and saying, "It's okay. I'm not mad. I wanted to keep you out of it, but it wouldn't have worked anyway. It was stupid of me to try." "It wasn't stupid," Eve said, "but I'm sorry for not listening to you. I just thought you wouldn't want to be alone." The lump in my throat intensified, and I couldn't bring myself to deny it. She was right, even though I would never admit it. Instead, I lifted her hand up with my own and kissed her knuckles without a word. We both knew I wouldn't have been able to do it without her. And then silence consumed us both again, because neither of us knew what else to say. All I could think about was what the Dark Lord was asking me to do during the school year: repair the vanishing cabinet and kill Albus Dumbledore. But to make matters worse, he was forcing Eve to help me. I glanced over at her then, watching as the breeze played with the wisps of blonde hair that had fallen out of her bun and seeing her glossy eyes that were still holding back tears. I couldn't even bring myself to remember how it was my fault that she was here in the first place. As Eve stared at the trees a short distance away, a tear slipped out and started to run down her cheek. She automatically reached to wipe it away quickly, like she didn't want me to see it. But I reached forward and stopped her hand, using my other hand to wipe away the drop from her skin. I bent my head down and kissed her cheek, feeling the coolness of the tear track on my lips as Eve squeezed my hand with her small fingers. And then, in that moment, I made a promise to myself that no matter how much Eve tried to help me with this, no matter how much she tried to make this task less difficult for me, I would be the one to kill Dumbledore. Because even if the mere thought of it was enough to make me dizzy and sick to my stomach, I was going to be the one to do it, not Eve. I wasn't going to make her go through that. Especially not when this had been my fault from the beginning. Nearly a week after the Dark Lord explained the task to Draco and I, he called another final meeting with the rest of the Death Eaters before the school year would begin. And this time, he wanted Draco, and me to be there as well. I stood in front of the guest room mirror, nervously adjusting the collar of my black shirt before the meeting would begin. Draco had to take me to a clothing store a few days ago when we'd found out we would need to be at the meeting, and when I'd realized I hadn't thought to bring any formal clothes from back home. I'd been extremely nervous when we first found out about it, but Draco had tried to make light of the situation in an attempt to make me feel better. He'd held up a fluffy pink boa while we were in a Muggle clothing store and had told me it would go nicely with my eyes. I may have giggled so uncontrollably that 3 people looked over at us suspiciously, but it had been the first time I'd laughed in ages. No matter how hard I'd been trying to hide it, Draco knew how nervous I was to be going to a meeting with the other Death Eaters. He told me he'd been to at least 3 in the beginning of the summer, and he tried to say whatever he could to make me less freaked out, but there was nothing he could do. I was now so nervous that my fingers were shaking slightly. This would be the first time the rest of the Death Eaters saw me, and maybe that was why I was so nervous. I was worried about what they would think of me, and absolutely terrified that I would let Draco down by doing something stupid. Their opinion shouldn't have mattered to me, but what if they thought I was just some quiet, silly girl who got dragged into this by her boyfriend? I didn't want them to think that, and I especially didn't want anyone to know how terrified I was to be in the same room as the Dark Lord. There was a knock at the door that made me jump, as though I was so on edge that every little sound was making me nervous. My voice came out stronger than I'd anticipated as I said cautiously, "Come in." Draco stepped into the guest room, dressed in a completely black suit that had been pressed so carefully that there weren't any visible wrinkles. Had this been any other time, I might have teased him for wearing such a formal suit because he honestly looked uncomfortable. He gave me a tired smile that didn't quite reach his eyes as he crossed the room, looking down at me and saying, "Hey, doing okay?" "Yeah," I told him, even though we both knew it was a lie. I was shakily pulling down the hem of my shirt when Draco sighed and pulled my hands away from it, telling me, "You look fine, Eve. No one's going to pay attention to your shirt. All right. But they will, though," I insisted, glancing briefly over my shoulder at my reflection in the mirror and wishing the dark circles under my eyes would simply disappear. "They're all going to be watching me, you know that." "Well, who gives a shit what any of them thinks?" Draco said, one hand on each of my shoulders as he looked down at me. "Please don't worry about it." "Listen, I was thinking I could tell." "No," I interrupted quickly, raising my eyebrows up at him. "What?" "You don't even know what I was going to say," Draco said indignantly, rolling his eyes. "Yes, I do. You want to tell them that I'm not feeling well, so I won't have to go, but it's not happening," I told him, trying not to grin at the look he was giving me. Standing on my tiptoes, I kissed his cheek quickly and lied. "I'm not that nervous anyway." Draco decided not to call me out on it, for which I was very grateful. He squeezed my shoulders and told me, "You're going to be fine, Eve. And if you know who asks us something during the meeting, let me answer him, okay?" I nodded because I think we both knew that my voice probably wouldn't function in front of all those Death Eaters. Draco bent down and kissed me then, his lips pressing against mine softly. He pulled away just a little and said, "I'll be there the whole time. We'll be all right." "Yeah," I breathed, my heart pounding because of the way he was looking at me. "Okay, we should probably go." Draco led the way out of the guest room and down the stairs into the parlor, while I tried to get my hands to stop trembling. The nerves were twisting my stomach inside me, and I was suddenly grateful I hadn't been able to eat anything this morning. I'd slipped my toast on a Draco's plate when he hadn't been looking. Narcissa was just rounding the corner out of the parlor when we came down the hallway, and Draco had to stop short to avoid bumping into her. "There you are," she sighed, looking up at him with an annoyed expression. "I was just going to get you both. Everyone else is already here. The Dark Lord wishes to begin now." All right," Draco interrupted, moving into the parlor with me close behind him. "We're going." I kept my head down as I followed Draco and his mother down the hallway to the dining room, the sick feeling returning to my stomach as I remembered the last time we'd seen the Dark Lord. The breath caught in my throat as Narcissa reached for the door handle, but Draco twisted his head to give me one last look. He nodded slowly at me, and I swallowed hard as his mother opened the door and started inside. Keep it together. When I entered the dining room behind Draco, every single person's head turned to look. My stomach dropped into my shoes as I saw all the faces looking up at me from their place at the grand oak table, and the room suddenly dipped and spun before my eyes. I blinked hard and forced my legs forward, holding my head high and pushing my shoulders back. I didn't make eye contact with anyone as I sat down beside Draco on the left end of the table, the farthest spot possible from the Dark Lord, managing to keep a cool expression despite the growing nausea. I raised my eyes to see that only a few Death Eaters were still looking me over. I recognized Fenrir Greyback and Yaxley from the Prophet. It took me a few seconds to realize the Dark Lord had been speaking. There was a loud pounding in my ears that was making it difficult to hear. I had no idea what he'd been saying, but Draco nodded and said bravely, "Yes." What had he asked? I had no idea, but the Dark Lord's gaze flicked to mine as he waited for me to answer, along with more than half the other Death Eaters. I swallowed hard and said blankly, "Yes." My voice came out sounding 100 times stronger than I felt, and I prayed that they would buy it because I hadn't any idea what the Dark Lord had asked us. It became easier to breathe once he nodded slowly, and the Death Eater's attention was pulled away from me, the Dark Lord continuing in a cold voice. Underneath the table, Draco's knee brushed mine, and I knew I had done okay. "Severus, have you any news on the condition of the second vanishing cabinet in Nocturne Alley?" the Dark Lord asked thinly, and my eyes widened as I realized Professor Snape was sitting only 2 seats away from him. Snape was a Death Eater? "The cabinet has nearly been repaired," Snape answered, his voice cold and deep, as he kept his gaze fixed on the Dark Lord. "It should be functioning in 2 weeks' time, but only once its sister has been restored." "Yes, of course," the Dark Lord mused, his eyes traveling over Draco and me. I swallowed hard and looked down at the table, waiting for him to speak to us again. I wasn't sure if my voice would come out as brave as it had the first time, but he didn't call us out again. Instead, the Dark Lord turned his head to Greyback. "I've read that the Muggles are calling the collapse of the Millennium Bridge a disaster caused by disturbed, unknown individuals." Greyback laughed at this and shook his head, along with a few others. He grinned and said, "Well, they've got that part right, haven't they? Fudge isn't that much of an idiot to believe it. I hear he's considering resigning as Minister of Magic." This led to several bouts of laughter and applause, while Draco and I remained completely still. Greyback had collapsed a bridge in London? My mind raced to catch up with what they were saying, but fear was still clouding my thoughts, and I was just trying to focus on breathing. "He knows I am serious." Then, the Dark Lord said over the dying laughter, and my skin crawled as I glanced at him briefly to see that the corners of his mouth were turned up. "I ordered him to resign, but the fool refused. Perhaps now he will leave the ministry, and Scrimgeour will be able to take his place." I felt Draco stiffen beside me, and I looked to see the man sitting across from us grinning widely as a few Death Eaters clapped him on the back. The Dark Lord was planning to infiltrate the ministry? "Inform me the moment Fudge resigns," the Dark Lord ordered, and a few men murmured words of agreement. He stood slowly from his place at the head of the table, and it was then that I realized a giant snake was curled by his chair, taking up nearly a whole corner of the dining room with its size. I watched with wide eyes as the Dark Lord reached down to run his fingers across the scales of the snake's head. Feeling the breath catch in my throat as the snake blinked and seemed to turn its gaze to me, the Dark Lord turned to face us with a cool expression, and suddenly everyone was standing, forcing me to shakily follow suit. His eyes traveled to me, and I fought to control my trembling knees as he said coldly, "Draco and Evelyn, do not disappoint me. Repair the cabinet and kill the headmaster. I will assume you both know what will happen if you fail to do so." My blood ran cold as a few Death Eaters snorted quietly, but when I glanced at Draco, I saw that he was staring down at the table and nodding stiffly. Then the Dark Lord was reaching for the snake again, and disappearing with a loud crack, black smoke enveloping them both and dissipating to reveal nothing but air. The breath was trapped in my throat as the rest of the Death Eaters broke out into quiet murmuring, stepping away from the table and beginning to exit the dining room. Draco took my arm in his and began to lead me away from the chairs, trying to get me out of the room before any of them could try to say anything to us. We were just starting for the door when I heard someone say behind me, "So, you're the Hawkins girl, are you?" I closed my eyes briefly before turning slowly to see Yaxley standing behind me, forcing my shoulders back and trying not to feel intimidated by the way he was looking at me. Draco immediately stopped as well and moved to stand beside me, one hand brushing against my arm. I managed to keep my voice steady as I replied evenly, "I am." Yaxley looked me over then, and I could practically feel Draco fuming beside me. My heart was pounding almost painfully against the inside of my chest as he mused. When I heard the Dark Lord made you one of his own, I wasn't quite sure what to think. You're the youngest one we've had. Aside from Mr. Malfoy, of course. I watched as he smirked over at Draco, and I knew he was grinning down at us, as though we were simply children brought here for their own amusement, knowing Draco was seconds away from snapping at him. I glanced at Yaxley's graying hair and said coolly, "Yes, but clearly age isn't everything." There were now only a few Death Eaters left in the room, but Yaxley covered up his surprise well by laughing loudly. "You remind me of your mother, Hawkins. What was her name? Johanna, was it?" I stiffened at the mention of my mother, not expecting anyone to remember who my parents were. Yaxley grinned when my cool expression faltered for half a moment. Knowing he had struck a nerve, he continued easily, "Yes, that's it. Your father and I were very close. I was at their wedding. Richard always said he never wanted children, but Johanna insisted. Don't you have somewhere to be?" "Yaxley's?" Draco said in a tight voice, barely concealing his anger. He had shifted beside me, stepping forward slightly as though he wanted nothing more than to put himself between Yaxley and I. "Something wrong?" Yaxley smirked, looking Draco over with amusement. He turned his gaze back to me, continuing, "I was surprised to hear that you were still alive. The car wreck was terrible, I heard. Impossible for an infant to survive. I suppose I was lucky," I replied in an even voice, but my hands were starting to shake. I knew he was trying to provoke me, trying to get me to say something that would be reason enough to tell the Dark Lord. But I forced myself to keep a cool expression, and my head held high. "Yes," Yaxley said, his voice turning quieter as he looked down at me again. I tried to read what he was really thinking, but I found that it was impossible. "Lucky indeed. Enjoy the rest of your day, Hawkins. Mr. Malfoy." He nodded at Draco once and turned away with a small smirk, as though he was silently laughing at the both of us. As soon as he headed for the door and left us alone in the dining room, I released the breath I'd been holding and felt my shoulders drop, one hand going up to clutch my forehead as I shakily got myself to breathe again. Draco moved quickly, grasping both sides of my face and looking down at me seriously, saying breathlessly, "You're all right, Eve. Did I do okay?" I choked out, grabbing his shoulders to keep my knees from giving out on me. "You were great," Draco told me instantly, kissing my cheeks and mumbling against my skin. "You did so good, Eve. You really did." I kissed him back, my entire body trembling as the adrenaline left my body, and I finally let the nerves take over. Draco held me up, looking into my eyes worriedly and asking, "Are you okay?" "I want to kill Yaxley. I can't believe he would." "I'm okay," I interrupted quickly, my heart rate slowly going back down to normal. When Draco continued to look me over as though he thought I was about to pass out, I repeated more quietly, "I'm okay." Then Draco pulled me to his chest, holding me tight against him with his hands tangled in my hair. I closed my eyes and managed to keep myself standing, breathing in the smell of Draco's cologne and telling myself that I had made it. The meeting was over, and I had managed not to let Draco down. The Dark Lord's last words to us echoed inside my ears, and I felt a pit form in the bottom of my stomach. Do not disappoint me. I assume you both know what will happen if you fail to do so. I confess softly, I'm scared to go back to Hogwarts. Draco exhaled quietly, and I knew he was just as terrified as I was. But he twisted his head and kissed my cheek again, hard, whispering against my ear, I know, Eve. I know. I felt the dark mark itch against the skin of my left forearm then, and I closed my eyes briefly. Even without the task, things at Hogwarts were going to be very different this year. Really. Thank you for joining us for part 1 of Little Bird. This story of courage, survival, and forbidden love has only just begun, and we hope you felt every moment as deeply as we did. Did you know that Marissa Lynn was inspired by themes of resilience and vulnerability when writing Little Bird? This Dramione fanfiction is widely praised for its ability to blend raw emotion with a gripping narrative, making it a standout in the fandom. What did you think of these first 35 chapters of Little Bird? Were you as captivated by Draco and Hermione's dynamic as we were? Let us know your favorite moments in the comments below. We'd love to hear your thoughts. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please like the video, subscribe to Grimoire Audiobooks, and share it with fellow fans of Harry Potter. And if you'd like to support us even further, join as a channel member to unlock exclusive perks and help us continue bringing incredible stories like this to life. As Little Bird reminds us, even in the darkest moments, love and trust can give us the strength to endure. Stay tuned for part 2, where the story deepens, and until then, stay magical, stay inspired, and keep finding hope in every story. See you soon.